3 couples, 2 secrets, 1 murder. This is The Villa of Beautiful Lies, a mystery thriller about a dream holiday on a sun-drenched Greek island. Perfect couples hide dangerous truths, and paradise becomes the last place anyone is safe. I should have known something was wrong the moment Simone looked at me. One slow glance, one slight curl of her lip, one silent message that told me I did not belong. Until then, I had almost believed in the dream. The whitewashed villa, the glittering pool, the endless blue sea beyond the terrace. Dominic beside me, handsome and relaxed, telling me this week would be good for us. A fresh start, a chance to be happy. But Dominic had not told me everything. He had not told me his university friends would be joining us. He had not warned me about Victoria and her perfect smile, or Simone, and the cold way she said my name. He had not told me that, before I was in his life, Simone had been. At first, I tried to ignore it. The expensive clothes, the private jokes, the looks exchanged across candlelit dinners. The feeling that every conversation stopped just before I walked in. But under the Greek sun, beautiful things begin to crack. A careless comment, a missing phone, a lie told too smoothly. One by one, the secrets inside that villa started rising to the surface. And then, one morning, the pool where we had laughed and drunk wine the night before, a body was found. After that, nobody could pretend anymore. Prologue. Lies face down on the sun-baked earth, his right arm tucked neatly under his head, and his left flung out at a right angle. His expensive deck shoes, linen suit, and chunky gold bracelet look absurdly out of place among the piles of rubble and rusting machinery surrounding the half-finished villa, with its stunning views over the glittering Ionian Sea. What drunken idiot thinks it's a good idea to sleep off a hangover in the middle of a dusty Greek building site? I sink onto my haunches, swat away a blue bottle buzzing around his head, and give his shoulder a shake. Hey, you can't crash here. He doesn't stir, so I nudge him with my foot. You have to wake up, I shout, my patience snapping. It's dangerous. But he doesn't so much as twitch. Exhaling loudly, I roll him onto his back, recoiling in horror. It's a sight I know will haunt me for the rest of my life. A scalp matted with blood, pulpy mess where his left temple should be, and wide, vacant eyes that stare unseeing into the cerulean sky. Not drunk, dead. Chapter 1. Amber. How do you fancy a week in the sun? Dominic and I are lying in bed, a tangle of arms and legs, when he drops the bombshell. I wriggle upright, my eyes wide as I search his face for clues. Though we've been together for over 7 months, I still can't always tell when he's joking. What, like a holiday? With you? He smiles indulgently. That's what a week in the sun generally is. His pupils darken as he traces a finger down my cheek and along my collarbone, but I brush his hand away. Where? With a sigh, pulls himself onto his elbows. Greece. Well, Pelagia to be precise. Pelagia? It's a tiny island 8 miles south of Corfu. Nessa went to Corfu for a hen due last summer. Kavos. Dominic snorts. Pelagia is nothing like Kavos, I promise. You've been there before? Lots of times. I'm about to ask who he's been with when I bite the words back. I don't want to sound jealous. When? I ask instead. End of June. Reckon you can get the time off work?
I'll check with Rob.
The thought of asking my boss for a week off at such short notice makes me prickle with anxiety. He'll use it as leverage, one way or another. Dominic frowns. It shouldn't be a problem, should it? I'm sure it'll be fine. I snuggle into his gym-toned body. A week on a sun-drenched Greek island. Just you and me. Bliss. Dominic pulls me on top of him and circles his hands around my waist. grinning like the Cheshire Cat. Not just us, Angel. It's Simone's 45th. That's why we're going. The old gang back together for the first time in months. It's going to be insane. The old gang? My uni mates from Durham. Simone, Victoria, and Barney. He counts them off on his fingers. Plus Simone's husband, Felix, and Willow, his daughter from his first marriage. Felix owns this amazing place on the cliffs with views over the Ionian Sea. Villa Paradiso. He and Simone spend 6 weeks every summer out there, and I have an open invitation to join them. Sounds great, I say, climbing off him and pulling on my t-shirt. His face falls. Where are you going? I need a shower. My shift starts at 3, and I can't be late again. Spoil sport. Dom sticks out his bottom lip. So you'll come with me to Pelagia? I beam at him. Try and stop me. The nerves only kick in as I stand under the jets of water in Dom's huge walk-in shower. With its LED lighting and integrated sound system pulsing low-level drum and bass, it's a world away from the shower attachment over the bath at my place. Despite what I told Dom, the thought of spending a week with his old uni friends terrifies me. They will be confident and shiny. I know they will. Like minor members of the aristocracy, or well-bred racehorses. Whereas I'm just a girl from an inner-city estate trying her best to fit in. My friends don't own their own homes, let alone villas in Greece with ocean views. Further education to us meant not bunking off at our local sixth form college, not first-class honors degrees at prestigious universities. I turn the water up as hot as I can bear it, hoping it'll wash the nerves away. 2 weeks later, we're at Gatwick Airport, and the nerves are back with a vengeance. I play with the airline guideline tag. On the imitation Louis Vuitton cabin bag, my best mate Nessa lent me for the trip and catch Dominic's eye. Tell me about your friends again, He leans back in the blue plastic seat and crosses one leg over the other. Simone was along the corridor from me in halls. We bonded over cheap wine and the libertines. Vic did economics, same as me, and she and Barney hooked up in Freshers Week. Felix wasn't at Durham. A look I can't read crosses his face. No. He and Simone met later. Right. I wiped my palms on the white linen trousers the sales assistant in Johns Lewis assured me were perfect for flying in. I'd only gone in to use the toilet, but walked out with 2 heaving carrier bags and a maxed-out store card an hour later. Panic buying, that's what it was. I'd worried my frayed denim shorts and cheap vest tops wouldn't cut it with Dominic's elegant friends. I still can't believe Dom and I are an item, if I'm honest. He's a city banker with a cherry-red Porsche and a 2-bedroom riverside apartment overlooking the Thames. I work in a call center and still live in a shared house in a rundown part of London, even though, by 34, I really should have my own place by now. Dominic drinks Bollinger. I consider Prosecco an extravagance. When it's just the two of us, it's not just good, it's cheesy Hallmark film perfect, and I have to pinch myself he's mine. That's why I'm so desperate for his friends to like me. But with the flight minutes away, I'm racked with self-doubt. My phone pings with an email notification. Self-doubt turns to fear when I read the subject line. Of investigation. Confidential. My finger hovers over the screen for a second. Then I power down the phone and toss it into the knockoff Louis Vuitton like I'm playing hot potato at a kid's party. Who was that? Dominic asks. I duck my head so my hair falls across my face. My heart is crashing in my chest. I wipe my hands on my trousers again. This time they leave a greasy mark, faint but unmistakable. I was an idiot to think white linen was a good idea for traveling. I look up at my boyfriend, but I can't meet his gaze. It wasn't anyone, I say. I'm not sure he believes me. I don't blame him. Chapter 2. Amber. I can't shake the anxiety gnawing away at my insides. It's the email that's done it. As if I wasn't nervous enough already. I tell myself I'll open it when we arrive at the villa. Probably. One thing's for sure. There's no way I'm going to let it ruin our holiday. We're somewhere over central France when I check our location on the in-flight screen. Beside me, Dominic stretches in his seat. He insisted we fly business class, even though I told him it was a waste of money. It's very generous of you, Dom, but it's so expensive. It's not like we'll get there any quicker. We'll be on the same plane as everyone else, I said Zed, peering over his shoulder as he booked our tickets, my eyes popping at the cost. He'd just laughed and asked me to read out the number on his Amex Platinum credit card. Want to join the Mile High Club? He asks now, a glint in his eye. I feign shock and slap his thigh playfully. I can't believe you just said that. You should know by now I'm not that kind of girl, he shrugs, then grins again. Ah, well, it was worth a try. We spend the rest of the flight watching the latest mission. Impossible film, and before I know it, the seatbelt signs flash on as the pilot starts his descent. Dom, I say, clutching his hand as the wheels hit the runway. Your friends. Do you think they'll like me? He brings my hand to his lips and drops the lightest of kisses. Of course they will, Angel, once they get to know you. And if they don't, they'll have me to answer to. A wall of heat hits us the moment we exit the plane. It's so intense. Beads of sweat have broken out across my forehead and between my shoulder, blades before I've even stepped onto the runway. The herb-scented air feels so thick, so heavy. It's like I have to push my way through it. Even the tarmac shimmers in the mid-afternoon, heat like a mirage in the desert. I hitch Nessa's cabin bag over my shoulder and follow Dominic onto the bus for the short ride to the terminal. Wearing a cream linen suit and wrap our sleeves, his dark brown fringe flopping sexily over one eye. Haas? He's both stupidly handsome and completely oblivious to the admiring looks. A couple of women on the bus are throwing his way. His phone trills in his breast pocket and he pulls it out, his face beaming as he checks the screen. It's Simone. She's sent a driver to take us to the port. We'll meet Vic and Barney there. Traveling to Pelagia is far from straightforward. We have to catch a hydrofoil from Corfu to the neighboring island of Thalassia, which takes about 3 hours. Then it's a 20-minute ride in a sea taxi to Pelagia. Even if everything goes to plan, we won't arrive at the villa till gone 8 o'clock tonight. The bus pulls up outside the terminal and we pile out, Dominic's stopping to help an elderly couple with their hand luggage. The old man thanks him. Dominic shakes his liver-spotted hand. My pleasure. You and Pat have a good trip, okay? And don't forget to try the calamari. It's out of this world. By now, I should be used to Dominic's ability to charm everyone he meets, whether it's the woman in the dry cleaners or the Amazon delivery guy. It's not an affectation. He genuinely likes people. It's disarming, his easy warmth. Disarming and, if I'm honest, a little addictive. He can strike up a conversation with anyone and make them feel like they matter. When you're with Dom, you're always the most interesting person in the room. When we first met, I put this down to simple good manners, kind they drill into you at public school, along with Latin verbs and how to row. It was sometime later I realized his need to connect with people stemmed from being packed off to boarding school, aged 7. Compared to my own chaotic childhood, his prep school sounded idyllic, like an Enid Blyton book. All madcap schemes and midnight feasts. When I told Dominic this, his usually sunny features darkened. It was more Lord of the Flies than Mallory Towers. You had to make friends to survive, sink or swim. I tie my long, ebony hair into a high ponytail and follow him through the double doors to the baggage reclaim area. Soon, we're pushing our loaded trolley out into the arrivals hall. A stocky man in his 50s with slicked-back hair and an impressive mustache is holding up a piece of cardboard with Dominic's name on. "Mr. Brooks?" He gives a small bow. "I am Yorgos, your driver. Please, come with me." We're hit with another blast of hot air as we leave the air-conditioned terminal, and I ferret around in my bag for my sunglasses. "You are staying on Pelagia, yes?" Yorgos asks as he loads our cases into the boot of his white Mercedes. "My friends have a villa there," Dominic says, "is very, how you say it, far away." Yes, Pelagia is very far away from here. From anywhere. In stormy weather, you cannot leave. He catches my anxious expression. "Please don't worry. No stormy weather ahead. Not till next week, anyway." He winks. Realizing he's joking, I smile back weakly. Traffic is heavy, but we finally reach the port, and Yorgos turns onto a wide quay. To our right are half a dozen red sightseeing buses. To our left is the sea. "There's the hydrofoil," Dom says, and I follow his gaze to a blue and white vessel moored nearby. It looks tiny beside the towering cruise ship behind it. Dom shakes Yorgos's hand and is slipping a €20 note into the driver's shirt pocket when a cry cocksure reaches us from the water's edge. I look up, startled, to see a woman in a huge straw hat and Jackie O sunglasses windmilling her arms like she's flagging down a runaway train. Next to her, a man with his back to us holds his phone aloft, trying to find a signal. "Dom, over here!" the woman shrieks. "Is that Victoria?" I ask. Dominic nods. "Come on, I'll introduce you." My stomach clenches as we heft our cases across the quayside, but I tell myself not to be silly. These are Dom's oldest friends. They'll welcome me with open arms. I have nothing to worry about. Victoria's voice carries as we approach. It is both plummy and hectoring. "Barney, can you please put that bloody phone away? We're supposed to be on holiday. I'm sure the office can survive perfectly well without you for a few days." No one is indispensable. He mutters something back and slips the phone into the pocket of his perfectly pressed chinos. When Victoria greets us, the bossy tone has disappeared, and her voice is pure honey. "Dominic, darling, it's so good to see you. It's been too long." She hugs him, then turns to me. "And you must be Amy." "Amber," I say, letting go of the strap of my suitcase so I can shake hands. Despite the stultifying heat, her palm is cool and dry, and I immediately wish I'd wiped mine on my not very white trousers first. "It's lovely to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you both." Have you?" Victoria glances at Dom. Hidden behind her sunglasses, her expression is unreadable. "How funny." "Because we've heard precisely nothing about you." Chapter 3. Amber. The boat has barely left the port when Dominic announces he's going to get drinks. I jump up and offer to help, but he pushes me gently back down onto my seat. "I can manage. You stay here and get to know Vic and Barney." Once he's gone, Victoria, whose forehead seems to be permanently set in a deep frown, asks half-heartedly about our flight, then cocks her head and assesses me with her clear blue eyes. "So, tell me, Amber, where did you meet our golden boy?" "Oh, it's a bit of a cliché, I'm afraid. It was at the gym. Dom asked me for a coffee after boot camp one day. I wasn't sure at first, to be honest, because what if it all went south and we still had to work out together? It would be totally awkward. But you know how persuasive he can be." "Indeed. Anyway, coffee turned into lunch, and lunch into dinner, and we realized we had loads in common fight." She arches an eyebrow. "You do?" "Well, the gym. Starters. And we both love cooking, action movies, and country music." "Right." She pulls a compact from her bag, flips it open, and carefully repaints her lipstick. I imagine her drawing 2 plum-colored lines across each cheek like war paint, because I have the distinct impression that, despite Dominic's assurances to the contrary, she does not like me. I employ a tactic I've perfected with tricky customers at the call center. Killing with kindness, Nessa calls it, laying on the charm so thickly that even the grumpiest of customers end up making an order. I've been so excited about meeting you all. Dom's always talking about you guys. This is a lie. The first time Dom mentioned any of them was when he asked if I wanted to come to Greece. It softens Victoria's sharp features for a second, and so is worth it. So you've seen photos of Simone? Of course. This is also a lie. The only pictures in Dom's apartment are bland. Massiders cityscapes. There are no family portraits on the mantelpiece, no faded snapshots of him and his friends on the corkboard in his office. Which is odd in itself, come to think of it. And you don't mind? Those overplucked eyebrows are on the move skywards again.
Don't what?
I almost say, but once again I bite my tongue, because I don't want to give her the satisfaction of realizing I have no idea what she's talking about. I shake my head and my ponytail swings from side to side. Of course it's not. Well, you're a better woman than I am. I need to make a call. She takes her phone from her bag. The children are staying with my parents for the week, but I always phone and speak to them before bedtime. It's my non-negotiable. She dials, then turns away, the phone pressed against her ear. Mummy, it's me. Signal's not great. Can you hear me? I turn to Barney and smile brightly. How many children do you have? What? Oh, 3. James is 10 and the twins, Sophie and Amelia, are 8. Did they not want to come to Greece with you? They didn't get the option. We needed a break. Besides, they're better off with Vic's parents. His phone buzzes and he glances sidelong at his wife, who is checking if the children have brushed their teeth. He stands. I might stretch my legs. Of course, I say, somewhat redundantly. I watch him shuffle away with a sinking feeling in my stomach. Victoria and Barney clearly have no interest in me, and I'm not sure I blame them. We don't exactly move in the same circles. Victoria is the chief executive of a homeless charity, and Barney is a financial advisor to the rich and famous. I sell cavity wall insulation. I correct myself. I used to sell cavity wall insulation. Now I'm not sure I still have a job. I can just imagine Victoria's face if I told her I was unemployed. Dominic finally appears with a tray of drinks. Gin and tonics for Barney and Victoria, a pint of lager for him and a Coke for me. Relief that he's back makes me giddy, or maybe it's just the hydrofoil's occasional lurch as it skims across the sea towards Thalassia. I take my Coke and Dominic plonks himself beside me, thigh warm against mine, solid and reassuring. All right, Angel, I smile at him. I am now. I lean back, my head on his shoulder. I need to think of this week in Pelagia as a reset. A chance to put a line under everything that's happened. A new start. I must doze off. As I wake, sometime later, to the sound of the tannoy announcing we've reached Thalassia and are about to disembark, Dom tucks a loose strand of my hair behind my ear. Hey, sleepyhead, we're here. I drag my hands down my face. My brain feels muzzy, pixelated. I look around. Victoria and Barney are gathering up their luggage. Dom has already piled ours into a single neat stack. Do I have time to go to the toilet? If you're quick, I follow Sis to the ladies, pushing through the flow of other passengers like a salmon heading upstream. In the toilets, I splash water onto my face, tie my ponytail and rub the smudge of mascara under my right eye. I pat color into my cheeks and straighten my crumpled top. My pasty reflection stares back at me unimpressed. How do women like Victoria manage to look as though they've just stepped out of the pages of a Bowden catalog while I look like I've stepped out of the bush. Some people are just born lucky, I guess. People like Dom and his friends, polished, you could see your reflection in them if you looked hard enough. I feel a pang of jealousy, which is not like me. I've learnt to be content with my lot. If I'd spent my life envying everyone else, I'd have driven myself mad. I tramp back up the stairs to the others. Dominic is on his phone, his face animated. We'll look out for him. I know, it's been too long. See you soon, Angel. He ends the call. Simon, he explains, and I nod tightly because I thought I was his angel. I was just letting her know we've arrived in Thalassia. Looking forward to meeting her? Of course, I say with a smile, because he doesn't need to know how much I'm dreading it. Victoria glances up from her suitcase. She's pushed her Jackie O sunglasses onto the top of her head. Amusement flickers in her eyes. Amusement. And something else. It's not until we're on the quay, about to climb into the sea taxi, that I work out what it is. Spite. Chapter 4. Amber. I shield my eyes from the sun as Pelagia draws near. The island is a speck in the sapphire blue Ionian Sea, like the floating meringue in a sea of custard. Sorry, crème anglaise. Up I had in the Michelin-starred French restaurant Dom took me to for our 6-month anniversary. The French call it œufs à la neige, or snow eggs, though we know it as île flottante, which means floating island, Dominic said, peering at me over the gilt-edged menu. How do you know all this random stuff? I did a couple of seasons as a chalet host in Chamonix. While I was a Saturday girl at Superdrug, I joked, and he'd chuckled and held out a spoonful for me to try. Boat cuts through the water towards the tiny island. Its diesel motor is noisy, and I'm relieved to have an excuse not to have to make small talk, Victoria and Barney. They're both on their phones. Barney is tapping his foot on the bottom of the boat, a frown on his face, picture of irritation. Victoria stares at her screen blankly as the wind whips her strawberry blonde hair across her face. Briefly, she closes her eyes, then slips her phone back into her bag. When I glance back at her, she is rubbing her thumb against the pad of her index finger, round and round like she's self-soothing. Gradually, Pelagia grows bigger until I can make out a small cove fringed with trees and a sweep of sandstone cliffs atop which stands a lighthouse. I'd been bewitched by the handful of photos of the island I'd found online. Shaped like a teardrop, it juts out of a sea as blue as the Caribbean. Just 4 kilometers long and 3 kilometers across at its widest point, Pelagia's main income comes from wine and olive oil. There are 2 tavernas, but no shops, so groceries are delivered by water taxi. On the west coast are a number of small sandy bays, each as curved as a crescent moon, linked by a looping, dusty track. East coast is more dramatic and rugged, boasting views across to the Greek mainland. Between them lie olive groves and vineyards, and a scattering of white-painted houses. Dominic taps my shoulder and points to a lone figure standing on a small wooden jetty at the far side of the cove. Simone's husband, Felix, probably. He's a property developer who, according to Dom, has made millions converting derelict industrial buildings on the banks of the Thames into lavish apartments that stand empty for 50 weeks of the year because their owners have so many other homes. I wave, but he doesn't wave back. Skipper cuts the engine and steers alongside the jetty, then jumps out and ties the boat firmly. Now we are here, I can see that the man waiting for us clearly isn't Felix, not unless Felix is Greek and in his early 20s. Giannis! Dom cries, leaping onto the jetty with the grace of a jaguar. The young man holds out a hand, but Dominic is 1 step ahead of him, wrapping him in a bear hug and clapping him on the back. Good to see you, mate. You keeping well? How is your papu? As stubborn as ever. But otherwise, well, thank you. You remember Victoria and Barney, don't you? And this is my girlfriend, Amber Miller. Giannis's eyes widen a fraction. Then he remembers himself and bobs his head. Nice to meet you, Miss Miller. Please, call me Amber. I step forwards and shake his hand. His grip is strong and surprisingly assured for someone his age. I've brought the buggy to take your luggage to the villa. Never mind the luggage. What about us? I'm not slogging up that bloody track in these. Victoria looks down at her bejeweled Dolce & Gabbana thong sandals. I saw a similar pair in the latest edition of Vogue when I was getting a trim at the hairdresser's last week. They cost over 500 pounds. Giannis's brow wrinkles. I only have room for 2 on the cart. No problem. We'll walk. Dom takes my hand and I could kiss him. Being squished up next to Victoria on a golf buggy holds little appeal. Besides, be a chance to see a bit of the island I've been dreaming about for the last few weeks. Dominic tips the skipper and we watch the boat slowly disappear. Thalassia looks a long way away, I say. 7 miles, Dom says. Not far. He's wrong, I think, as I gaze at the sheer expanse of sapphire blue ocean between us and Pelagia's nearest neighbor. It might be 7 miles. Right now we could be on another planet. If anything went wrong out here, we'd be on our own. Chapter 5. Amber. Dusk is falling when Dominic and I set off towards Simone and Felix's villa. Dom leads the way, using the light on his phone to guide us along a rocky track that meanders slowly uphill. The crunch of our feet on the gravel is drowned out by the metallic buzz of cicadas, and the air is thick with the heady scent of oregano and thyme. After a while, the track swings a right. Olive trees! I cry, running up to the nearest tree and tracing my hand along its knotty, twisted trunk. It looks nothing like the spindly specimens on sale at my local supermarket. The silver-green leaves rustle in the breeze, and I feel a dart of pure happiness. I am in Greece! Greece! There was a book I used to borrow from the library when I was a kid. An illustrated book of Greek myths. Inside the gilt-edged pages were elaborate pictures of gods and monsters, Zeus and Hera, Athena and Aphrodite, the Minotaur and the Gorgons. I would lose myself in the tales of vengeful gods and warring families, doomed lovers and impossible tasks, all while, in the lounge next to my bedroom, Mum and her latest boyfriend drank themselves into oblivion. How I wished Pegasus would whisk me away from that poky flat that always stank of stale cider and ashtrays. What I would have given to be as brave as Athena, or as untouchable as Artemis. But there were no winged stallions on the South Langley estate. When I fixed Mum's endless string of feckless boyfriends with a petrifying gaze, they never turned to stone. I'm on the point of telling Dominic about the book of Greek myths when I stop myself. Instinct tells me it's better to focus on the things we have in common than those we don't. And one thing's for sure, his privileged childhood in leafy South, Oxfordshire with his barrister father and GP mother couldn't be more different to mine. He wore a stripy blazer and a straw boater to school. I wore ratty hand-me-downs and shoes held together with hope and a prayer. His parents took him on holiday to Tuscany and Provence. I often didn't know where my next meal was coming from. At the time, I knew nothing else. After all, I wasn't the only kid on our estate living in poverty. It was only later I discovered the gaping chasm between the haves and the have-nots. And I've a feeling that sharing memories of my childhood with my boyfriend would be like opening Pandora's box. Better to keep the lid on. Suddenly, I feel untethered, as though I might be blown away on the evening breeze like a gauzy dandelion head. I grip the gnarled bark of the olive tree tightly, hoping the feeling will pass. Dominic and I might enjoy going to the gym and cooking together. We might both love action movies and country music. But is it enough? How am I supposed to compete with friends who have known him half his life? It shouldn't be a competition, so why does it feel like one? I could blame my own insecurities, but it's more than that. I've fallen hard for Dominic, more than I have for any other man. And somewhere along the way, I've started to crave his approval, his attention, his love. That's why this week in Pelagia matters so much. I want his friends to like me. Correction. I need his friends to like me. 'Cause if they welcome me into their inner circle, I might stop feeling like I'm just the latest in a long line of girlfriends passing through Dom's life. I might feel like he's mine. I step back from the olive tree, smooth down my top, and rejoin Dominic on the track. Ready? He asks, and though I can't see his face in the dark, I can hear the eagerness in his voice. I take a deep breath and lace my fingers through his. Of course. Dom chatters as we walk, telling me about the legendary parties he, Simone, and Victoria used to throw at their student digs. I try to match him stride for stride until I stumble over a rock and my hand slips out of his. He doesn't reach back for it. I tell myself it doesn't mean anything. I wish I believed it. Chapter 6. Amber. Dominic and I round another bend in the track to find ourselves staring at a wall of wooden hoardings. It's just possible to make out a sign in the half-light. Elysium Construction, the art of luxury living. Is this Simone and Felix's villa? I ask, puzzled. No, theirs is a bit further on. Simone told me some Russian shipping magnate was building a place just down from theirs. This must be it. Funny name for a building company. Isn't Elysium like the afterlife or something? I don't know about that. Simone said Felix was apoplectic, and I can see why. It's going to ruin their views of Calypso Bay. We leave the entrance to the building site and continue along the track. Before long, we've reached a pair of stone pillars topped with glass spheres that give off a moon-like glow. Here we are. Dominic waves his phone so the beam sweeps across the entrance. Villa Paradiso is spelt out in neat turquoise tiles, embedded in a low, whitewashed wall. Further along, towards a pair of cedar gates, a black intercom is mounted beside a brushed steel letterbox. Something whirs, and I glance up. A discreet camera is pivoting, tracking our approach. Dom steps up to the wall and presses the buzzer. There's a crackle, followed by a woman's voice. Dom, is that you? You betcha, baby. Come and find us. We're having drinks on the terrace. The gates begin to hum and slowly swing open, revealing a gravel drive lit by more golden orbs that are strung from the branches of olive trees. The effect is beautiful, otherworldly. Wow, I whistle. It's like a fairy grotto. Dom laughs. Probably best not to tell Simone. I'm not sure that's quite the look she's aiming for. This way. The drive curves again, and I gasp. I can't help myself. Dominic said the villa was gorgeous, and he wasn't exaggerating. Illuminated by spotlights strategically placed in an unnaturally green lawn, Villa Paradiso is the most stunning house I've ever seen. The low-slung, two-story building is icing sugar white, with wooden shutters the color of lapis lazuli and garlands of deep pink bougainvillea creeping up the walls. Pretty cool, huh? Dom says, smiling at my rapt expression. I grin back. Pretty cool. I agree. The driveway leads to a gravel footpath that threads its way around the side of the villa. Voices carry on the warm evening breeze, and my heart rate quickens. The spike of anxiety is as familiar and unwelcome as a fever. I used to feel like this before a visit from my social worker, a softly spoken woman called Lisa, who held my future in her hands. The knowledge that I was just another name on her already straining caseload was a constant source of worry to 9-year-old me. I followed Dominic onto a generous terrace beside an infinity pool glowing with underwater lights. It must overlook the ocean, because for the first time since we stepped off the sea taxi, I can taste salt on the breeze. At last, a woman cries, and suddenly, Dominic is no longer at my side, but has crossed the terrace in long strides and swept up a slender, dark-haired woman, spinning her round and round until her skirt and hair are flying, and she's laughing in delight. They make such a glamorously beautiful couple, I might as well be standing on the set of a luxury perfume ad, waiting for the director to yell, "Cut!" They're friends, I remind myself. Old friends who haven't caught up in a while. Nothing more. But as I hover awkwardly on the edge of the terrace, fiddling with the strap of my bag, I wonder if Dominic has told me the whole story. Chapter 7. Amber. A stocky, blond man growls. "Put her down, Dominic, for God's sake." Dom does as he's told and beckons me over. "Amber, come and meet my best friend Simone and her reprobate husband, Felix." Best friend? My eyes widen. Funny how Dom never mentioned that. But as much as it needles, I refuse to let it show and force myself to smile. Simone's own smile fades when we come face to face. Her gaze travels over my crumpled, grubby linen trousers and cheap sheen top, and she extends a limp hand like she's expecting me to curtsy. She has the kind of glossy, patrician elegance you can't fake, and I have to fight the ridiculous urge not to drop to one knee and kiss her dainty fingers. The blonde guy, Felix, pecks me on both cheeks and hands me a glass of rosé. "Get that down your neck. I'm sure it's been a long day. Actually, could I have something soft?" I'm not a big drinker. Felix frowns as if I'm talking in tongues, then shrugs and bustles off, returning moments later with a bottle of Coke and a tumbler. I wander over to the low wall that circles the terrace. From this side, the villa is even more picture-perfect, its sloping tiled roof the color of burnt sienna, a blast of color against the white facade. What a beautiful spot. Dominic says you designed the villa yourself. I did. His chest puffs out. Found the land, talked the old boy who owned it into flogging me a couple of hectares for a song. He guffaws at this then project, managed the build from the ground up. A lot of love, sweat, and tears went into this place, Amber. Let me tell you. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears. His expression darkens. That's why I'm so fucking livid about that Russian wanker's monstrosity. He waves a hand angrily at the building site below us. Villa Olympus. He's calling it the Knob. Christ, don't get him started on the new villa, Simone says, gliding over. She touches my arm lightly and gives me a warm, practiced smile. I blink, momentarily thrown. Just now she looked me up and down, like I was something the cat dragged in. I tell myself I must have imagined it, that my insecurities are skewing the way I'm seeing things. Because there's no denying it. Simone's acting like we're old friends. "Are you sure you won't have a glass of wine?" she asks. "Felix flew it in from Navarra, specially." "No, really, I'm fine. Thank you." Dominic lopes over and asks Simone how the plans for her birthday are going. I use the opportunity to observe her. She is tall, maybe a smidgen taller than me, and we share the same build, but whereas I think of myself as gawky, she is willowy. Elegant. She's wearing a kingfisher blue organza dress with a tight bodice and shoestring straps. Blood-red toenails peek out of sparkly sandals. The effect is ethereal, like something one of the fairies might wear in A Midsummer Night's Dream. My hair, still stubbornly escaping its ponytail, bitumen black. Simone's is a dark mahogany and cut in a shiny, razor-sharp bob that skims her bare shoulders. Even though she's 10 years older than me, her bright skin is smooth and unblemished. Botox? Fillers? I shut the thought down. So what if she's had a little help pushing back the years? It's none of my business. We've booked a table at Giannis's uncle's taverna for my birthday meal. She turns to me. You'll find everyone's related on this island, Amber. We can probably all trace our ancestry back to Charlemagne, so who am I to judge? She tinkles with laughter, and I do the same, even though I have absolutely no idea what she's talking about. I'm having some crystal sent over from the mainland for the old girl's birthday bash, Felix says, wandering over a large glass of wine in his hand. Hey, less of the old. Simone swats him on the arm playfully. There's a sharp edge to her voice. Anyway, haven't you heard? 45 is the new 25. If you say so. Felix winks at me as Simone glides away to check on dinner. And how old are you, Amber? Heat reddens my cheeks. I'm, 34? Did you hear that, darling? He calls over his shoulder. Amber's only 34. Just a baby. Even though I tell myself he's only joking, his gaze unsettles me, and I'm glad when Simone reappears, her expression tight. Supper will be 10 minutes. Where's Willow? In her bedroom, planning how she's going to save the world, I expect. I'll ask Maria to fetch her. Maria is busy. Fetch her yourself. Felix takes a large slurp of his wine and doffs an imaginary cap. Anything for you, my sweet. He deposits the wine glass on a rattan table and saunters off, his hands in his pockets, and his flip-flops slapping on the marble tiles. How is Willow? Dominic asks. I haven't seen her since Felix's 50th last summer. What? Our own little Greta Thunberg. Simone's voice lacks any trace of warmth. Trying. Mrs. Pearson? A small woman wearing an embroidered white shirt and black trousers, dark hair coiled in a low bun, appears at Simone's side. The appetizers are ready. Thank you, Maria. We're on our way. Simone extends a Pilates-toned arm and tells everyone to follow her into the villa. It's just a kitchen supper tonight, nothing fancy. We didn't think you'd want a heavy meal after all that traveling. Dominic must see the disappointment on my face. Don't worry. Maria's kitchen suppers are legendary. Veritable banquets by anyone else's standards. She's easily the best cook on Pelagia. He blows the housekeeper a kiss and, blushing, she shoos him away. Simone rolls her eyes. As we step into the kitchen, I see what Dominic means. A long, wide table is groaning under the weight of dishes of stuffed grape leaves and pita breads, Greek salads and creamy dips, zucchini fritters, and bowls of plump black and green olives. Felix is filling glasses with red wine the color of mulberries. A girl is at the sink, back to us. Her fine blonde hair falls in a loose plait down her back. She's dressed from head to toe in black, from her baggy hoodie to her scuffed Converse. There you are, Simone says with a huff. The girl Willow, I assume, finishes filling her glass with water from the tap, then turns around. For a second, a look of pure joy fills her face, but just as quickly she clocks me and glowers. I pull out a chair, pretending not to notice. Everyone sits except Willow. Simone sesks and snaps at her. Are you going to have something to eat or not? Not hungry? She drains her glass, slams it on the counter, and stalks from the room. In the silence that follows, I pluck at the skin between my thumb and forefinger. Wishing I was back in my shabby but homely house share, not in this ridiculously opulent villa where I feel completely out of place. Chapter 8. Amber. Felix waves his wineglass towards Willow's empty chair. Don't mind her, Amber. 17's a tricky age. She'll come round. Simone offers me a plate of spinach and feta pie, and I take a piece even though my appetite has vanished. Was it something I did? Not at all. She's a spoilt little madam who should know better. Simone's eyes glitter in the candlelight. You're too soft with her, Felix. She needs boundaries. Give the poor kid a break. It can't be much fun being stuck here, with us old farts for company. She didn't have to come. Simone pops an olive into her mouth. Vic and Barney have the right idea, leaving James and the twins at home. Am I right, Vic? You're right, Victoria says, clinking glasses with her friend. Sus with kids are so overrated. So what's this about Greta Thunberg? Willow's decided she's an eco-warrior, which basically means she's become a militant vegan, watches our recycling habits like a bloody hawk, and is constantly lecturing us on our carbon footprint, even though she was quite happy flying here first class. Simone shakes her head. At her age, I was too busy trying to sneak into clubs to worry about saving the planet. Even Felix laughs at this, and while he tops up everyone's glasses, my fingers find the amber pendant around my neck. I rub it between thumb and forefinger absent-mindedly. At 17, I was juggling my schoolwork with a part-time job and looking after my gran. By then, her bronchitis was so bad, she couldn't even shuffle from her bedroom to the living room of our tiny council flat without her oxygen tank. Every breath was an effort, every conversation a rattling wheeze as her scarred lungs struggled to take in enough air to keep her heart beating. Other kids in our sixth form threw themselves into organizing pride events or anti-fracking protests. I didn't have the time or the headspace to campaign about anything. My hand drops to my lap. Victoria notices and points at my necklace. It's pretty. Looks vintage. I shift in my seat as all eyes turn towards me. My gran gave it to me for my 18th. I finger the smooth pendant, still warm from my skin. Because it's amber. I get it. Victoria holds out a hand. Let's have a look. Vic considers herself something of an expert because she did a 3-month internship at Sotheby's after she graduated. Barney explains. An internship, mind, not an actual job. Excuse me? They offered me a position, if you remember. Said I had a talent for authenticating provenance. She looks around the room, pleased to have everyone's attention. It was just after Sotheby's in New York sold Picasso's Boy with a Pipe for over $100 million. There was no way I could justify a career helping the super rich amass more of our finest art treasures for their private collections when there were homeless people sleeping on the streets. My conscience wouldn't allow it. That's when I decided I was better suited to the charity sector. Christ, can you quit with the moralizing, Vic? You're starting to sound like Willow. Simone grumbles. Victoria ignores her and takes my necklace, holding it up to the light. An amber drop, tear-shaped. See here? That little inclusion looks like a mosquito. Quite a good one, actually. Amber is fossilized tree resin, tens of millions of years old. The best pieces trapped insects inside as the resin hardened. They're like tiny time capsules. Collectors love them. Does that mean it's worth something? Barney asks. Not much. 100 pounds? Maybe 150 on a good day? Antique Baltic amber can fetch quite a bit more, but this is 1930s and they're 10 a penny. Sorry, she says to me. It's okay. I'd never sell it anyway. Victoria passes the necklace round the table, and everyone studies the tiny mosquito preserved forever in the cognac-colored resin. I find I'm sitting on my hands to stop myself from reaching out and grabbing it back. Their scrutiny feels personal, as if it's me they're inspecting and finding wanting. Finally, Felix, who is sitting to my right, drops the necklace into my hand and smiles wolfishly. Beautiful, he declares with a sidelong glance at his wife. Give me vintage over antique any day of the week. My fingers are greasy from the olives, and I struggle with the clasp. Dominic jumps up from his seat. Let me. I hold my ponytail out of the way and dip my head. Dom's fingers brush against my skin, warm and reassuring. Here you go, he says, dropping a kiss on my neck. I look up, smiling, to catch a look of unbridled fury on Simone's face. I grab my phone, desperate to escape the claustrophobic atmosphere. Where's the little girl's room? Do you mean the loo? The anger has gone from Simone's expression, and again, I wonder if I imagined it. It's been such a long day. We left Dom's apartment just after 5 this morning, and it's now almost 9 at night. I'm bushed. It's no wonder my mind's playing tricks on me. Along the hallway, 3rd door on the left, she says. The corridor is long and cool, magnesium white walls and a marble floor that echoes under my sandals. Half a dozen busts of Greek gods and goddesses on plinths line both sides, their blank eyes following me as I pass. Zeus, with his flowing beard and wild curls, patrician-faced Apollo. Athena, her marble features calm beneath a dented helmet. Without thinking, I reach out and run a hand down her cheek. Marveling at the detail, the sculptor has coaxed from a slab of cold, uncompromising stone. I turn left into the bathroom, is also completely over the top, with floor-to-ceiling polished black marble tiles and floating twin sinks with brushed chrome taps. The ghostly silver veins running through the marble look like lightning forks in an inky night sky. I check I've locked the door properly, then open my phone. There's a WhatsApp from Nessa. Seeing her name gives me a jolt of homesickness, and for a moment I'd give anything to be back in London, gossiping about our workmates, while cocooned in the familiar shabbiness of our local, the Royal Oak. Not gonna ask how Greece is cause. It'll just make me sick with jealousy, lol-x. So why are you texting? Anyway, you don't need to worry. It's horrible here. All blue skies and beaches. Total purgatory. I add a laughing emoji, a palm tree, and 3 kisses. That's all right then. Rainy London sounds so much nicer. Had the result of the investigation yet? X, she types back. I pause, picturing the email that dropped into my inbox this morning, then count to 5 and reply. No, not yet, XXX, bummer. Let me know when you do, okay? You know I've got your back, whichever way it goes. Love ya. X, I close my eyes and roll my shoulders. I've been on tenterhooks for 2 weeks. Now the email is right there in my inbox, and I can't bring myself to open it. I tell Nessa I love her too, wash my hands, and pat them dry on a fluffy white towel, embroidered with Villa Paradiso in the same font as the mosaic sign on the wall outside, then tramp back down the hallway to the kitchen. I'm almost there when I catch the angry buzz of voices, and it reminds me so strongly of the sibilant hiss of Mum and Gran's whispered argument, the night of my 5th birthday, the night their already fractured relationship finally broke down irrevocably, that I stop in my tracks. This is no way to bring up a child, Jennifer. Amber needs you. If social services gets even a whiff that you're back on the booze, they'll take her into care. Surely, even you can see that? Fuck social services and fuck you. Mum's voice was slurred, spiteful. She's my daughter, and I'll bring her up how I fucking well like, you interfering old bitch. I shiver, one hand on a fussy walnut side table, and catch my breath. The voices in the kitchen are rising. I cock my head, an automatic reflex for someone who spent their childhood listening at closed doors while the adults on the other side decided her fate. It's Felix and Barney. Barney is slurring too, his words jammed so hard together. It takes me a moment to tune in to what he's saying. You promised we'd have a chance to talk out here, Felix. It's the only reason I agreed to come. And we will, old boy. We will. Not on your first night, eh? Then when? Tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow. I promise. In the meantime, I think we could all do with another drink, don't you? I have some 18-year-old Glenmorangie from a grateful client somewhere. Felix's voice is placatory, but Barney hasn't finished yet. Grateful client? Don't make me laugh. You're killing me, Felix. Do you hear me? You're killing me. Now, there's no need to get hysterical.
Girls will be wondering where we are. So get that down your neck.
And we'll talk in the morning. A chink of glass is followed by the sound of the tap running. I clear my throat and amble into the kitchen, pretending I haven't heard a word, while wondering what secrets they are hiding. Chapter 9. Amber. To my surprise, Willow has joined Dominic, Simone, and Victoria on the terrace, her pale face animated as she tells Dom about her decision to take a gap year after her A-levels to volunteer in the Borneo rainforest. I'll be based at a sanctuary where they rehabilitate orangutans. Look. She taps away at her phone and hands it to Dom. How are you getting there? Simone asks innocently. Well, I'm flying, obviously. But what about the planet? I thought you said a single long-haul flight was as bad for the ozone as a year's worth of driving? Willow tuts. The difference, stepmother dearest, is that boomers like you are abusing airser travel for your own short-term gratification, whereas I'll be supporting the long-term survival of one of the planet's most iconic species that's currently at risk of extinction. You tell her, Petal. Felix says, settling a tray with 6 whiskey glasses and a decanter on the low table between the 2 rattan sofas. Barney swipes a glass and drains it with a grimace before holding it out for a refill. Victoria frowns. I think you've had enough, don't you? Give the poor man a break. He's on holiday. Felix splashes a generous measure into Barney's glass. You don't have to lie awake next to him while he's snoring his head off, pissed as a fart. Victoria snaps. She gives her husband a filthy look, but he's too busy staring moodily into his glass to notice. Dom claps his hands together, keen to halt the bickering before it escalates into a full-blown domestic. Anyone for a game of poker, for old times' sake. Simone sits up, instantly energized. You bet. I'm in. Felix says, his elbows on his knees. Me too. Barney fumbles in his back pocket for his wallet and slaps it on the table. Felix's eyes light up. Playing for cash, are we? Absolutely not. Victoria says firmly. We'll play with matches like we did at uni. Matches? Felix scoffs. Where's the fun in that? Victoria is adamant. Matches or nothing. Dominic tips the cards out of the pack and begins to shuffle. Simone disappears into the kitchen, returning moments later with a large box of matches. She shakes them onto the table and divides them into little piles. 15 each. Winner takes all. A smile plays on her lips. Loser downs a shot of whiskey. Felix whoops. Victoria tuts but doesn't argue. Barney slumps in his seat. Dominic starts dealing. When he reaches me, I lay a hand on his arm. Not for me. What? I've never played poker. Never played poker! Felix says in disbelief. I shrug. The only card game I've ever played is Happy Families with Gran when I was little. I used to love collecting the sets of woodland badgers, robins, and squirrels in cute Victorian outfits. Mr., Mrs., Master, and Miss. It was all so neat and perfect, nothing like my splintered family. How I yearned to be Miss Rabbit, dancing in her pretty dress, a bunch of flowers at her feet, with a mum and a dad and a brother who loved her. You'll be fine, Dom says. It's easy. I'll give you a quick crash course. It's not proper poker, just the way we used to play it at uni. Everyone's dealt 2 cards. The aim is to put down the best hand you can, like a pair, 3 of a kind, or, if you're lucky, a straight. That's 5 cards in order. I thought you said we only got 2 cards. You can take cards from the pile in the middle. We play with a maximum of 5. If you don't like what you've got, you can always fold and sit the round out. The player with the best hand wins the pot. Seeing my expression, he says, "We'll play a practice round first." You'll soon see what I mean. He continues dealing, and I pick up my 2 cards. 2 jacks, 1 hearts, the other clubs. The jack of diamonds grins up at me from the pile on the table. "You go first." Dom tells me. I shrug again, feigning nonchalance, and pick up the jack. Stick," I say. Barney squints at his hand, then snatches a card from the pile. "Brilliant," he mutters, chucking it back onto the table. Victoria plucks a card from the pile and smiles like the cat that got the cream. "Now we're talking. You next." Willow, Felix and Simone take their cards, and then it's Dominic's turn. He examines his card, his eyes flicking to Simone as he pulls at his earlobe. "Shall we show them our party trick?" Simone's eyes widen a fraction. "Reckon we still can after all this time?" He stretches out his knuckles and grins. "I'm game if you are. What party trick?" Willow demands. "The one where I can read Dom's mind." Simone uncurls her long legs and leans forwards, her gaze fixed on my boyfriend like she can see straight into his soul. "They used to do it at uni." Victoria explains to the rest of us. "People would bet money they couldn't guess which card the other was holding. But we always did." Simone gloats. "Yep, our winning paid for many a pint in the student union bar." Dom agrees. He looks around, his handsome face suddenly boyish. "Who's in?" "I bet all my matches it's bullshit." Felix drops his matches in the middle of the table, as does Willow. Barney shakes his head and pours himself another finger of whiskey. Simone's gaze turns to me. "Well, Amber, what do you think? Can I read Dom's mind?" I sweep my matches from the edge of the table into the palm of my hand. "No, I think you're bluffing, because they must be, mustn't they? Mind reading is about as legit as clairvoyancy, or summoning the recently departed. Gran used to believe in all that superstitious claptrap. She even used to pay a local clairvoyant money we could ill afford for readings every couple of months. Psychic Sue didn't tell her anything she hadn't already gleaned from the photos on our mantelpiece or the tidbits of information Gran had let slip. Psychic Sue told Gran she had a nurturing aura and that she'd faced obstacles in her past that had tested her to breaking point. Everyone on our estate knew I lived with her because my mum was an alkie. Psychic Sue didn't divulge anything useful, like that week's winning lottery numbers or the first horse to cross the line in the Grand National. Nor did she warn Gran she'd die in her sleep on the eve of her 70th birthday. "Okay, let's do this." Simone holds out her hands and Dominic takes them. They both close their eyes. "It's just showmanship. I know it is. So why is the roof of my mouth suddenly dry?" I take a sip of Coke and wait for the charade to be over. Finally, Simone releases Dominic's hands and they fall to his lap. "Queen of Spades," she says. "You sure?" Dominic asks. 100%, he nods, then turns his card over for us all to see. My heart beats a little faster. It's the Queen of Spades. Willow inhales loudly. "How did you do that?" Laughing delightedly, Simone scoops up the pile of matches in the middle of the table. "I told you, I can read Dom's mind." At this precise moment, I can too. He has the swagger of a cockerel, his chest all puffed up. He high-fives Simone. "You've still got it, babe," he jokes. Simone smiles right into his eyes, then turns to the rest of us. "Now, we've proved we're on a higher astral plane than the rest of you mere mortals. Shall we crack on with the game?" Felix puts down a pair of 7s with a shake of his head. Victoria has the 8, 9, and 10 of clubs. Willow has 2 pairs. Dominic the Queen and King of Hearts. Barney slaps his hand down in disgust. Pair of 4s. And I have 3 10s, Simone says, laying hers down with precision, that knowing smile never far from her face. Amber? I'd almost forgotten the 3 jacks in my hand. I lay them down and Dominic whistles. I don't believe it. Felix shakes his head. Way to go, Amber. Are you sure you've never played before? Victoria asks. Because you have the perfect poker face. Perhaps someone's being economical with the truth. This from Barney, who is cradling his whiskey glass as tenderly as if it were a baby bird he'd scooped up off the pavement. I promise you I haven't. It's just beginner's luck. I bet I don't do nearly so well next time. We play again, this time for real. Simone takes over the dealing, flicking out cards with the speed and skill of a glamorous croupier in a Bond movie. Felix perches on the edge of his seat, a predator scenting blood. Victoria affects an air of indifference, but her eyes are sharp and calculating. Willow scrolls through her phone, only half an eye on the game. Barney is on a losing streak. Fuck's sake, have you shuffled these cards at all? He gripes as he gazes moodily at his latest hand. Don't blame the dealer. Felix lays a 4-card flush on the table and rakes in the matchsticks cheerfully. A bad workman never blames his tools. Have you ever considered the possibility that you're just a bit shit? Barney's face darkens, and the air on the terrace seems to shift from convivial to hostile in the blink of an eye. Don't worry. Your luck's bound to change soon. Dominic soothes, ever the peacemaker. You think? The bitterness in Barney's voice is jarring. But the others seem to take it in their stride and carry on playing. Maybe he's one of those angry drunks who morph from Jekyll into Hyde after a few too many whiskeys. And he's certainly hitting the bottle tonight. His eyes are glassy, and there's a slight tremor in his right hand when he lifts his glass to his lips. Tell me, Felix, how does it feel? How does what feel, mate? Felix says with equanimity, Don't fucking patronize me, you wanker. Barney's expression turns sly, and I'm instantly on my guard. I've seen enough drunks at close quarters to know when they're about to pull out the pin on a verbal hand grenade. How does it feel seeing your wife and her ex mooning over each other like Romeo and fucking Juliet right in front of your nose? It takes a second for his words to sink in. At first, I'm confused. I didn't know Barney and Simone had a fling at university. I couldn't imagine them together if they were the last people on Earth. Him, short and angry. Her, elegant and self-contained. And then I noticed Dominic's face. It has drained of all color, and he is blinking rapidly. Barney! Victoria hisses. Barney turns to her, the picture of innocence. What's the matter? Didn't Amber know Simone and her boyfriend were the original star-crossed lovers? His words hang in the warm night air. Somewhere far below the villa, waves wash onto rocks with a monotony that would be calming if everything I thought I knew hadn't just been upended. I can feel the heat of everyone's gaze on me as they wait for a reaction. I place my glass of Coke carefully on the table next to the whiskey decanter. Of course I knew. It's common knowledge, isn't it? I smile a tight smile. Do you know what? I think I might head to bed. I'm absolutely shattered. Thank you for dinner, Simone. It was delicious. I'm halfway to the kitchen when I hear the scrape of a chair and Dominic calls after me. Amber, wait! But I need time to process Barney's revelation, so pretend I haven't heard him. Shoulders stiff, I force myself to keep walking, one foot in front of the other until I'm out of sight, one thought spiraling in my head. Why didn't he tell me? Chapter 10. Amber. I get ready for bed on autopilot, Barney's words ringing in my ears. Didn't Amber know Simone and her boyfriend were the original star-crossed lovers? No, She bloody well didn't, I think, as I squeeze toothpaste onto my brush and scrub so fiercely my gums start to bleed. I try to remember what Dominic said when he first mentioned the week in Pelagia. He described Simone as a uni mate whose room was near his in halls. They'd bonded over cheap wine and the libertines, and that was as far as it went. Only, apparently, it wasn't. All of a sudden, I recall Victoria's knowing look on the ferry from Corfu. So you've seen photos of Simone and you don't mind? I hadn't understood what she was talking about then, but I do now. And I bloody well do mind. Dominic should have told me they used to be a couple. It would have been no big deal. Everyone's entitled to a past. And he's 45, God's sake. I'd be worried if he didn't have baggage. It's the fact that he kept the relationship from me that stings. Because keeping it secret makes it bigger somehow. More significant. No matter how hard I try not to let jealousy get its claws into me, it's impossible. Dominic's lies are as sharp and shocking as the sting of a wasp. Why didn't he tell me? Why? I turn on the bedside lamp and slip into bed. It's a beautiful room. Simple, whitewashed furniture, gauzy cotton drapes, and a huge bed with an ornate carved wooden headboard. There are accents of Greek flag blue in the shutters, throws and scatter cushions, and the effect is both stylish and tasteful. Classic Simone. Another thought occurs to me. Did Dominic ask me for a coffee that day at the gym? Because I looked like her. A younger, less beautiful, less polished version, at any rate. Once the thought has wormed its way into my head, it refuses to leave. No matter how many times I tell myself that maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Dominic is partial to tall brunettes. He's allowed to have a type, isn't he? Plenty of men do. I pummel the pillows, trying to get comfy. It's no good. Every time I close my eyes, images of Dominic and Simone in bed together barge their way into my thoughts. His hand reaching out to cup her cheek tenderly. Her tongue tracing a line down his chest towards his navel. His brown eyes dark with desire as he undoes her shirt buttons one by one. Her long legs wrapped around his as he slips inside her. I cradle my head in my hands with a groan. The door clicks open and footsteps pad across the floor. I slow my breathing, feigning sleep. Dominic sits on the edge of the bed. "Hey," he says softly, smoothing my hair away from my face. "Are you awake?" I shift under the covers and stare at him blearily. His forehead is furrowed, his eyes deep pools of concern. "We were worried about you, storming off like that." I didn't storm off. I was tired and I wanted to go to bed. It's been a long day. He tilts his head, just a fraction, the way he always does when he's humoring me. "Why didn't you tell me you and Simone used to go out together?" I blurt. "You said you were just friends. We were." "I told you. Her room was on the same corridor as mine in halls. She was one of the first people I met." "So why did Barney say you were star-crossed lovers?" Dominic's jaw tightens. "Because he's a little shit-stirrer?" A sliver of hope bursts through the shadows in my mind like a shaft of sunlight through a gap in the curtains, and I cling to it. "Are you saying he was lying?" He closes his eyes briefly, then shakes his head. That bright beam of light is snuffed out like a candle. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't think it was important." "Not important." I push myself onto my elbows. "Of course it's important. You know everything about me." "That's a lie. If Dom knew all the sordid details of my past, he wouldn't have given me a second glance that day at the gym." His deep, long-suffering sigh makes me feel like a willful toddler who's refusing to eat her greens. "What do you want to know?" I hear Gran's voice in my head. "Be careful what you wish for, Amber, love." But not knowing is worse, I silently retort. "When did you get together?" I don't remember. Sometime during freshers, I think." I feel another jolt of jealousy. I was 7 the autumn Dominic started university. While he was bouncing from pub to pub during an alcohol-fueled Freshers' Week, I would have been tucked up in bed dreaming of my 2 newest obsessions, Bratz dolls and Finding Nemo. And how long did it last, this fling you had with Simone? I'm holding my breath as I wait for his answer. It'll be a week or 2, I think. A couple of months, tops. A convenient fling while they both found their feet, friends with benefits. A brief dalliance. Dominic exhales through his teeth, his breath tickling my cheek. Look, are you sure you want to know all this? I wouldn't ask if I didn't, would I? My voice jars in the carefully curated, the tasteful bedroom. We split up the summer we graduated. And there it is, Barney's verbal hand grenade exploding in my face. It wasn't a fling. It was a committed long-term relationship. 3 years. 3 years! And I knew nothing about it. Not a thing. Heat builds across my chest and travels up my neck to my face. I realize Dominic's still talking. It wasn't working. Simone took a job in Hong Kong, and I started on the graduate scheme at Deloitte. We didn't see each other for 5 years. Then she met Felix. Hannah and I used to go on double dates with them. Hannah is the long-term girlfriend Dom has told me about. They split up amicably a couple of years ago. I gave a reading at Simone's wedding. We're friends, that's it. There's nothing to get worked up about. I am not getting worked up, I huff, though we both know it's a lie. If it's ancient history, why hide it from me? I didn't. Or you did. And what was all that crap about you and Simone being able to read each other's minds? It was a trick. We worked out a system back at uni. Did you notice me flexing my knuckles? That's our tell for a queen. A tug on my right earlobe means it's a spade. That's how Simone knew I had the queen of spades. If you're confident enough, people believe you. They can't see what's going on right in front of their noses. He pauses, rubbing his 6 o'clock shadow. His tanned face looks sallow in the opaline glow of the bedside lamp. Perhaps we all want to believe in a bit of magic. Whatever the reason, everyone was always 100% convinced we were telepathic. How very cozy. Dominic's eyes narrow. He reminds me of a judge at a family court, hearing to decide whether my future lay with Mum or in care. Aquiline nose, high forehead, steely-eyed, patrician, peremptory, pompous. Don't be bitter, Amber. It really doesn't suit you. His voice, as polished as Felix's whiskey decanter, makes me bristle. And don't lie to me. I hissed back. I throw off the sheets and stomp across the bedroom to the chair I'd left my clothes on. Where are you going? Dominic asks as I pull the t-shirt over my head and haul up the crumpled linen trousers. For a walk. Now, it's not that late. It's gone 10. He runs a hand through his hair and pushes himself to his feet. I'll come with you. I don't want you to. Please, Amber. You're upset. It's dangerous to go wandering around the island alone at this time of night. I don't need my hand-holding. I grew up on the South Langley estate. I'm sure I'll be perfectly safe on Pelagia. Dominic opens his mouth, about to speak. Don't you get it? I cry. I want to be on my own. All this. I wave my arm at the pristine white walls, 400-thread Egyptian cotton sheets, and the wall art that looks like a preschooler's attempts at finger painting, but probably cost my entire year salary. It's too much. I can't breathe. Emotions play across his handsome face. Bewilderment, hurt, irritation. Irritation wins, he shrugs. Suit yourself. Fighting back tears, I pick up a cardigan, slip on my Converse, and yank open the door. Willow is standing right outside our room, her hands in the pockets of her shorts, a smirk on her face. A chill runs through me. She must have heard every word. Chapter 11. Amber, what are you doing here? I demand thickly. dropped my phone. Willow says with an insolent shrug, bending down to scoop up her iPhone, which is lying face down on the travertine tiles between us. I duck around her, almost tripping over my own feet in my haste to get away. She makes a noise somewhere between a snort and a giggle and mutters something under her breath. "What did you say?" "Nothing." The sullen look is back, the shutters down. Shaking my head, I scurry down the stairs and let myself out of the front door. I pause outside the villa, welcoming the feeling of the cool night air on my flushed skin. Voices drift over from the terrace, low and rolling. It's like the ebb and flow of the sea, the easy chatter of old friends, the occasional burst of laughter. Are they laughing at me? Rationally, I know it's unlikely. I'm barely a blip on their radar. But my encounter with Willow has made me paranoid. I stomp down the gravel drive, my hands in my pockets, half expecting Dom to come after me, full of apologies. "You're right, I should have told you about Simone, but she means nothing to me now. Nothing. You're the one I love, but it's wishful thinking. When I reach Villa Paradiso's imposing wooden gates, I'm still alone. I take out my phone and wave the torch at the pillars. On the left-hand side is a brushed steel casing, the size of an electric socket, with a button in the middle that says, "Exit." I press it and the gates swing open. I turn left, retracing the steps Dominic and I took just a couple of hours ago, a full moon guiding my way. The sea shifts and sighs in the distance, a magnetic force pulling me closer. I will sit on the beach until my head is clear, then I'll walk back to the villa and apologize to Dom for overreacting. Apologizing is what I'm best at. I've been perfecting the art since I was a kid. A memory I buried years ago resurfaces. I'm 8, sitting on a scratchy blue chair. Opposite, Mrs. Weatherall, the school counselor, picking a hole in the cuff of my jumper so I can poke my thumb through. Mrs. Weatherall is telling me it's common for the children of addicts to be people pleasers, that they often feel responsible for keeping the peace, for making everything better, that they believe being good is how you earn love. My legs swing back and forth, my heels kicking the worn gray carpet tiles, my eyes pricking with tears. I swallow hard and stare at my scuffed shoes until they go blurry. It's not your job to keep everyone happy, Amber. You mustn't feel like you have to make everything better all the time. I shuffle forwards in the chair till I'm almost crouching, like a sprinter at the starting blocks. Can I go now, please, miss? Only it's library hour after lunch, and I've promised Mrs. Dunning I'll help her. Set up, Mrs. Weatherall sighs, and the sound merges with Dominic's weary exhalation and the sough of the waves. The huffs of disappointment Mum used to give if I hadn't emptied the bin or remembered to buy milk. The sense of failure that's dogged me all my life. At home, I was a disappointment. At school, I was picked on for being a teacher's pet. At work, no, don't think about work. I stumble over a loose rock and, fleetingly, lose my balance, my arms flailing in an attempt to stop myself, face-planting on the baked ground. What's the matter with me? I can't even walk without almost falling over. I ride the wave of self-pity all the way down to the jetty. Wooden slats creak under my weight as I walk to the end and sit, legs dangling. The moon has dusted the sea with silver, and when I look up, it is to discover a canopy of stars, brighter and more thickly scattered than you ever see in London's light-polluted skies. Far across the water, the lights on Thalassia sparkle in the darkness, almost as tiny as the stars, and just as far out of reach. I feel as small and exposed as I did that day in Mrs. Weatherall's office. Dominic's duplicity has blindsided me. That, and the possessive way Simone talks about him. Never mind the smirk on Willow's face as she loitered outside our room, eavesdropping, This place could be paradise. So why do I wish I was at home in my shabby shared house in London with a Netflix rom-com on the telly and a box of Maltesers on my lap? I don't belong here with Dominic's rich, privileged friends. People with mud-splattered Range Rovers and second homes, plummy voices and investment portfolios. People who have staff and swimming pools think nothing of flying wine over from wherever the hell Navarra is. Their pampered, protected lives are a world away from mine. These people are not my people. But if that's true, what does it mean for me and Dom? Chapter 12. Amber. Dominic is waiting for me when I finally return to our room, worry etched on his face. Thank God. I was about to send out a search party. He takes my elbow and guides me to the bed, then sits beside me and clasps my hands in his. He begins to trace circles on my wrist with his thumb, and even though I'm bracing myself not to react, I can't ignore the fizz of pleasure rippling through me. I'm so sorry, Angel. You're absolutely right. I should have told you about me and Simone, he says, blowing all the wind out of my sails. On the walk back up to the villa, I'd decided I'd be aloof when I saw him, morally superior to him and his pathetic attempt to obfuscate the truth about his affair with Simone. This almost abject apology knocks me sideways. I stare at him, my mouth slightly open. It was unforgivable, I can see that now, and I totally get why you're upset. I'm an idiot. A total, insensitive, bloody idiot. My only defense is that it was 25 years ago. As far as I'm concerned, it's ancient history. It's you I love. I blink. We've been dating for almost 8 months, and this is the first time either of us has used the L word. My heart beats a little faster. Say something, Amber, please. I'm dying here. I'm sorry, too. I completely overreacted. The apology pours out of me instinctively. After all, it's my default setting. I've been apologizing my whole life. I squeeze Dom's hands back. It's none of my business who you did or didn't go out with before me. Now is what matters. It is, he smiles. You and me, us. Simone doesn't matter. Not anymore. It seems an odd thing for him to say, but I let it go. Because he's staring into my eyes with such passion that I can't think about anything else. Then I remember the way I stormed off earlier, and my shoulders droop. Anyone with half a brain cell would have seen my flimsy excuse, that I was tired. What's the matter? Dom asks. I've made a complete fool of myself in front of your friends, haven't I? They'll probably think I'm some pathetic drama queen, disappearing like that. They won't. Promise? I promise. He has my hand to his lips and drops the lightest of kisses on my fingers. So, am I forgiven? The anxiety melts away and I nod, relieved. Dom loves me. This ridiculously handsome, thoughtful man loves me. The warm feeling that spreads through me from my head to my toes is delicious, addictive. Are you sure? He checks. Oh, Dom, I say, hooking my arms around his neck and snuggling up against him. You don't even have to ask. I tilt my head and kiss him deeply, my hands in his hair, my back arched against him. Fuck, you turn me on, he whispers. In one fluid movement, he pulls my top over my head. Smiling lazily, he drinks me in. You are perfect, Angel. Absolutely perfect. Why, thank you, sir. I dip my head demurely. Then, with a shameless smile, I unclip my bra and step out of my trousers. Holding his gaze, I undo the buttons on his shirt, one by one. He groans as I slip a finger under his waistband. Outside, something clatters. I freeze, hairs on the back of my neck prickling. What if Willow is still lurking outside our door, listening in? What was that? I whisper. Nothing, Dom says, reaching for my waist. It was nothing. His lips graze my neck, his breath hot on my skin. For a moment, I can't tell if the shiver running through me is desire or dread. Then something inside me shifts, loosens. I tug at the zip of his trousers. Screw Willow. Screw Simone. Screw the lot of them. This is what's important. Me and Dominic right here, right now. Chapter 13. Amber. There's no sign of Dom when I wake the next morning. Just a rumpled pillow and the faintest trace of his aftershave in the air. I yawn and stretch, enjoying the feel of the sheet against my bare skin. My mind still hazy in its postcoital glow. Sex with Dom is always great, but last night it was off the scale. The kind of sex you read about in the steamy romance novels Nessa loves. Intense, erotic, passionate. Thinking of Nessa prompts me to reach for my phone. I want to tell her about Dominic and Simone. I want to know if she thinks I overreacted last night and ask what she would done in my shoes. I tap out a text. Hey, Ness. Got time for a chat? 3 dots take just a few seconds to appear. Not right now, honey. I'm at work and you know what Rob's like. He'll give me the heave-ho if he so much as sees me near my phone. My stomach swoops at the mention of Rob's name. No worries. Maybe we can talk tonight? Course. I'll call you later, yeah? Love you, X, I smile. Nessa isn't just my best friend. She's the closest thing to family I have. I tell her I love her too, and haul myself out of bed and into the shower. 20 minutes later, standing in front of the full-length mirror, wondering if the vibrant maxi dress I bought in John Lewis makes me look stylish or like a ship in full sail. The shop assistant assured me the bright and breezy yellow and orange print suited me, though under the harsh Mediterranean light, I suspect I just look sallow. But I've already ripped off the tag, so I can't take it back. Besides, it feels like something Simone and Victoria would wear, and as Gran used to say, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. I pin my hair up, carefully apply eyeliner and mascara, and a slick of tinted lip gloss, pop my sunglasses on top of my head, and head out of the room, following the smell of fresh coffee. Felix is downstairs in the kitchen, battling with a chrome Gaggia coffee machine that has more dials and buttons than the dashboard of your average family saloon. He clouts it with his right hand, as if he's clipping someone round the ear, then lets out a stream of expletives. Need any help? I offer. He turns round. Maria's the only one who knows how to work the blasted thing, but it's her day off. He sounds aggrieved, like he can't quite believe housekeeper doesn't work 24/7. Let me have a look. What would you like? An espresso, please. I pretend to study the buttons and dials, even though I know exactly how the Gaggia works. There was an older version of this model in the cafe I used to waitress in after I left college. I take an espresso cup from the shelf above the machine, hit a couple of buttons, and moments later, dark liquid starts dripping into the cup. Look at that, a perfect crema, Felix says. A girl with many talents, eh? As I pass him the coffee, his fingers brush mine and I freeze. He takes a sip and sighs appreciatively. There's no awkwardness, no embarrassment. Perhaps I imagined it. Even better than Maria's, he declares. Want a job? I jerk my head towards him. Sorry, do you want a job here? His eyes gleam. I can see you in a maid's uniform, sorry. That's probably terribly inappropriate. Don't cancel me, will you? He guffaws, and I force myself to smile back, even though the urge to punch him squarely in his pudgy, self-satisfied face is overpowering. Thanks, but I have a job. Ah, yes. You're a call girl, aren't you? I remember Dominic telling me. He is positively leering now, and I take a step backwards, connecting with the worktop behind me with a thump. I work in a call center, I say tightly. He holds his hands up, palms out, and snickers. Just my little joke. I cross the kitchen and run myself a glass of water, not because I'm thirsty, but to put some distance between us. Where are the others? Vix dragged Barney on a run. Willow's still in bed. Dom's down by the pool, and I have no idea where my lovely wife is. Probably on a work Zoom call. She's desperate to prove to the partners at her law firm that she's never off duty in the hope they'll finally let her into the all-boys club. Which is ironic, because she has bigger balls than the rest of them put together. He laughs again, and I find myself wondering how a woman like Simone, a clearly intelligent, independent woman, could end up with a misogynistic, brash dinosaur like Felix. I might go and find Dom. I give Felix a wide berth and scuttle out of the kitchen, emerging onto the wide terrace where we ate last night. Below, the infinity pool glitters in the sun. On the far side of the terrace near the shallow end are a couple of smart cream parasols and a row of teak sun loungers. Beyond them is one of those fancy cabana beds you sometimes see on Instagram. Its curtains drawn. Dom's deck shoes are lined up neatly on the limestone flagstones beside it. I drift towards the daybed, a secret smile playing on my lips at the prospect of a stolen kiss behind the gauzy drapes. But a peal of girlish laughter stops me in my tracks. Someone else is in the daybed with Dom. I creep closer, holding my breath. Someone in a plunging black swimsuit that leaves little to the imagination. Her blood-red toenails give her away. It's Simone. Chapter 14. Amber. My stomach lurches so hard, I think I might actually be sick. My instinct is to flee before they see me. I am glued to the spot by a morbid curiosity to find out what exactly is going on inside that daybed. I don't have to wait long. Careful! You'll stain the cushions, Simone shrieks. Dom's voice low and husky. Do you want me to do this or not? I asked you to, didn't I? It's no use asking Felix. He never does it properly. Then keep still, Dominic tuts. Simone groans with pleasure. Another wave of nausea washes over me. This is torture. There you go. All done. And I've put some factor 50 on that mole on your shoulder. You're a star, Dom. Thank you. My face flushes. Factor 50. Dominic and Simone aren't making mad, passionate love in there. Dominic is applying sun cream. That'll teach me to jump to conclusions. I clear my throat. Hey, you two. I've just been wrestling with the Gadgia and I won. Want a coffee? Dominic appears first, a bottle of Ombre Solaire in his hand. A flat white would be lovely. I'll come with you. Simone steps elegantly down from the daybed. Her halter-neck swimsuit showcases her taut, slim figure. Though we share the same thick, dark hair, I have my grandmother's milky Irish coloring, whereas Simone has naturally olive skin. Cat-like eyes widen slightly as she takes in my maxi dress. Wow, you're making me feel distinctly underdressed. I should have said we only dress for dinner. She laughs, and the sound sets my teeth on edge. Do you want a coffee or not? It comes out sharper than I intended, and I catch Simone and Dominic sharing a look. A cappuccino, please. You're an absolute angel. Thank you. Everything okay? Dominic asks as we walk back to the kitchen. You seem a little tense. Should I tell him I don't like the way Felix makes me feel? The way his eyes rove over me as if I'm a piece of meat there for the taking? Even if I do, what's Dom going to do about it? Felix is one of his oldest friends. We're staying here as his guests. It's not like we can book ourselves into a hotel down the road. There aren't any hotels on the island. There aren't even any proper roads, dirt tracks. The remoteness of the place presses down on me. I'm fine, I say shortly, just a bit tired. As I remember, you were the one keeping me up all night. Grinning, he pulls me close. I keep getting flashbacks, he whispers in my ear. Fancy a repeat performance later? As usual, he knows exactly the right thing to say. If you behave yourself, I grin back, then frown. Does this dress suit me? He takes a step back and narrows his eyes appraisingly. It's very colorful. I knew it. I wail. It looks terrible, doesn't it? It's fine, though I prefer you with nothing on. Below us, an engine starts up, coughing and spluttering like a seasoned smoker. What the hell is that? Dom says. We peer over the edge of the terrace. A huge yellow digger is lumbering across the building site below. In the daylight, I can see what was hidden by the dark last night. A stack of what look like giant sugar cubes perched on a dusty promontory. They are piled 3 high and defy gravity, cantilevered terraces, jutting out from every story, even to my untrained eye, some feat of engineering. Surrounding the sugar cubes are associated mounds of rubble and soil, builders' pallets piled with stone, tiles and timber, and a variety of vehicles, from dusty pickup trucks to a small crane. 6 men in high-vis jackets and yellow hard hats scurry about like worker ants, periodically calling out to each other in Greek. As we watch, Digger stops, lowers its bucket, and gouges out a long rectangular hole that looks alarmingly like a grave. Must be the swimming pool, Dom guesses. Look, you can see where they've marked it out. Felix is not going to be happy. It's twice the size of his, and they're going to have much better views of the bay. I try to hide my glee. No matter how rich or successful you are, there's always going to be someone with more money, more clout. Below, the digger is whipping up a storm of dust as it continues to carve earth out, the parched ground. The commotion is enough to attract the attention of Felix, who storms out of the villa, his face puce. What the fuck? He fumes, joining us at the edge of the terrace. His eyes bulge as he takes in the scene below. Right, that's it. I've had enough. I'm going down there to give them a piece of my mind. Is that a good idea? Dom asks. I couldn't give a flying fuck. I'll get work stopped on that bloody eyesore if it's the last thing I do. Look at the size of it. Villa Olympus, my arse. The man's a fucking narcissist. He stalks off, his shoulders tight, and his fists clenched by his side. Do you want that coffee? I ask Dom, making to leave. Are you kidding? I'm staying here to watch the fireworks. Simone, he yells. Felix is about to lose his shit with the builders. She appears from the direction of the sunlungers, tying a crochet black coverall around her waist. Her lips thin when she sees her husband stride onto the site. He'll give himself a stroke if he's not careful. The doctor's already told him his blood pressure's too high. She sounds more irritated than concerned. Below, Felix is gesticulating angrily to a guy with a white hard hat. It must be the foreman. He's shaking his head and pointing to his clipboard, but this does nothing to appease Felix. Snatches of the one-sided conversation float up the hill. Sounds like a fucking jet engine. Can't hear myself think. The whole bloody villa is shaking, and don't get me started on the dust. Not supposed to. Start before 9. I don't care what he says. You can tell your fucking boss I'll have him for breach of planning consent. In the meantime, I'll slap a noise abatement order on the lot of you. See you in court! What's going on? I turn to see Willow, barefoot and still in her pajamas, her hair mussy with sleep. Your father's throwing his weight around again, Simone informs her. What do you mean? Willow leans over the low wall, her eyes widening when she sees Felix squaring up to the beleaguered foreman. As we watch, 2 workmen drift over, planting themselves either side of him, arms folded like silent sentries. He's reminding the poor man how terribly important he is. Oh, and he's threatening to take legal action to stop the building work because it's inconveniencing his holiday. Felix and the guy are now nose to nose. You need to stop him, Willow cries. He's going to get hurt. He's big enough and ugly enough to look after himself. Simone throws her husband a dismissive look, then addresses me, as if I'm the hired help. "Bring my coffee to the daybed, would you, Amber? No sugar. I'm sweet enough as it is." With that, she gleeds towards the loungers without a backward glance. Anger radiates off Willow. Anger and fear. Dominic must sense it too because he pats her on the shoulder and says, "It's okay, sweetie. I'll go and rescue him." She drags her hands through her tangled hair. "Thanks, Dom. Be careful," I caution. He grins. "Always. I hope Dad doesn't do anything stupid." Willow says once Dominic has gone. I look sidelong at her. She's chewing the skin around her thumb. With her bed hair and her face free of the heavy eye makeup she was wearing last night, she looks a lot younger than her 17 years. And even though she's been spiky to me from the moment I arrived, I feel a stirring of sympathy towards her. "You know Dom. He's the voice of reason," I say. "Your dad'll be fine." Willow sucks in her breath, considering me. Her face hardens. "What the fuck would you know?" She spits. "You shouldn't even be here." Chapter 15. Willow. God, I hate her. I hate her with every fiber of my being. If only she knew just how deep my loathing was, she'd never sleep at night. Ever again. Simone's such a bloody princess, and the way Dad panders to her drives me crazy. I should be his focus, not her. But, oh no, I rarely get a look in, and when his attention does briefly drift towards me, it's to pick fault with my clothes, or my exam results, or, these days, my politics. It wasn't always like this. When I was little, he used to call me his best girl. He would tell anyone who'd listen how I was learning to play Beethoven's Für Elise, or how I'd been chosen as Mary in the school's nativity, or how I could already speak a few words of Mandarin. I know how bourgeois and middle class this sounds. Blame my parents. At 5, I had no say in the matter, nor any social conscience. I was more interested in My Little Pony. It's hard to know which came first, Simone's arrival in our lives or my parents' divorce. Even Mum, who had a lead role in this fucked-up family drama, isn't 100% sure. According to Dad, he enlisted the services of Simone's law firm after he'd asked Mum for a separation because they were drifting apart, if you ask me. Which no one ever does. I'd bet money Simone crawled out of the woodwork first, and she's the real reason they drifted apart. Even though the wicked stepmother has known me since I was 9, she doesn't really know me. I'm an irritant, like an annoying toddler or a mosquito. She puts up with me because she has to. Sometimes, in front of her friends, she pretends to take an interest in what I'm up to, but she doesn't care. Not really. I'm not sure she cares about Dad either, if I'm honest. If she did, she wouldn't have left it to Dom to rescue him from the building site, would she? She'd have marched down there and dragged him back herself. And Dad needs to chill, or I swear he's going to give himself a coronary. It's all bullshit anyway. According to Mum, Dad rode roughshod over the Greek planning laws when he built this place. I was only 10 at the time, so when Mum said he greased the palm of the local planning guy, I pictured the greasy pole they had every year at our school's summer fair. I know what it means now. He basically bribed someone to let him build Villa Paradiso. Not only that, in building this place, he ruined the view of the next house up the hill, Maria's parents' farmhouse. They complained to the Greek planning guy at the time, but his palm was so well greased by his dad that he totally ignored their complaint. Maria's mum used to be our housekeeper, but when she retired a few years ago, Maria took her place. Simone thinks she's a great boss. I've seen Maria's expression when she asks her to pop down to the harbor, at least a half-hour walk each way, because she fancies lobster for dinner or that friends from London are arriving for a flying visit, and can Maria make up the guest rooms, like yesterday? And that expression is pure contempt. Maria does not enjoy being Dad and Simone's skivvy, and I don't blame her. As for Victoria and Barney, don't get me started. Victoria is chief executive of a homeless charity. A charity for the homeless, not one that literally doesn't have a home. Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? How jolly public-spirited of her. What would you say if you knew she was paid a 6-figure salary while the people she's supposed to be helping are still sleeping on the street? It's not right. Barney's no better. According to Mum, he pledged a huge wad of cash towards an appeal to build a new sports hall at his kids' school, and they went ahead with the plans on the strength of his promised donation. But when the time came to put his hands in his pockets, they were, you guessed it, empty. And now the school's saddled with a half-finished sports hall and no money. Hard to feel too much sympathy for a fee-paying school, but still, it just proves you can't trust a word that comes out of his mouth. A bunch of smug, overprivileged hypocrites, the lot of them, all except Dom. He's the only one who ever asks me how school's going and which universities I'm applying to. And he listens properly, like he's genuinely interested, you know? Not like Dad's indifference and the wicked stepmother's faux concern. I have a confession. I used to have a bit of a crush on Dom, like when I was about 15. Can you blame me? For an old guy, he's pretty hot. He's definitely got the Jake Gyllenhaal vibe going on, sexy as. And boys my age are such losers. All they're interested in is gaming or sending you dick pics. I'm totally over it now. Even so, I wish Dad or Simone had warned me Dom was bringing a girlfriend. The first I knew about it was when she turned up with him last night. Not gonna lie, stung a bit seeing them together, all lovey-dovey. Yeah. Anyway, Amber's not what I expected at all. Nothing like the identikit women Dom's brought to Pelagia before. Trustafarians and nepo babies who've never done a day's work in their lives, yet swan around draped in sexy little Stella McCartney and Victoria Beckham numbers, insulated from the real world by their wealth and daddy's connections. Nope. Amber wears crumpled trousers, works in a call center, and sounds like she could have a bit part in EastEnders. Harsh, but true. It's totally cringe the way she's trying so hard to fit in. She's desperate for everyone's approval. The fact is, she's so out of her depth, she's in danger of drowning. So, lucky me. I get to spend the week with a load of olds who are either morally bankrupt, elitist pricks, or just plain lame. Dad let me skive off school to come. I'm not sure why I said yes, to be honest. Suppose I thought it'd be cool to get a suntan. Besides, being here feels like I have a front row seat on some messed up survival show where only the toughest will make it out alive. Don't mind me. I'm just here with my popcorn, waiting to see who gets picked off first. Chapter 16. Amber. Felix is still incandescent with rage when he returns to the villa with Dom. A few minutes later, that bastard's going to wish he'd never showed his face in Pelagia, he rants. No one's stealing my views. No one. As for the size of that swimming pool, anyone'd think he's hosting the next fucking Olympics. Dom catches my eye and we both stifle a smile, even though I'm still a little bruised by Willow's outburst. It makes sense now. It's obvious she has a crush on Dom. Of course, she's not going to be happy I'm here. She disappeared back into the villa shortly afterwards, her slight shoulders hunched, concern about Felix apparently forgotten. Victoria and Barney return from their run, red-faced and sweaty, and head inside to shower. Felix stomps after them, still muttering under his breath. What are the plans for lunch? Dom asks Simone. As it's Our day off, we've booked a table at one of the tavernas in Agios Nikolaos. It's the little fishing village on the west of the island, she explains to me. Small but very pretty. Felix loves their moussaka, and Dom and I usually share a seafood platter. We can either do 2 trips in the buggy or walk. We'll walk, shall we, Dom? I slide my arm around his waist, irritated by Simone's proprietorial manner. They might have had a fling at university, but he has my boyfriend now. Okay, so maybe it was more than a fling, but still. Just for a second, her eyes narrow, then she smiles. Do you know what? I might join you. God knows I could use the exercise. I'm piling on the pounds thanks to Maria's huge portions. I feel another flicker of irritation. Firstly, because, thanks to her cutaway swimsuit, it's obvious Simone doesn't have even an ounce of fat on her lithe body. Secondly, why blame poor Maria? It's hardly her fault. Lastly, I was hoping to spend some time alone with Dominic. I don't want his ex tagging along. Sounds like a plan, Dom says warmly, and I smile and agree, even though I'm seething inside. Ordinarily, I'd have loved the walk across the island. It's everything I imagined Greece would be and more. Almond and fig trees, ropes of deep pink bougainvillea, rows of vines like the furrows on a newly plowed field, and ancient, gnarly olive groves. Donkeys and goats are tethered under wizened trees, and bushes are bent double by the wind. And everywhere, scent of warm herbs and the chirp of cicadas. We pass a handful of small stone buildings. Farmhouses mostly, Simone explains. The locals eke out a living from the olives and vines, though tourism is catching them up. One of the big Greek hotel chains is reported to be sniffing around looking for sites, but so far they haven't found anything. Thank God. The last thing we want is the place overrun with rampaging British chavs on package holidays. Can you imagine? There'll be Irish bars and fish and chip shops springing up everywhere. You're here, I want to say. Why should you and Felix be the only people who get to enjoy this beautiful island? What gives you the right to build a sodding great villa on one of the prettiest parts of Pelagia and leave it standing empty for most of the year? I bite the words back before they have a chance to pour out of me, because one thing I'm learning about my privileged hosts is that it's one rule for them and another for the rest of us. And if you don't like it, you can lump it. Want to see the lighthouse? Simone asks, stopping by a track that forks off to the right. It's the perfect Insta spot. Dominic and I nod, and we follow her along the stony path which soon starts to climb up through scrubby bush. The sun is high in the sky, and beads of perspiration drip between my breasts and shoulder blades. There's a sheen of sweat on Dominic's forehead, too. Simone looks as cool and unruffled as if she's just stepped out of an air-conditioned room. The track swerves to the left, and suddenly, the lighthouse is towering over us, as tall and slender as a Doric column. It's not manned anymore, Simone says, stepping up to the lighthouse and laying her hand on the creamy stone. A huge diamond on her ring finger glitters in the sun. It was automated about 30 years ago. So it's still used, I ask. It is. The rocks under these cliffs are treacherous. Apparently, you can see the lights up to 12 nautical miles away. She pulls her phone from the pocket of her shorts. We should do a selfie. Actually, Amber, can you do the honors? No problem, I say, jaw clenched. Simone tucks her arm into Dom's. As I step back to make sure they're both in shot, Simone laughs. Careful! You don't want to get too close to the edge. I turn automatically, and my stomach flips. The sight of an almost sheer drop onto the rocks below is vertigo-inducing. Something moves in my peripheral vision, and I take a single step closer, my legs planted hip-width apart for stability. Look, there's a goat, I exclaim, pointing to where a white goat is tearing leaves from a bush on a narrow ledge about 10 feet below us. Simone is unimpressed. There are hundreds of goats on Pelagia. Maria's mother once told me there were 10 to every person on the island, but I suppose they're not exactly a common sight in, where is it you live again? Catford. Her mouth turns down in a moue of distaste. Catford. Exactly. We should make a move. It's almost 12. Wait, I say, whipping my own phone out. Can you take a picture of me and Dom? I grab Dominic and turn on my most sparkling smile for the camera. Simone takes a couple of photos and hands me the phone back. We should do one of the three of us, too, I say graciously, determined to be the better woman. I hold the camera at arm's length and snap away, then examine the screen, pleased with the results. Dom's in the middle, an arm around us both. With her mahogany hair and heart-shaped face, Simone could be my older sister. A rose between two thorns, Dom jokes. Simone bats him playfully on the arm. I scroll through the photos Simone took of Dom and me. They are blurry and so badly framed that in the last one she's cut me out altogether. I have a feeling it wasn't accidental. But why would she be so petty when she must know I'd see what she'd done? My heart skips a beat as the truth hits me. She doesn't care if I do. Chapter 17. Amber. The others are already halfway down their first bottle of wine when we arrive at the restaurant, hot and dusty, half an hour later. Place looks like somewhere you'd see on the Greek Tourist Board's website. A hand-painted wooden sign above the pergola reads Costa's Taverna, the letters faded by the sun. The tables are arranged under a pergola heavy with acid-green vines bearing bunches of grapes. Threaded through the vines is jasmine, the flowers like little white stars against the foliage. It's a bit basic, but the food isn't bad. Simone confides as we take our seats. I drink in the blue and white checked tablecloths, the candles in jam jars, and the carafes of wine. I love it. It's so Greek, I declare, and Dom squeezes my shoulder and laughs. You're such a cheap date. We flick through the faux leather menus, and before long a waiter, a guy in his early 70s, with a tea towel slung over one shoulder, and a car, salesman's smile, appears at our table, his pen poised over his pad. I can recommend today's special. Red mullet, straight off the boat this morning. Sounds perfect, Dom says. Thank you, Costas. Simone pouts. You're not sharing a platter with me. He shakes his head. I'm not especially hungry. I'll share with you. Victoria offers stuffed peppers for me. No cheese, Willow says, handing Costas her menu. Felix and Barney both choose the red mullet, and then Costas turns to me. I clear my throat. Aina souvlaki parakalo. You speak Greek, yes, he says, beaming. Blushing, I pinch my thumb and forefinger together. Monoligo. I didn't know you spoke the lingo. Dom says, impressed. I really don't. I just thought it would be nice to learn a few words, so I downloaded Duolingo. Why bother when there's Google Translate? Besides, most Greeks speak English, Victoria says in that snooty voice of hers. Willow wades in. Jesus, just because English is a global language doesn't mean we shouldn't try to learn other people's. Victoria. She draws out the name until it sounds like an insult. Trust you to think the world revolves around you. Willow. Simone snaps. That's quite enough. I'm just saying it like it is. Willow says sulkily. Well, don't. Simone looks to Felix for backup, but he's too busy chatting up a waitress, half his age, to pay her any attention. Oh, for God's sake, she mutters under her breath. When do you hear if you've made partner? Dominic asks her, smoothly changing the subject. What? Oh, they're meeting to discuss it next week. You're a shoo-in, aren't you? Barney tips his glass towards Simone. His eyes are already ever so slightly glazed. Unless they find these skeletons in the cupboard, eh, Simone? They're a bunch of buttoned-up reactionaries to a man. I have to be whiter than white. If I had any skeletons, which I don't, by the way, she adds, glaring at Barney, I'd be sent packing. They wouldn't countenance even the faintest whiff of a scandal. Let's hope they deliver the goods, Dom says. Simone raises her glass and clinks it against his. I'll drink to that. Costas brings our food and conversation lulls while we eat. The souvlaki is delicious. The chicken, seasoned with lemon and oregano, melts in my mouth. The tzatziki is cool, fresh, and creamy. I'm chewing the last corner of pita when Victoria asks, "So, where did you go to university, Amber?" Oh, I didn't. All eyes turned towards me and I redden again. Not many did from my year. It wasn't that kind of school. I don't mention the fact that Mrs. Frederick, my A-level English teacher, had begged me to consider at least filling in the UCAS form, but how could I when Gran needed me? You could apply for one of the London universities, Amber, she'd said. UCL or Royal Holloway. You could live at home then. Like all my teachers, she knew my situation. For one heady, fleeting moment, I'd pictured myself in a cavernous university library, a pile of classics on the desk in front of me, sticking arty posters on the wall of my student digs, dissecting the works of the Brontes and Jane Austen with my fellow English undergrads. It was out of the question. We were already on the breadline, surviving on Gran's state pension, and my child, Benefit, couldn't afford to rack up thousands of pounds in student debt. I needed a job. You missed out. University was the happiest 3 years of my life. Simone's gaze is fixed on Dominic as she says this, and I feel another flash of anger. Not just because she's so brazen about their relationship, but that I'm judged as somehow inferior to her. Because I don't have a degree. A childish part of me wants to stick my thumb on my nose and wiggle my fingers at her like a kid in the playground. Instead, I say, actually, I've just enrolled in the Open University. I'm starting a degree in social work in October. Once again, I feel the heat of everyone's gaze. You didn't tell me, Dom says. It sounds like an accusation. I was going to. I only just found out I got on the course. Social work? Victoria says. She's looking down her nose at me, as if I've just announced I'm starting a Ponzi scheme. God, why on earth would you want to do a job like that? You're the head of a charity for the homeless, aren't you? Willow says. I'd have thought you might understand. Though maybe not. Willow, Simone warns. It's fine. Victoria gives a tight smile and folds her hands in her lap. Why do you want to be a social worker? Barney asks. There must be easier ways to make a living. I hesitate. I could trot out the pat answer that I want to help empower people, make a difference, challenge injustice. Or I could tell them the truth. But how would Dominic react if I did tell them, warts and all? I think of all the ways I've tried to fit in with Dom and his privileged friends. Spending money I don't have on clothes I thought would look the part, learning a few scraps of Greek to impress, biting my tongue at some of their outrageously entitled opinions. Despite all that, the truth burns a hole in me. I'm over pretending to be someone I'm not, and if Dominic doesn't like it, then maybe that's his lookout. My mother was an addict. The words are out before I can change my mind. Someone gasps. I think it's Victoria, but I can't stop now, so I plow on. Alcohol was Mum's drug of choice, though she was happy to pop anything when she was wasted. I was 3 when she went to prison for the first time. She served 6 months for stealing 2 bottles of gin from our local co-op. It wasn't her first offense. I have everyone's attention now. Dominic's eyes are soft. Victoria and Barney could catch flies. Felix and Willow are also transfixed. The only expression I can't read is Simone's. I was taken into foster care until she was released. But she was back inside a few months later. I spent the next 4 years being shunted between home and various foster families. Dominic frowns. I thought you lived with your gran. I did, from the age of 7. Not long after Mum went into hospital with advanced liver disease. I closed my eyes briefly, remembering the wail of the sirens as the ambulance pulled up outside our block of flats. It wasn't an unusual noise. They attended all the time for drug overdoses, heart attacks, or falls. This time it was different because it was here for my mum. I held hands with my social worker, Lisa, as the paramedics carefully lifted Mum onto the stretcher. Her face was yellow, as if she'd just been on holiday to Turkey, like my friend Chloe, and an oxygen mask was clamped to her face. Once she'd gone, Lisa helped me pack a Tesco carrier bag with clothes, my favorite teddy, and a couple of books. "Who's this, Amber?" she said, pointing to a creased photo in my sock drawer. "That's me and my granny when I was a baby." "Your granny?" Lisa's forehead was all scrunched like she was thinking hard. "When did you last see her?" "Can't remember." "Can I bring Yasmin?" I reached for the Bratz doll Steve, Mum's boyfriend at the time, had given me for Christmas. Stolen, probably, because he'd never done a day's work in his life. "Of course you can, sweetie. But I thought your granny was in heaven. That's what your mummy told us." "Don't think so." I put Yasmin in the carrier bag, and as an afterthought, slipped the photo in, too. "Mum says they don't speak anymore 'cause Granny's an interfering old bitch." "Right," Lisa said. "You finish packing. I need to make a quick call. The waiter arrives to clear our plates. I wait until he's gone, then continue. When Mum died, my social worker, Lisa, tracked my grandmother down. It sounds crazy, but she still lived on the other side of our estate. Social services had never thought to check because Mum always told anyone who came to the house that Gran was dead and she was my only next of kin. If it hadn't been for Lisa, I'd have ended up in care, and I will never forget that. So, yeah, that's why I want to become a social worker." I smile brightly. "And why you never drink?" Simone guesses. I nod. "Why? Are you worried you'll become an alkie like your mum?" Willow's eyes are burning with curiosity. "I mean, like, if she had an addictive personality, you'll have inherited one too." "Not necessarily," Simone says. "Before I have a chance to answer." "It's true. You can inherit addiction genes from your parents, but environmental factors play a part too." Simone's right, Victoria agrees. And when genetic risk factors are combined with environmental factors, such as childhood trauma or mental health issues, people are at a greater risk of developing an addiction, whether it be Class A drugs, alcohol, or gambling. She says this with authority. I guess her charity must help rehouse a lot of addicts. Trust my luck to marry a woman who's addicted to work and not sex. Felix says sorrowfully. Yush, Dad. Too much information. Willow cries, pretending to vomit. It lightens the atmosphere, and when Costas returns to take our orders for dessert, the conversation has moved on to the plans for tonight's barbecue. I'm glad to slip out of the spotlight, though when I look up from my baklava, I catch Simone's watching me, a strange expression on her face. At first, I think it's compassion, and I wonder if she might finally ease up on me now she knows about my dysfunctional childhood. Then I realize I've seen that look before, countless times on the faces of teachers, foster parents, social workers. I grip the edge of the table so hard my knuckles lock like a vice. That's not compassion. It's not even sympathy. She pities me. Chapter 18. Victoria. Barney's drunk again. Bloody Felix doesn't help, plying him with his best whiskey and announcing it's wine o'clock at 11 in the morning. Sometimes I wonder if Felix tops up Barney's glass so religiously to stop him picking his brain about investment opportunities. I'm probably reading too much into it. It's the way Felix is and always has been. A bit too eager to share his largesse. Is it because he's genuinely generous, or does he want to remind everyone just how filthy rich he is? I've known Felix for over a decade, and the jury's still out. My phone pings on the buggy ride back to Villa Paradiso. A frisson of fear races down my spine, and I grip the leatherette seat tightly. Barney must hear it too, because he turns to me with bloodshot eyes. Aren't you going to check that? I attempt a breezy look. Later. I told you, I'm trying to have a digital detox. I'm doing no such thing. He's so pissed he'll never remember. What if it's your mother? Something could have happened to one of the kids. She wouldn't have sent a text if something had happened. She'd have phoned. It'll be someone from work who's forgotten I'm away. It's about time they realized I'm not at their beck and call 24/7. The problem is, that place would implode if I wasn't there, holding everything together. Falling into my familiar rant about my staff and how they take advantage of. Me is as comfortable as slipping into fleece-lined slippers after a day in heels. It also has the added benefit of taking my mind, albeit briefly, off the malicious texts I've been getting. The first was a month ago. One line from an unknown number. "I know what you did," I replied. Of course I did, even though I knew it was a mistake. Who is this? Radio silence. I'm not stupid. I have a first-class economics degree from Durham, one of the top universities in the country. For Chris' sakes, I know how people's minds work. This person clearly wanted to mess with my head. The next text came just as I was bundling the kids into the car for the school run 2 days later. Don't think you're going to get away with it. I was determined not to reply, keen to give them a taste of their own medicine. Everyone knows flames need oxygen to flare. I was never much good at self-restraint. I was the child who unwrapped my Christmas presents in 15 minutes flat, demolished all my Easter eggs before breakfast. I caved. Get away with what? Just tell me what I'm supposed to have done. Only if you say please. I gritted my teeth and typed a reply. Please tell me what I'm supposed to have done. While I waited for an answer, I racked my brain, trying to remember all my past misdemeanors, perceived or otherwise. But where to start? School? Uni? The half a dozen charities I've worked at since I graduated? I'm nearly 45. I've made a few mistakes along the way. Who hasn't? Boys I two-timed at school. School friends I dropped when I went to university. People at work I made redundant. None of them my finest hour, surely to God not serious enough to spark a hate campaign. Because that's what it feels like. I've been singled out, and someone, who, God damn it, playing with me, torturing me, like a cat plays with a mouse. And I've always hated cats. Fickle, aloof creatures. Narcissists dressed in a fur coat and whiskers. Dogs are so much more straightforward. Loyal, affectionate, wanting to please. Given the choice, I'll always choose Team Dog. I dug out my old school and uni photos, looking for faces that might spark a memory of a transgression on my part. I even asked for the personnel files of everyone I've sacked since I took on the role of chief executive at the Anchorway Trust. One name leapt out at me. Neil Bennett, an intense young man I dismissed after a complaint from my head of outreach. Niall had given his phone number to a couple of homeless teenage girls. When I summoned him to my office, he claimed it was in case they needed help outside Anchorway's core opening hours. It was misguided, Niall, I told him. Misguided and a clear breach of our safeguarding responsibilities. Your actions crossed professional boundaries, which we simply cannot allow. I'm afraid we're going to have to let you go." The vehemence of Niall's reaction caught me by surprise. He'd leapt to his feet, railing that Anchorway cared more about rules and regulations than it did about the young people it claimed to serve. You need a pretty thick skin to survive boarding school. Yet even I was shaken by his belligerence. The evangelical glint in his eye. I tried to find him online, but he wasn't on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or X. He didn't even have a profile on LinkedIn. People his age live their lives on social media. The fact that Niall Bennett had no digital footprint was a glaring red flag. It had to be him. I spent a couple of days debating whether or not to go to the police with my suspicions. But almost as if he knew I was onto him, the messages dried up, and for a couple of blissful weeks, I told myself they must have been from a random bot on a fishing exercise, and they'd moved on after some other poor sop had taken the bait. I should be so lucky. I was filling a glass of water from the dispenser in the fridge one rainy Thursday afternoon when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I assumed it was Barney announcing he was going to be late home from work again. I was wrong. Hypocrisy noun. The practice of claiming to have higher standards or more noble beliefs than you actually live by. I dropped the glass of water on the slate floor. It shattered, shards flying everywhere, and as I hurried over to the cupboard under the sink to find the dustpan and brush, I stood on a piece. The stinging pain in my heel was nothing compared to the kernel of dread unfurling in the pit of my stomach. Though I might not know for sure who was sending the texts, I now had a pretty good idea what they meant, and I had a horrible feeling my tormentor wasn't about to stop. Not until they'd destroyed me. Chapter 19. Willow. Amber's mum wasn't just a lush, she was a convicted criminal. Talk about a plot twist. Didn't see that coming. Don't think anyone did, especially Dom. He looked like someone had just tapped him on the shoulder and told him his winning lottery ticket was counterfeit. As juicy as her revelation was, I couldn't help admiring Amber for telling us. It would have been so easy for her to keep it on the down low. She must have known she'd be judged, especially by uber snobs like Simone and Victoria. Barney's a pompous prick, too. I can just imagine the bitching sesh they'll be having the moment they get the chance. I pick up my phone and scroll idly through my Instagram and TikTok feeds. I check my messages, reply to a few, and ping off some more. I'm debating whether to stay in my room and watch Netflix or head down to the pool to grab some rays when my door flies open, and the wicked stepmother storms in. Outraged, I shriek. Do you mind? I could have been getting changed. Well, you're clearly not. Simone's hands are on her hips, her eyes narrowed. Where are my Tiffany earrings? What Tiffany earrings? The ones your father gave me to wear at our wedding. They're not in my jewelry box. I assume you've borrowed them? Why would I want to borrow anything of yours? I try to sound as scathing as possible, but Simone just gives an angry shake of her head. Don't make me laugh. What about my black Louboutin biker boots? She's got me there and she knows it. Yes, I did borrow her precious bloody Louboutins for a party, and yes, I was sick over them, and she had to sell them because she couldn't get rid of the smell, but I sure as hell haven't touched her earrings. Okay, apart from the boots. Why would I want to borrow your Tiffany earrings? Give me some credit. Your father's lost his Rolex, too. He's always losing his Rolex, I point out. She sighs because she knows it's true. Well, if you see either my earrings or your father's watch, perhaps you can let me know. Her gaze flickers over my shoulder to the clothes on the bed, coffee cups on the bedside cabinets, and the makeup and toiletries strewn over the dressing table. And in the meantime, clear this mess up, Christ's sake. You're 17, Willow. You can't expect Maria to clean up after you forever. Simone turns on her heels and flounces out, leaving me seething. Firstly, what gives her to right to barge into my room without knocking, like she owns the place? Fact. She doesn't. Dad does. I've seen the deeds. Secondly, accusing me of nicking her earrings. Please. They might have cost over 10 grand. They look like something you'd buy on QVC on a Saturday night after too many glasses of wine. I wouldn't be seen dead in them. Not unless I was auditioning for a part in Real Housewives, anyway. And then the Maria thing. She's the one who treats Maria like her personal skivvy, not me. I don't know why I'm surprised. It's classic Simone twisting the truth to suit her narrative. Even so, I spend 10 minutes shoving clothes under the bed and sweeping the clutter on the dressing table into the top drawer. Not because she told me to, because I like proving her wrong. It's tiny as acts of defiance go, but I'm playing the long game. I have a surprise up my sleeve for my wicked stepmother. A big, juicy surprise that'll knock the self-satisfied smile off her face once and for all. I pull on my bikini and sarong, grab my phone and my Kindle, and head down to the pool with a spring in my step. Reaching an empty sun lounger, I shade my eyes and look back up the steps. Villa Paradiso looks as pretty as a postcard. The blue shuttered windows, the lipstick pink bougainvillea, the white walls shimmering in the heat. I snap a pic for my Instagram and caption it, "A little slice of Grecian heaven." It might look like some kind of perfect idyll. Only I know the cracks are already showing. Not long now before everything comes crashing down. Chapter 20. Victoria. I wait until I'm in our bedroom before I take out my phone. Barney fell asleep on one of the sun loungers down by the pool. Not long after we arrived, back from the taverna. When I left him, he was lying on his back, his mouth open, snoring. In books, characters snore gently. Not Barney. His snores are like a high-speed train going through a very long tunnel. They slowly build to a crescendo, followed by a blissful moment of silence, and then he snorts so violently that sometimes I wonder if he's about to choke. He never does. More's the pity. When the children were little, I sent him to the GP who diagnosed mild sleep apnea and suggested he lose a stone and try some nasal strips. But dieting isn't Barney's thing, and the strips, which came unstuck in the middle of the night, were as much use as a chocolate fire guard. I tried earplugs. They offered little protection from the rhythmic rumbling. I resorted to kicking him in the shin or jabbing him in the ribs with a pointy elbow. Over the years, even that stopped working. At the end of my tether one night, I banished him to the spare room, and that's where he slept ever since. I've never told anyone about our sleeping arrangements. Not that we're the only people opting for separate beds. There's even a term for it now. Sleep divorce. It's been made cool by millennials. It's nothing new. If you believe the papers, the late Queen and Prince Philip slept apart, and if it was good enough for them. Now, I'm glad Barney's sleeping off the booze he necked at lunch. It gives me a chance to check my phone and see my tormentor's next move, because that's how I view them. They're the aggressor, launching an offensive against me, unwarranted and unprovoked. My hands tremble as I unlock the home screen. I open the latest message, heart thudding in my chest, and stare at the screen in confusion, unsure why I've been sent a screenshot of the Daily Tribune, one of the biggest tabloids in the country. I shudder. I can't help myself. I only read the Telegraph or the Times. Very occasionally, I'll pick up a copy of The Observer to show I'm liberal-minded, though I rarely make it past the opinion pages. The Tribune, whose tacky tagline claims it's the voice of the people, is, however, a red top whose whole raison d'etre is to dish up the dirt on public figures. It's the type of paper that probably hacked phones back in the day, but now relies on checkbook journalism to expose the transgressions and peccadillos of celebrities and politicians, benefit cheats and love rats. No scandal too small. Paper professes to take the moral high ground while digging about in the gutter for the kind of stories that make your toes curl. I wouldn't use it to light our log burner. I frown and reach for my reading glasses. Why is someone sending me a story from the Tribune? I peer at the screen and my breath catches in my throat. It's not a story. It's the paper's contacts page. At the Daily Tribune, we're always on the hunt for the juiciest exclusives. We pay top rates for celebrity slip-ups, scandals in high places, shocking betrayals, or just the kind of stories that'll get Britain talking. Pick up the phone and talk to our news desk today. Don't worry about the bill. We'll ring you straight back. There's a caption under the screenshot from my tormentor which reads, "To phone or not to phone, that is the question." What would you do in my shoes, Victoria? I throw my iPhone on the bed with a howl of frustration. Who the hell is behind the messages? Up until now, the threats have been nebulous, without substance, vague warnings that I've done something wrong, and I've been found out. But there's no mistaking the intention now. They're going to go to the papers with the story they think they have. If they have a problem with me, why don't they confront me face to face? I know why, of course. It's because by hiding their identity, they can stalk and harass me without consequences. They'll never have to look me in the eye, never have to witness the distress they're causing. The anonymity isn't just cowardly, it's insidious. It makes me suspect everyone, even my oldest friends. At lunch, I caught myself staring at Dominic and Simone, wondering if either or both of them sent the messages to get a rise out of me. It wouldn't be the first time. Once, during our second year at university, the pair of them took every scrap of furniture from my room in our shared student house, every poster on the walls, every book on the shelves. They even unscrewed the goddamn shelves. I eventually saw the funny side after a few drinks in the student union bar, but that was a harmless prank. This is cruel. I grab my phone and begin typing before I can talk myself out of it. Is it money you want? 2 blue ticks and a reply appear seconds later. People like you think you can solve everything with money, don't you? Sorry to disappoint, Victoria, but we're not doing this for money, doing it for retribution. The phone slips out of my clammy hands and lands on the marble floor with a clatter. I bend down stiffly, as if I've aged 20 years in as many minutes, and scoop it up. Jagged lines score the screen. Normally, I'd be furious with myself for being so careless. But today, a broken phone screen is the least of my worries. Someone is trying to destroy me. I have my suspicions why, but the more important question continues to evade me. Who? Chapter 21. Amber. The afternoon heat seeps into my pores as I lie on a sun lounger next to Dominic. According to the garden thermometer on the side of the pool house, it's almost 40 degrees. I would rather stay in the shade. Barney and Felix have nabbed the only parasols. Instead, I lie as still as possible, imagining I am a wax candle, slowly melting into a puddle on my stripy beach towel. Sweat beads on my collarbones and pools between my breasts. I flick it away, then raise myself onto my elbows. Dom and Barney are both asleep. I watch them for a while. Barney, as pallid and doughy as Dom is ripped and tanned, is snoring. the rhythmic sound drowning out the baseline rumbling of the cicadas and the bees, buzzing around a row of lavender-filled terracotta pots on the far side of the terrace. Dom naps like he sleeps in bed, one arm tucked under his head, the other flung out to his side. Part of me, the part that craves reassurance, quite like to crawl onto the sun lounger next to him and snuggle into the crook of his arm. But it's too hot for snuggling. It's too hot for anything. Victoria and Willow both disappeared inside when we arrived back at the villa after lunch. Simone is in the daybed, noise-canceling headphones on, listening to some classical music or a podcast about overachievers, probably. Felix is perched on a lounger nearest the pool, doing the Times crossword. He must sense me watching him, because he looks up from the paper and stares back for a moment, his expression hidden by his sunglasses. Then he breaks into a smile and gives me a little wave. Feeling slightly silly, I wave back. I pick up the book Nessa, pressed into my hands the day before I left for Greece, and, for something to do, scan the blurb on the back. It's a domestic thriller about a childless woman who wakes up with a hangover one morning to find a baby in her house. I put the book back down. It's too hot even to read. The pool sparkles in the sun, cool and inviting. I'd swim, but I have the beginnings of a headache, telltale dull throbbing between my temples. Suddenly, craving the air conditioning in our bedroom, I gather my phone, sun hat and book, and scramble up from the lounger. "Where are you off to?" Felix says, making me jump as he appears beside me. I glance down at Dominic, but he's still asleep. "Just going inside for a little lie down." I pull a face. "Got a bit of a headache." "You poor thing." He taps the side of his nose conspiratorially. "We'll blame the sun, not the wine we had at lunch, eh?" I could remind him I didn't have any wine, but don't have the energy. Instead, I smile briefly. "Will you tell Dom where I am when he wakes up?" He gives a little bow. "Your wish is my command, Amber dear." I nod my thanks and trail past the pool to the French doors that lead into the kitchen, helping myself to a glass of water from the dispenser on the door of the fridge on the way. In our room, I flick on the aircon, sink onto the bed, and roll the cold glass across my brow until it is slick with a mixture of condensation and perspiration. It's not long before the AC kicks in. The cold air against my bare skin feels delicious. There's a knock at the door, and for a moment, I hope it's Dom. He wouldn't be knocking on the door of his own room. I snatch up the t-shirt lying in a crumpled heap at the end of the bed and pull it on over my bikini top. "Come in." Felix pokes his head round the door. "I've brought you some painkillers and a glass of water. They're prescription-strength cocodamol. My GP gave them to me when I slipped a disc last year. They'll kick your headache into touch. I don't know why, but I feel wrong-footed. I guess I didn't have Felix down as the caring type. That's really kind, thank you. I'm feeling a lot better now. I just needed to get out of the sun." "Understood. I'll leave them with you just in case, shall I?" He sets both the pills and glass on the dressing table, but instead of leaving, perches on Dominic's side of the bed. "How are you finding Villa Paradiso?" he asks, his eyes lingering a little too long on my bare legs, making me wish I'd had time to throw on some shorts. "It's beautiful. Thank you so much for inviting me," he smiles. "The pleasure is all mine, I can assure you." Right. I rub my hands together as if I'm about to wrap up a business meeting that has overrun. He doesn't take the hint. Instead, he pats the bed. "Come and sit down. I want to hear all about your degree. It's commendable to want to better yourself after everything you've been through." When I make no move to join him, he continues, "The problem is, Amber, the world is not a level playing field. People like Barney and Dominic don't realize just how lucky they are. They take their private schools, plummy accents, and family money for granted. Did you know I grew up on a council estate in Lewisham? I left school without a qualification to my name. Everyone thought I was a waste of space. My first job was lugging bricks on a building site. Now I own half of Wapping. He puffs out his chest. That showed the bastards who made this mistake of doubting me. He stands, and I hold my breath, praying he's about to leave. He doesn't. Course. Simone likes to gloss over my humble beginnings. He takes a step towards me. But you and me, Amber, we're the same. I sensed it the moment we met. Two people from the wrong side of the tracks who want to make a better life for themselves. Am I right? He is so close to me now that I can smell the garlic on his breath. Instinctively, I jam my hands in my armpits to stop them shaking. Protect myself. I've been here before. Memories of hot breath in my face push their way into my head. Hands on my neck, my waist, my breasts. I can't breathe. I need to get out of this room, but I am frozen. Felix is still talking. I watch his lips moving, but I don't hear what he says. My mind is in another room with another man on another day. Felix swims in and out of focus. The ground shifts under my feet. The last thing I see before my vision tunnels into a pinprick is him reaching for me, arms outstretched like a zombie in a horror film. Then the world goes black. Chapter 22. Amber. Amber. Amber, can you hear me? Oh my God, is she all right? What the hell happened, Felix? I brought her up some painkillers because she said she had a headache. We were just talking when her eyes rolled back in her head. Next thing, she went down like a ton of bricks. Did she hit her head? I caught her just in time. Thank God. Amber, it's Dominic. Can you hear me, Angel? She's out cold, Dom. Must be the heat. Or the wine? She didn't have any wine, Simone. She doesn't drink. Yeah, you heard what she said at lunch. Her mum was an alkie. Willow, not now. Make yourself useful and get a damp flannel. No, look, I think she's coming round. I swear her eyelids just fluttered. Hey, baby, it's Dom. Can you hear me? I prise open my eyes. Four faces slowly swim into focus above me. Dominic, Simone, Felix, and Willow. Willow, would you pass me that cushion? Willow's face disappears, then returns. Dominic cups the back of my head in his palm, eases a cushion underneath, then takes my hand and squeezes it in his. You gave us quite a fright. What happened? I don't remember. Instinctively, I reach down, flinching when I touch bare flesh. Dom must sense my distress as he barks at Simone. Get a sheet, will you? She whips a sheet from the bed and he lays it over me. You fainted. Sunstroke, probably. Lucky Felix was here to catch you. Lucky. I struggle to stand, but Dominic lays a hand on my shoulder. Stay there for a bit, just until your head stops spinning. He glances up at the others. It's okay. I'll take it from here, if you're sure. Felix's face looms over me again and I snap my eyes shut. I'm sure. We need to give her some space. I'll shout if I need anything. Shoes slap on the marble floor and the door swishes shut. Only then do I open my eyes again. Dom is gazing at me tenderly. Still dizzy? I'm fine. Shall we get you into bed? Please. He helps me up and into the bed, arranging pillows behind me and handing me a glass of water, like I'm an invalid. Just sips, he cautions, smoothing my hair away from my face. What happened? I ask again, because I'm struggling to sort facts from fiction. According to Felix, you came inside because you had a headache. He brought you up some painkillers, and you fainted. He made sure you were safe and came straight down to tell me. According to Felix. I close my eyes and try to piece together my fragmented memories. I do remember Felix knocking on the door with cocotamol and a glass of water. I remember him sitting on the bed, talking, something about how similar we were. I know I wanted him to leave. I can still feel echoes of the visceral fear his proximity stirred in me. Was I overreacting? Because the more I think about it, the more innocuous it sounds. I had a headache. Felix brought me painkillers. I fainted. He went to get help. End of. Dom's hair is tousled and worry lines fan out across his forehead. I give him a bleary smile. Nessa always said you were a keeper. Dominic charmed Nessa's socks off the first time they met, bowing to her Stasi style, grilling good-naturedly before insisting on offering for our meal. Afterwards, she dragged me into the restaurant toilets, eyes sparkling. OMG, Amber, you've hit the bloody jackpot. Not only is he posh, loaded, and drop-dead gorgeous, he's also nice. You're a jammy sod, you really are. I know, right? So what on earth is he doing with me? Nessa's expression turned serious. Are you kidding me? Take a look in the mirror, girl. You're hot as fuck. He'd be mad not to be crazy about you. She linked her arm in mine. You're beautiful. Remember that. And that was the problem. When I looked in the mirror, I saw my 13-year-old self, a skinny, socially awkward, spotty kid with train track braces and NHS glasses who lived with her sick gran on the 14th floor of a tower block in the middle of a notorious South London estate. Nessa has excellent taste, Dom says, straightening my sheet. Why don't you have a nap? I'll only be by the pool if you need me. Okay, but Dom? I'm so sorry, he frowns, genuinely confused. Sorry for what? Being a nuisance. His face breaks into a smile. You couldn't be a nuisance if you tried. He drops a kiss on my forehead, smooths my hair one last time, and leaves the room, shutting the door quietly behind him. Even though I'm exhausted, sleep won't come. My thoughts loop and spiral, memories tangling with misrememberings until I can't tell one from the other. I tell myself Felix is harmless. I don't believe it. Not really. He makes me want to fold myself up so small I disappear, a feeling I've learnt not to ignore. Different creep. Same old story. Chapter 23. Amber. 2 months before. Rob, Harvey, my line manager at the unimaginatively named Cavity Wall Solutions, is the kind of man you probably wouldn't notice if you walked past him in the street. Single and in his early 40s, he is wholly unremarkable. Everything about him is gray, his cheap suit, his tie, his thinning hair. There's even a grayish tinge to his pallor. He told me during my interview that he'd worked at CWS since he left school, like it was something to be proud of. After barely glancing at my CV and asking a couple of perfunctory questions about my last job in telesales, he offered me a position on the spot. I couldn't believe my luck. And if, when we shook hands, he held mine a little too long for comfort, I brushed any givings I had aside. This was steady work close to home, and Nessa had started working there the year before. Besides, I needed the money. It was in my second week at CWS that I noticed Rob's tendency to stand a little too closely to people by the water cooler or brush up against them as he sauntered through the office. When I say people, I mean women. It was a standing joke among us that you only ventured into the small photocopying room on the ground floor when you knew he was either on the phone or in a meeting. A joke that, when you think about it, wasn't very funny at all. Perhaps we should have complained to HR, or at least called him out for his creepy behavior, but no one ever did, because in the cramped offices of CWS, he was leader of his own little kingdom, and no one dared to question him. During my first appraisal, I sat with my hands clasped in my lap and tried to focus as Rob listed my shortcomings. Sloppy timekeeping, terrible call times, a low conversion rate. But my customer satisfaction rates are the highest in the team. I countered, and it was true. Apart from Nessa, talking to customers was the only good bit about the job. And they enjoyed chatting as much as I did. Your call times are twice as long as everyone else's, and your satisfaction rates are meaningless if you're not selling anything. You're not meeting your targets, Amber. Something needs to change, or I'm going to have to let you go. I sat up straighter in the chair and assured him I would pull my socks up. Socks? Surely you can do better than that. I felt the heat of his gaze as his eyes roved over me. Maybe if you wore stockings, we wouldn't need to be having this conversation. He shuffled the papers on his desk, suddenly businesslike. Now run along. Some of us have work to do. We'll have a catch-up in a month. Make sure you're hitting your targets by then, please, or there'll be consequences. I naively assumed he was talking about closer monitoring of my calls or perhaps more training. I had no idea what he really meant. I found out to my cost on Good Friday. Not that there was anything good about it. We only had a skeleton team working because, according to Rob, people's focus wasn't on their cavity walls at Easter. No shit, Sherlock. Nessa had gone home to Manchester to spend the long weekend with her parents. She'd invited me too, but I was skint and CWS paid time and a half on bank holidays. I'd been surprised when Rob turned up at work, if I'm honest, but there he was, in his office, as we cold-called unsuspecting members of the public, who were about as likely to sign up for cavity wall insulation as they were to fly to the moon. Rob disappeared for lunch just after noon, and I half hoped he'd decide to take the afternoon off, because the atmosphere was so much more relaxed when he wasn't around. But at 2:30 he reappeared, and at 2:45 he summoned me to his office. "Good luck," muttered Denise from the booth next to mine. He spent the last couple of hours in the pub, if the fumes are anything to go by. Brilliant. I put down my headset, straightened my top, and tramped over to his office. The blinds had been pulled down, which sent a small sliver of fear through me. Though Rob was a sleaze, everyone knew he was basically harmless. One of those smarmy guys who might look but wouldn't dare touch. And there were 6 people in the call center. I'd be fine. I knocked on the door. "Come in," he cried, full of bonhomie, threw me for a second as I'd been expecting a bollocking for something or other. "You wanted me?" I did, he snickered. "I need you to have a look at the photocopier for me. The paper keeps getting stuck." I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask. I don't really know how it fet. "Oh, come on, a bright girl like you. I'm sure you can work it out." He smiled, but his eyes remained cold, and the hairs on the back of my neck bristled. I sent Denise a silent plea for help as Rob opened the door, dipped his head, and said, ingratiatingly, "Please, after you." But she was on another call, her focus on her screen, her pen tapping a tattoo on the pad of paper on her desk. Gaze darted round the room looking for anyone else whose help I could enlist, but, like Denise, they were all too busy trying to flog cavity wall insulation to notice me. I could feel Rob's gaze on my back as he followed me down the stairs to the ground floor. Because it was a bank holiday, there was no one on reception, which added to my sense of unease. But I quickened my step and told myself to get a grip. Rob wouldn't dare try anything on when there were people in the building. No one would be that stupid or that arrogant. I pushed the door to the photocopying room open with my hip and switched on the strip light. The room was small and square, tiny windows looking out on to the half-empty car park. To the left was the photocopier, a huge, ancient Xerox that had probably photocopied its fair share of body parts at drunken office parties over the years. The opposite wall was taken up with floor-to-ceiling cupboards filled with stationery. Rob nodded at the red light blinking on the control panel of the photocopier. The error light's on. I think that means a piece of paper's jammed? I bent down to check the tiny display screen. I'm really not sure how to fix it. You'd have been better off asking Tom or Philip. I didn't want to ask Tom or Philip, he said silkily. I wanted you. What? Chapter 24. Twire, Victoria. We're not doing this for money. We're doing it for retribution. The words swirl around my head for the rest of the day as I join the others by the pool, pick up my Kindle, and pretend to read. My thoughts are all over the place. If the threats were motivated by money, at least I'd know where I stand. I could negotiate with the perpetrator, buy my way out. But they're clearly motivated by revenge, and revenge is an unpredictable beast. It's personal, non-negotiable, and totally bewildering for someone like me, conditioned to think in terms of leverage and deals, whose default response to problems is to throw money at them. They're also right. I am a hypocrite. I could blame my current situation on ignorance or naivety, but I'd be lying to myself. I've been greedy, and I've taken for granted that I'd get away with it because of my position, my status. The irony is, the higher you are, the harder you fall. Am I about to pay the price for my hubris? No matter which way I look at it, and I consider every single angle as I lie on the sunbed with my eyes closed, the glaring sunpatterns on my eyelids. Everything leads back to number 12 Claremont Crescent, Granny Aggie's house. Granny Aggie, my paternal grandmother, was a formidable woman who could silence a room with a single arched eyebrow, feared and revered in equal measure. She was the undisputed matriarch of the family, a haughty, refined dowager who wore head-to-toe tweed and judged people not by their achievements or character, but by the cut of their jib. Number 12 is a shabby Georgian townhouse in Camberwell. Both the house and the area were once beautiful, all white stucco and leafy streets, elegant and genteel. But over the years, the house and its neighbors have fallen into disrepair, chopped up into flats and bedsits, and the neighborhood has lost its gloss. I was Granny Aggie's only granddaughter, and, by far, her favorite grandchild. On the whole, Agatha disliked boys. They were loud, boisterous, and, more often than not, boorish, with few manners and even fewer things to recommend them. I, on the other hand, was a pretty, dainty child, with porcelain blue eyes, a peaches and cream complexion, and impeccable manners. Not only that, I was the only member of the family who visited number 12 with any regularity. My brothers accused me of currying favor with the old harridan. They were wrong. In Agatha, I recognized something of myself. Old-fashioned values, perhaps. Or the same flinty resolve that ran through us both. No one in the family was surprised. Agatha left me her house when she died a decade ago. It was worth over $1 million even then. Barney wanted to put it straight on the market to pay off the mortgage on our own 6-bedroom home in Surrey. But I, always the strategic thinker, was more interested in playing the long game. I wanted to be able to retire at 50, buy a farmhouse in the Dordogne or Provence, and split our time between France and the UK. I'd seen what canny property developers had done with other houses in the Crescent and estimated I'd squeeze 9 bedsits out of the 5-bedroom house. With other landlords in the area charging tenants £700 a month for a single bedsit, I was confident number 12 could generate over $70,000 a year in gross income. By the time I was 50, I'd have built up a nice little retirement fund. Felix advised me to set up a management company to keep my direct involvement under the radar, so I registered Claremont Crescent Property Holdings Limited with Company's House, enlisted the services of the cheapest building company I could find, and the conversion began. Thanks to London's housing crisis, the bedsits were snapped up within days, and I felt a certain quiet pride when the first tenants moved in. At work, I campaigned tirelessly on behalf of the homeless. At home, I ensured my beloved Granny Aggie's house was a refuge for the displaced and the desperate. Yes, there were issues with the plumbing. The walls were thin plasterboard, and the basement and ground floor suffered from rising damp. But I was giving people a roof over their heads, wasn't I? Maybe not giving. It wouldn't do to bend the truth too much. Providing. I provided 9 occupants with a place to call home. I sat back and watched the money roll in. Everything was going swimmingly until a Chi-Chi Cafe opened at one end of the street, and a high-end boutique sprang up at the other. Half a dozen homes were bought by people who proceeded to gut them and restore them to their former glory. The last straw came when a flower shop opened its doors. It meant one thing. The area was in the grip of regentrification. It didn't take long for Barney to cotton on. I shouldn't have been surprised when, behind my back, he asked an estate agent to value number 12. He phoned me at work, squawking so loudly with excitement that I'd had to hold the phone away from my ear. $2.5 million, he crowed. That's what the estate agent said. 2.5 fucking million. I could picture the pound signs lighting up his eyes. You need to get it on the market, pronto, before interest rates rise again. We're sitting on a gold mine, Vic. A fucking gold mine. I was sitting on a gold mine, I silently corrected him. It was my name on the deeds and mine alone. Further, I was sole director of Claremont Crescent Property Holdings Limited, a decision that seemed prudent at the time. Maybe if I'd made Barney a company director, I might have been able to lay some of the blame for what happened next at his feet. It's too late for that. I've made my bed. Sooner or later, I'll have to lie in it. Chapter 25. Amber. 2 months before. I should have left then. I should have pushed past Rob, yanked open the door, and fled up the stairs to the safety of our office. I still don't know why I didn't. Was it out of fear, naivety, stupidity? You tell me. Instead, I pressed the release catch and lifted the top panel of that bloody photocopier. Feeling his eyes boring into my back, I peered down at the rollers and trays as looking for a scrunched-up piece of paper. Can't see anything wrong. Snapped. That panel back down and hit the reset button, mentally crossing my fingers that it would work and I could get the hell out of that claustrophobic room. The machine whirred back to life and I stepped away, jumping out of my skin when I almost collided with Rob. Sorry, I said automatically. No need to apologize. That cold smile again. It made my skin crawl. I sucked in a breath. We probably need to wait a couple of minutes. Fine by me. I'm not going anywhere. I rocked back on my heels, one eye on the door as I willed the red warning light to disappear. Rob broke the awkward silence. Do you have any plans for the weekend? My boyfriend's taking the new exhibition at the V&A tonight. And on Sunday we talked about driving down to Whitstable, fish restaurant he's been wanting to try for ages. Whitstable, eh? Rob's piggy eyes narrowed. How terribly middle class. He took a step closer to me under the pretense of checking the display screen. A blast of beery breath hit me. He was so close I could see the specks of dandruff on his black lambswool sweater. Oh dear, he said. The error lights come back on again. I had a bolt of inspiration. Tell you what, why don't you give me what needs copying? And I'll bring it up when it's done. My gaze slid down to Rob's empty hands and my stomach flipped. Of course. He didn't need anything copying. Who photocopied anything anyway these days when it was so much easier to send an email? He'd seen I'd noticed. "Try it again," he ordered. Sure. I bent back over the machine, willing the bloody thing to work. "You're not doing it properly. Here, let me show you." Suddenly, he was pressing against me, his arms around me as he fiddled with the control panel. "What are you doing?" I shrieked, pushing him away. He feigned shock, his eyes wide. "Wow, talk about an overreaction. I was just showing you how to fix the error message." "Well, don't. Come now. Amber, you know you want this as much as I do." "I've seen the way you look at me." I stared at him, bewildered. "I don't look at you like anything." He licked his lips. "I know what girls like you are like. Always up for it, aren't you?" His eyes slid down me and he took a step closer. "You're fucking asking for it, dressed like that." My gaze fell first to my fitted tee, black trousers and ballet pumps, then slid to the bulge in his trousers. The contents of my stomach went into freefall. "Rob," I made to move for the door. He caught my shoulder and spun me around to face him. "Not so fast, you dirty little tease." His voice was low, rasping. "Please, Rob." I flipped. His strength took me by surprise. He pushed me against the stationary cupboard, holding my wrists above my head with one hand while fumbling with his flies with the other. No, I don't want this," I cried. "Course you do. You little bitch." I could feel his breath in my face, his tongue pushing, probing until I was gagging, fat tears rolling down my cheeks, fear coursing through me at what might happen next. Rob drew back at the sound of a chair scraping across the floor above our heads. I could have run then. I could have wriggled out of his grasp and fled the room, but I was paralyzed. Frozen to the spot like an ice sculpture. "Where were we?" Rob growled. His hands were everywhere. In my hair, circling my buttocks, squeezing my breasts, I was breathing in sobbing gasps, my head whipping this way and that, trying to avoid his lips, his stale, beery breath. My armpits were slick with sweat, my legs as weak as spaghetti. A memory bloomed in my mind, like a glass of spilt milk on the kitchen counter. My mother, lying on the sofa, comatose, her jeans round her ankles. Guy called Steve, one of a long line of dropouts and losers she'd met at the pub, on top of her, grunting and thrusting like a hairy pig. Me, standing frozen in the doorway, both repulsed and unable to tear my eyes away. The sight hadn't made much sense at the time. My 6-year-old brain just couldn't compute. It was only years later I realized what I'd seen, and I'd wondered if consent had played any part in the coupling. Or was Steve just another man who thought he could take what he wanted without a shred of regard for the woman whose life he was wrecking? Rob simultaneously reached for the zipper on my trousers and clasped a hand over my mouth. At that moment there was a rap on the door, and Denise's voice carried through. "Rob, the MD's on the phone. He wants to speak to you pronto." Rob sprang back, smoothed his hair, and straightened his tie. Then he leant forwards and whispered in my ear, "Don't even think about reporting this, because it'll be your word against mine."
"And who do you think they're going to believe?"
"You. Some two-bit slag who's only been here 5 minutes, or me." He paused at the door and looked back, his face an ugly sneer. "And that's a rhetorical question, darlin'. Keep your mouth shut and fix the fucking photocopier, or I'll have to find a reason to let you go. It's your choice." Chapter 26. Amber. The next morning, at breakfast, Barney announces that he's going to catch the sea taxi to Thalassia to visit the weekly market. We were going to spend the day at Calypso Bay, remember? Maria's making a picnic, Simone says. "You won't miss me. Besides, I have a present for the birthday girl to buy." She brightens. "In that case, you have my permission to leave. Just make sure you buy me something nice." She winks at him. "The boats usually leave on the half hour," Felix says, not looking up from his paper. "Check with Maria before you go, in case she needs anything." A look of annoyance crosses Barney's face, and I can't say I blame him. Felix's peremptory tone would put my back up too. But Felix is oblivious, and no one else seems to notice. I think of the hastily wrapped gift set from the body shop I'd bought as a birthday present for Simone and realize it's not going to cut it. "Mind if I tag along?" I ask Barney. I need to pick up a few things. Once again, irritation scores his features, then he shrugs and says, "Sure. Anyone else?" "Dom," I ask. "Want to come?" He shakes his head. "Sorry, Angel. It's far too hot to tramp round a market looking at tat. Besides, I promised I'd help Simone crunch the numbers for her partner pitch. You did." Simone grins, like she's just won a competition I didn't know I was taking part in. "No worries. I'd best go and get ready." Not usually one for public displays of affection, I decide to make an exception, leaning over and kissing Dominic, full on the lips, before pushing my chair back and strolling from the room. I stifle the urge to stop at the door and ask Simone, "Who's the winner now?" Barney and I catch the 11 o'clock sea taxi to Thalassia. Apart from the skipper, a wiry old sea dog with a thatch of white hair under a faded navy fisherman's cap. We're the only people on the boat. Barney has been monosyllabic since the moment we left the villa, which suits me just fine. I lean back in my seat and close my eyes, enjoying the feeling of the spray on my face and the dip and roll of the little boat as it putters through the waves. After half an hour, we're pulling up in Thalassia's small harbor. Just as I'm wondering if Barney's going to suggest we have lunch together, he looks at his watch and says, "Meet you back here at 2:45. "Sure." He pauses, then pulls something from his back pocket. It's a shopping list. "Don't suppose you could pick up the things Maria needs?" Okay. Of course. There are at least a dozen things on the list, and I wait for him to hand me some money to pay for it all. But he just says breezily, "Thanks. You're a star," and strides off without waiting for a reply. I watch him go, with his Fred Perry polo shirt, tailored chino shorts, and box-fresh leather deck shoes. The Ray-Bans and the Tag Heuer watch. The expensive-looking crossbody messenger bag. Would it even occur to him that a single item of his clothing would blow my entire monthly food budget? Of course it wouldn't, because he's probably never stopped to wonder how the other half live. The half who make the clothes and clean the streets and look after the sick and elderly. I give my head a little shake. It's too hot to get worked up about it. I can't change anything anyway. I haul my bag onto my shoulder, thank the boat guy, and head across the small quay to the town. The market is noisy, colorful, and teeming, with locals and tourists. I wander past stalls selling plump tomatoes and glossy red peppers, sun-bleached onions, and aubergines the color of polished amethyst. Pause at a stall selling Greek trinkets. The kind of things Dominic would probably dismiss as tat. Worry beads and hand-painted ceramics, natural sea sponges and dream catchers. I'd buy a set of pretty lapis lazuli worry beads for Nessa as a joke, because she never worries about anything. I fish the shopping list out of my pocket and scan it. 2 whole chickens, a kilo of squid, tomatoes, cucumbers, onions, feta, olive oil, a couple of loaves of bread, and some eggs and coffee. I'm hunting for a fish stall when I catch a shimmer of blue out of the corner of my eye. I turn to see a tiny stall strung with dozens of pendants, bracelet, and dream catchers, each set with concentric circles of white and cobalt blue. They are vibrant and beautiful. But I've already bought worry beads for Nessa, and I'm conscious that Maria's food shop is going to cost a small fortune. I can't afford to treat myself. Mati, says the woman behind the stall, picking a necklace from a hook and holding it towards me so it flashes in the sunlight. Very good, very powerful, Mati. I cast my mind back to my Duolingo lessons but draw a blank and shrug, about to walk away, when her arm shoots out and grabs my elbow, making me jump. It is Amulet. Will watch over you. Give you protection, yes? Protection? I frown. Against what? She glances over her shoulder, as if she's checking no one's in earshot. The evil eye. Her grip on me tightens, and I fight the urge to wriggle out of her grasp. She tuts as if I'm being deliberately obtuse. Gaze of jealous people, she hisses. People who envy you, she adds, to hit home the point. She thrusts the necklace at me. All-seeing eye will keep you safe from the evil eye. Only 10 euros. 2 for 18. Credit card is fine. It seems easier to give in. Besides, it's only 10 euros and it is pretty. And if it shields me from Simone's icy stares and Willow's dagger looks, be the best 10 euros I've ever spent. I reach for my purse and the old woman's weathered face splits into a toothy grin. 2? She asks hopefully. Just one. I fish about in my purse for a 10-euro note and she asks if I'd like the necklace gift-wrapped. It's fine, thanks. I'll wear it now. I reach behind my neck to undo the clasp of my amber necklace. My fingers scrabble at bare skin. My necklace, Gran's necklace, is gone. Chapter 27. Victoria. When I return to our room after breakfast, it is to find 3 missed calls and a voicemail notification on my phone from D, my number 2 at work. Normally, I'd bristle at being disturbed while on annual leave. But today, the sight of those missed calls sends a frisson of fear down my spine. I could consider ignoring them, but the perverse, masochistic streak in me presses play before I can talk myself out of it. Oh, hello, Victoria. It's D. Anchorway? Dee's in her late 20s, drinks matcha lattes, and talks with an upward inflection, like she's a bloody Australian, even though she's from Stoke. Sorry to bother you on your hollabobs. I close my eyes, my jaw clenched. But we have a bit of a problem. Does the name Owen Evans mean anything to you? He's trending on X at the moment. He was homeless. You've been tagged on some of the posts? I assumed he must have been one of our service users, but I can't find his name on the system. It's really strange. D pauses. Anyway, perhaps you can give me a quick call when you pick up this message. A feeling of dread lodges in my chest because the name Owen Evans does mean something to me. A sallow, socially awkward man in his early 30s. He used to be the sole tenant of the tiny basement bedsit at number 12 Claremont Crescent. The geezer never leaves the building. Shane, my maintenance guy, said with a chuckle once, not long after Owen moved in. Reckon he's agoraphobic. Either that or he's a vampire. 6'2" with a shaved head, broad shoulders, thick traps, and brawny, inked arms. Shane used to work part-time for me and part-time as a bouncer at a nightclub in Brixton. Maintenance was never his forte. He tended to attack most repairs with brute force and a sledgehammer. But I cared less about his DIY skills and more about his ability to make sure my tenants paid their rent on time. Barney always joked that Shane was my hatchet man, but frankly, I needed one. It might have been de rigueur to vilify private landlords. But no one ever stopped to consider what it was like for us. The stress of late night calls about broken boilers and ant infestations. Endless hassle with tenants who seemed to think paying rent was optional, jumping to the beck and call of a government hell-bent on using landlords as a cash cow to service the national debt. Luckily, Shane and my company accountant kept everything at arm's length, but I'm sure my gray hairs were caused by the strain of it all. Everything changed recently, when Barney finally persuaded me to sell number 12. It makes sense, Vic. You know as well as I do that the Chancellor is bleeding private landlords dry. And your tenants will soon have more rights than you do. Think what we could do with the money. We could pay off the mortgage, take that road trip around New Zealand you've always wanted to do. I could invest the rest. Only the other day, Felix was telling me he's looking for backers to fund the conversion of a Victorian warehouse in Wapping. He says we'd double our money in 18 months, I tutted. There's no way Felix is getting his grubby paws anywhere near my inheritance. You know as well as I do that the man's a shark. If we're going to invest the money, it'll be in something safe, like gilts or government bonds. I'm not gambling at all on some dodgy-as-hell scheme of Felix. It's your money, darling. Of course you must have the final word. Please think about what I've said, because the responsibility of owning number 12 is taking its toll, and I hate to see you so stressed out. You'll feel better for it, I promise. I knew he was right. The place was becoming a millstone round my neck. I was sure Granny Aggie wouldn't have minded if I sold up. So, after a couple of weeks of soul-searching, I told Shane to issue all my tenants with Section 21 eviction notices and instructed an estate agent to put number 12 on the market. I knew the area was up and coming, but even I'd been surprised when the house sold to a local architect for $10,000 over the asking price within 2 days of the for sale boards going up. Seeing the writing on the wall, my tenants gradually moved out. All except Owen Evans, socially awkward man in the basement flat. Says he has nowhere else to go. Shane told me after another failed attempt to get him out. Owen had refused Shane entry, muttering something about contacting the housing ombudsman. Following the legal route would be torturous, involving applications for possession orders and court bailiffs. I didn't have the time or the patience. We need to nip this in the bud, Shane. The last thing I need is him bleeding to the bloody papers that he's been treated unfairly. What do you suggest? The muscles in Shane's forearms bulged as he hooked his thumbs in the belt of his jeans. That depends on whether you want to follow the letter of the law or not. My jaw tightened. I just want him out, whatever it takes. I nodded grimly. Whatever it takes. I have no desire to know exactly how Shane managed to evict Owen Evans, but whatever tactics he deployed, they worked. The bedsit was empty by the time contracts were exchanged. Shane was happy with the cash sweetener I offered in lieu of redundancy, and proceeds of the sale are now sitting in a high-interest account while I decide what to do with them. Barney was, for once, right straight away. I felt as if a great weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Relieved I'd washed my hands of the whole business, I hadn't given my former tenant a second thought until now. My phone buzzes again. This time it's my mother. Mummy, are the children all right? She sounds breathless, slightly flustered. The children are fine, Victoria. I'm not calling about them. Then what are you, Fet? Have you seen the internet? She rapid fires. I'm not sure what you Fet. You're all over it. What? One of your tenants at Granny Aggie's has been found dead in the doorway of your offices. The color drains from my face. I've been fielding calls from journalists for the last hour. Daddy's just had to shut the door in the face of some chap who says he's from the Daily Tribune. He turned up at our house, Victoria. Our house, her voice is shrill. I'm sorry, I Fet. What are we supposed to do? Your father is about to lose the plot. The children are asking what on earth is going on. As for the neighbors, God only knows what they're thinking. Give me 10 minutes and I'll call you back. In the meantime, don't say anything to anyone. But what about fat? I gulp air, injecting breeziness into my voice. Don't worry, Mummy. I'm sure it's all a storm in a teacup. I end the call and stare at my phone. In the space of a few minutes, there are 5 more missed calls from Dee, and half a dozen from numbers I don't recognize. I sink onto the bed and cradle my head in my hands. Whatever this is, it's clearly less of a storm in a teacup and more of a complete fucking shit storm. Chapter 28. Amber. 2 months before. I tried to erase Rob's assault from my memory, to pretend it never happened. I had no reason to doubt his threats, and I couldn't afford to lose my job. My CV was sketchy and jobs. Even lowly telesales roles at sausage factory outfits like Cavity Wall Solutions were hard to come by. But when I closed my eyes at night, I would relive every sickening, terrifying second of it. His hand circling my wrists, his breath in my face, his eyes staring into mine, cold and blank, almost inhuman. I didn't tell Dom. I had a horrible feeling that if I did, he would turn up at work, barge into Rob's office, and beat the living daylights out of him. So when we made love, I locked the memories in a box and forced myself to stay in the moment, to enjoy the sensation of Dom's lips on mine, Dom's hands pulling me close, the warm weight of Dom's body pressing down on me. Nessa guessed something was wrong, but every time she tried to probe, however gently, I shut her down. If I admitted what happened, even to her, it would make it real. There would be decisions to make, scary decisions with far-reaching consequences, like whether to report Rob, to HR, to the police. I would have to admit to Dom that I'd lied to him, even if it was just by omission. He might see it as a betrayal, and could I blame him if he did? It seemed inconceivable in this day and age, after Me Too and the fall from grace of so many high-profile sexual predators, that there were still men like Rob, men who didn't care about consent, who were happy to abuse their positions of power without a second thought. And that was the scariest thing of all, knowing there were more like him in offices and homes the world over, men who saw women as a challenge. No, more than a challenge, a right, told over and over. It's our responsibility to stay safe, to choose the well-lit paths, to swap the short skirts for trousers, to keep our eyes on the ground when we pass a building site. So I suffered in silence, consumed by shame and guilt. Shame that I'd let it happen in the first place, and guilt that by not reporting Rob, I was giving him permission to continue with his appalling behavior. The effortless way he trapped me in that stuffy photocopying room made me pretty sure I wasn't his first victim, and that it was only a matter of time before another girl was subjected to a similar attack. I hid it well. At work, I kept my head down, did my job, and went home. Rob acted like nothing had happened, and his sheer effrontery took my breath away. If he could hide it with such ease, one thing was for sure: no one would ever believe me. Then 2 things happened. A new girl started at work. Daisy was only 19 and fresh out of college. Plump, with a halo of blonde curls, she looked like a farmer's daughter, all apple-cheeked innocence. Rob couldn't keep his eyes off her. I tried to look out for her, but it was hard when our shifts didn't always align. Then, one Friday night, a couple of weeks after Daisy started, Nessa dragged me to happy hour at the wine bar round the corner from work and, ignoring my protests, ordered me a margarita. "It's okay. I know you don't normally drink. But I'm going to force-feed you alcohol until you tell me what's wrong." She slid the glass across the table to me, took a tiny sip. There was never much point arguing with Nessa, and grimaced as the tequila hit the back of my throat. Has something happened with Dom? I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Nope. Then have I done something to upset you? I know I can be a bit of a gobshite at times, but no, I reassured her. I mean, you are a gobshite, but you haven't done anything to upset me. So what's wrong, Amber? You've had a face like a wet weekend for the last month. Something must happened. I chewed my lip. What if my worst fears came true? That Nessa downplayed the assault, or told me I shouldn't report it because I'd only be dragged through the mud. And for what? To be labeled a troublemaker for the rest of my life? I took another long sip of my margarita, hoping it might lend me some Dutch courage, locked eyes with her and said, Rob Harvey sexually assaulted me. OMG, are you all right? Yes, I said automatically, then dropped my gaze. No, not really. I knew something was up. That jumped up, pervy little prick. Her face was thunderous, indignation on my behalf fizzing from her like electricity. When? I gave her an abridged version of my ordeal. Normally, she never stopped talking. That Friday night, she listened in silence, her forehead scored by deep frown lines, until my words dried up. He didn't I shook my head. He didn't get the chance. I didn't like to dwell on what might have happened had it not been for Denise's well-timed interruption. She'd stayed with me after Rob stalked from the room and asked me if everything was all right. I told her I was fine. Everything was fine. I wasn't sure she believed me, but what could she do? I never forgave Denise for pinching the last of my hobnobs that time. She's about to get the chance to redeem herself, Nessa said. What do you mean? I'm presuming you were pretty shaken up after it happened. I remembered the tears that had drenched my face as Rob pressed himself against me and nodded. Good, Nessa said with satisfaction. Not only can Denise vouch for the fact that Rob called you down to the photocopying room, she saw you were in bits afterwards. It'll help when you report the bastard to the police. I'm not going to report him to the police. Why the hell not? Because it's my word against his, Ness. Who's going to believe me? I hate that I'm parroting Rob's words back to my best friend. But he was right. Who would believe me? No, Nessa was shaking her head. You can't let him get away with this. You just can't. At the very least, you need to report him to HR. Have you seen the way he's been drooling over that new girl? Rosie, isn't it? Daisy, I said heavily. And yes, I have. I ran my hands through my hair, pulling at the roots. But what if they don't believe me? I wailed. I can't afford to lose this job. They will, Nessa promised. And even if that bastard manages to wriggle out of it, at least you'd know you tried. All we can do.
We have to try, otherwise men like Rob will keep on getting away with it. And you know, I'll be with you every step of the way.
I knew Nessa was right, and the following Monday, I made an official complaint. Once she'd finished taking notes, Sandra Cooper, granite-faced head of HR, said the company was obliged to hold an internal investigation. What does that involve? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. We'll speak to both parties plus any witnesses, as per our internal disciplinary procedures. Her voice was neither sympathetic nor disbelieving, just perfectly neutral, which only served to ramp up my self-doubt. Will you tell the police? We're not legally obliged to unless there are safeguarding issues, for example, if the alleged victim was under 18. As you're clearly not, it's your call. And now, the internal investigation is complete, and the results are sitting in my inbox, waiting for me to open them. Only I can't, because I know in my heart that Rob Harvey will have lied through his teeth to Sandra. Probably told her I was the one who tried to seduce him, and she will believe him because he's one of the company's most senior people, whereas I, on the other hand, am totally expendable. As for Felix, maybe I did read too much into the situation. Maybe he was being genuinely thoughtful, and I let what happened with Rob taint my perspective. I have his card marked because there's no way I'm ever going to be the victim again. No bloody way. Chapter 29. Amber. My amber necklace is gone. The old woman from the Mahdi stall is staring at me like I've just picked up an axe and cleaved my own head in two. When I touch my face, I realize why. Silent tears are streaming unchecked down my cheeks. I brush them away and am about to apologize when she scuttles back behind her stall, watching me warily from behind the streams of pendants and dream catchers. Squeezing my eyes shut, I tell myself I'll have left it back at the villa, trying to ignore the spiteful little voice inside my head that says I've never forgotten it before. I pull out my phone to ask Dom to check the room. It goes straight to voicemail. I hang up without leaving a message. He'd only say I was making a fuss over nothing, even though the necklace is so much more than a gemstone on a silver chain. Apart from the few photos I have, it's my last tangible link to Gran. It's priceless. I dither by a stall selling honey and olive oil. Part of me wants to dash back to the harbor, catch the next sea taxi back to Pelagia and check the room myself. But the sensible part of me, part that recognizes how unpopular I'll be if I return to Villa Paradiso without Maria's long list of groceries, wins. I spend the next hour food shopping, trying not to balk at the prices as I hand over my credit card again and again. When I'm done, I allow myself a strong, sweet Greek coffee in a small cafe at the far end of the market, choosing a table in the shade of an olive tree. Opposite, people crowd around a bric-a-brac stall selling everything from old pine towel rails and copper pots to paintings and ceramics. I push my fears about my necklace out of my mind and soak in the atmosphere. I am sipping coffee under an olive tree in a pretty Greek harbor town. The sky is the same shade of cobalt as my new amulet necklace, and the air smells of garlic and herbs. I wonder what Gran would say if she could see me now. What Mum would say. Gran would be pleased for me, but I'm not so sure about Mum. She'd mutter something about me thinking I was better than the rest of them. Maybe she'd be right. It's a privilege to be here. I mustn't forget that. A man in a navy polo shirt and beige shorts has stopped by the stall, his back to me. I realize with a start that it's Barney. I'm about to call out a greeting, but something about the set of his shoulders stops me. He is gesticulating to the stallholder, remonstrating, almost. The stallholder shakes his head, firing off a volley of Greek too fast for me to catch. Barney shrugs and looks as if he's about to walk away when the stallholder calls him back and produces a wad of notes from his pocket. He peels off a few and offers them to Barney. After a moment's hesitation, Barney takes them. Something about his body language feels off. I'm probably reading too much into it. He must have bought something for Simone, and they were haggling about the change he was due. I'm not sure Simone's a flea market kinda gal, but Barney has known her a lot longer than me, so maybe I'm doing him a disservice. Curious to see what Barney has bought Simone, I catch the eye of the waiter to ask him for the bill. But by the time he's ambled over and I've paid, Barney's disappeared into the throng of shoppers. Just like that, I'm on my own, left with the bags of groceries and a snowballing suspicion that something fishy is going on. Chapter 30. Toward Vivaren. It doesn't take long to establish what's happened. A homeless man has been found dead in the doorway of the Anchorway Trust's offices in Kingston. According to an online story on the Daily Tribune's website, the man died of a suspected overdose. His untimely demise, the journalist pontificates, is a sad indictment of the state of the UK's housing crisis. Both the Secretary of State for Housing and the charity have been approached for comment. I turn my phone over in my hand, mentally composing my response. We at the Anchorway Trust are committed to tackling Britain's housing crisis head on. Even one homeless death is one too many. For it to happen on the doorstep of an organization dedicated to ending homelessness is devastating. I want this young man's tragic death to be a warning to government and the housing sector that more funding is desperately needed if we are to reverse the decades of neglect and our record levels of homelessness. I allow myself a small smile of satisfaction as I quickly type my response into the Notes app before I forget it. The death is tragic, but you never know, some good might come of it. Perhaps Anchorway should launch a fundraising appeal in the poor chap's memory. The public loves a sob story. The government might even find some extra funding from down the back of the Treasury's sofa. When it comes to housing charities, Anchorway is pretty small fry compared to some of the heavyweights like Shelter, Crisis, and Centerpoint. But with a larger budget, there's no reason why we can't sit at the table with the big boys. And greater exposure for the charity means greater exposure for me. The more I think about it, the more I realize that far from being a PR disaster, this could turn out to be a win-win situation. I'm so caught up in a daydream in which I'm walking up to the shiny black door of number 10 Downing Street to the sounds of clicking cameras, ahead of a meeting with the Prime Minister and Housing Secretary, that it takes a moment to remember Dee's voicemail. Does the name Owen Evans mean anything to you? My chest tightens. The homeless man who died in our office doorway couldn't be Owen Evans, could he? No. Of course he couldn't. Kingston is miles, both literally and metaphorically, from the scruffy streets of Camberwell. It'll be some other poor bastard. God knows. There are enough of them on the streets of London. I should call Dee, if only to put my mind at rest. Dee answers the call on the second ring. Oh, Victoria, thank goodness. I've been trying to get hold of you. And now you have, I say smoothly. Though I can't think what might be so important that it can't wait until I'm back in the office. God, it's awful. Dee says, as if I haven't spoken. When I arrived at work this morning, there was this homeless guy fast asleep in the doorway. I didn't know what to do, so I gave him a little shake to wake him, you know? It seemed to, bad form or something to step over him. But he was cold, stone cold, and stiff. Dee's voice cracks. He was clutching an empty bottle of pills in his hand, and they were like diazepam. I called an ambulance, even though I knew it was too late. And then the police arrived, and they've taped the whole area off like it's a crime scene. A crime scene? Everyone's having to use the fire escape. Dee sniffs. I probably should have sent them all home because everyone is so upset. I didn't know what to do for the best. It's not like there's anything in our policies and procedures on what to do if a homeless guy decides to overdose in our doorway, is there? When you left a message, you asked if the name Owen Evans meant anything to me. I know I sound clipped. I don't have the time or energy to listen to Dee's musings. That's the guy's name, Dee says. He hasn't been formally identified yet. That was the name on the bank cards in his wallet. The police asked if he was one of our service users. I looked for him on our records but couldn't find him. Yes. So you said. I drummed my fingers on the bedside table. What else do they know about him? Well, the funny thing is, I've literally just come off the phone to the police. They've just spoken to his next of kin. Apparently, Owen was a 32-year-old freelance web developer who used to live in a bedsit in Camberwell until he was kicked out by his landlord a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
He's been living rough since then. My patience is at breaking point. Are you telling me or asking me? I snap. An intake of breath. I'm telling you. The police think it might have been a cry for help, you know? Him overdosing in the doorway of a homeless charity like that? We're already getting calls from the media asking for a statement. I've drafted one. As it's so high profile, I assumed you'd want to see it first. I'll email it to you. Don't bother. I'll send you something. Thought occurs to me. You said I'd been tagged on some of the posts? Weird, right? I guess it's because you're the charity's chief exec? I'm sure you're right. I stand abruptly and stride over to the window. I'll send over our response now. Ensure every journalist who's made contact is sent a copy, and make sure it goes up on the website too. I want you to let me know of any new developments immediately. I end the call and lean my forehead against the glass. My reputation's safe for now. If anyone gets so much as a whiff of the fact that I was Owen Evans's landlord, the fallout will be nothing short of catastrophic. Like a smoker reaching for a cigarette. I open the banking app on my phone. Seeing the money from the sale of number 12 sitting in my bank account will make me feel better. It always does. Money gives you freedom, choices, security. It opens doors and improves your quality of life. It might not be terribly PC to admit it, but everything begins and ends with money. I click onto the high-interest savings account, searching for the comforting sight of my 7-figure balance. The shock, when it comes, is visceral. It travels through my veins like crystallized ice, making my heart pound and my head spin. I rub my eyes and look again, hoping I've made a mistake. There it is in black and white. The money's gone. Chapter 31. Amber. Barney lied to me. He's nowhere to be seen when I arrive on the quayside at the time we agreed to meet. Sweat running in rivulets down my back, and the heavy shopping bags almost pulling my arms out of their sockets. I shield my eyes against the harsh glare of the sun as I scour the harbor looking for his navy polo shirt and chino shorts, quintessential Englishman abroad. After a while, I give up and perch on a squat iron bollard, the bags around my feet, and wait for the sea taxi. I bought Simone a handbag in the end, a soft leather hand-stitched navy tote that cost a daddy's wages, but a belt or a purse felt a bit cheapskate. I'd be over the moon if someone gave it to me. It sure as hell beats a box of Body Shop toiletries. Barney still hasn't appeared when the sea taxi arrives just after 3. I should wait for him, but I don't want the food to spoil in the heat. So I message Dom, asking him to text Barney to let him know I've left Thalassia without him. A reply pops up halfway to Pelagia. He's already back. Angel. Arrived 10 mins ago. Hope you had fun at the Market X once again. I'm stunned at the total disregard Dominic's friends show for anyone other than themselves. Was it too much to ask for Barney to wait for me? He knew I had a load of shopping to cart back. At the very least, he could have texted Dom and let him know he'd left early, so he in turn could have told me. But no, the selfish prick hadn't given me a second thought. I'm of so little consequence to the lot of them that I might as well be invisible. My anger builds as the boat bobs towards Pelagia, and by the time the skipper pulls up alongside the jetty, I'm spitting feathers. I fire off a text to Dom. I'll just carries all this sodding shopping up the hill on my own, shall I? My temper's spiking when the message sits there, stubbornly unread. Serves them right if they all get food poisoning. I mutter as I stomp up the dusty track towards the villa, the shopping bags pinging off my shins. Sweat is pouring down my face and my armpits are damp. I stop to catch my breath under one of the old olive trees, wishing I'd thought to buy a bottle of water in Thalassia. I set off again, the amulet bouncing against my sternum, which just serves to make me crosser still. Losing my amber necklace is the last straw. As I pass the hoardings around the Villa Olympus construction site, the gates swing open and a JCB rumbles out. It's the one that was being used to dig the hole for the pool yesterday. I sneak a look through the open gates, and sure enough, there's a gaping chasm in front of the Sugar Cube Villa, all ready to be lined and tiled. My arms are on fire and my calves are cramping when I finally reach Villa Paradiso.
7 doors unlocked, and I head straight for the kitchen.
The fridge before running myself a glass of cold water and drinking it in thirsty gulps. I should probably find the others to let them know I'm back, but they can wait. I want to look for my necklace. Plus, I'm desperate to take a shower and change out of my sweaty clothes. The necklace isn't on the dressing table, nor is it on my bedside cabinet. I look under the bed and behind the bedhead. I check under the paperback Nessa lent me, and I scrabble through my makeup and wash bag. I even pull all my clothes out of the drawers in case it has snagged on a top or a scarf. As I pull the room apart looking for the necklace, my despair grows. I've worn it every day for the last 16 years, ever since Gran gave it to me on the morning of my 18th birthday. I'm assailed by a memory of her raspberry jam breath on the back of my neck as she fastened the catch for the first time. We were sitting at our tiny kitchen table, finishing our tea and toast when she produced a clumsily wrapped gift box from the pocket of her lilac, terry toweling dressing gown. I know you said no presents, but I couldn't let such a milestone go by without giving you anything. What is it? It's that new laptop you've been going on about. Bought it on the never from Gary down the pub, she said, deadpan. I caught her eye, and we both broke into a gale of giggles, because the box measured 20 centimeters by 5 centimeters, and clearly was not a laptop. I laughed until my stomach hurt and tears rolled down my cheeks. Then Gran's giggles turned into a wheezy coughing fit that had her doubled over in pain, and me sprinting to her bedroom to fetch her oxygen tank. Only when her breathing was back under control did I peel off the wrapping paper and prise open the small oblong box. The amber pendant had glowed against the navy velvet box as if lit from within. I took it out and rubbed it between my thumb and forefinger, liking the perfect smoothness of it. It's amber for my amber, Gran said, her eyes still shiny from the coughing fit. Or maybe, just maybe, my level-headed grandmother was feeling a bit emotional. It's beautiful. Thank you. I bent down to drop a kiss on her papery cheek. I shall wear it every day. 8 months later, I was standing in the crematorium as the curtains closed around her pitifully small coffin. Her poor, diseased lungs had put up a heroic fight, but they finally gave out the night before her 70th birthday. I've worn the necklace every day since, except today. I can't have lost it. I just can't. It's all I've got left of her. Chapter 32. Victoria. With a scream of pure rage, I crumpled to the floor, my phone clutched to my chest. I rock back and forth, swearing bitterly, not caring that there's no one to witness my outburst. So what if I'm being melodramatic? My money has gone, and I know exactly who's taken it. I drag the back of my hand across my face, clear my throat, and punch my husband's number into my iPhone, letting out another satisfying howl of anger when it goes straight to voicemail. Barney, what the fuck have you done with my money? I hope for your sake it's safe, because if it isn't, so help me God, I will kill you. Phone me. Now. While I wait for his call, I scroll through the list of transactions for the account. Up until a month ago, the only entries were deposits. All interest payments, all around £10,000. It's true what they say. Money goes to money. But then, over the course of 2 days, 3 weeks ago, the entire balance was wired out of the account. Now I think about it, my phone went missing for a couple of days at the end of last month. Lost without it. I was about to order a new one from the Apple Store when Barney talked me out of it, promising it would turn up. He even said a prayer to St. Anthony, the patron saint of lost things, which I thought rather sweet, especially as the phone did indeed turn up. One of the twins found it under the coffee table in the living room, which was strange because I could sworn I'd already looked there. Of course, the phone wasn't lost. Barney took it so he had access to the banking app and the one-time authorization codes the bank would have sent before they made the payments. A new level of cunning, even for him, and his duplicity is a knife gouging my heart. I click on a couple of the transactions. They're both made to FP Investments, Felix's multi-million-pound property investment company. A memory surfaces. Barney trying to persuade me to sell number 12 Claremont Crescent. Felix is looking for backers to fund the conversion of a Victorian warehouse in Wapping. I categorically told him I would never let Felix anywhere near my inheritance, but he did it anyway. Bastard. I leave another vitriolic message on Barney's phone, then march downstairs to the kitchen. I pour myself a triple gin and down it in a couple of gulps. Felix is in the pool, swimming laps. I could storm out there now and demand he return money immediately. There must be a cooling off period, surely. The thought of it sticks in my craw. I can just imagine his smug, knowing face. I pour another slug of gin into my glass instead. Confronting Felix would be a mistake. Besides, I've just remembered something else, Barney said. He says we'd double our money in 18 months. What if it is a surefire investment? As nice as $2.5 million is, $5 million would be even better. With $5 million in the bank, we'd be earning $20,000 in interest a month. $5 million would buy a sprawling country pile. Staff. What I wouldn't give to have my own Maria to cook and clean up after me, Barney and the children. Hell, we could probably even afford a villa in Greece. And if the Owen Evans story leaks, I could hire the best PR company money can buy. No, I'll bide my time for now. Maybe even sound Simone out about the Wapping conversion to see if it really is the surefire investment in Felix claims it to be. Because if it is, I could probably find it in myself to forgive Barney for taking my money. In fact, when I'm sipping a glass of champagne on the terrace of my own Greek villa, I might even thank him for it. Chapter 33. Amber. My hands are shaking as I tear through the bedclothes a second time. I've turned the room upside down looking for my necklace, upending drawers, pulling clothes from hangers and rummaging through our empty cases. The place looks like it's been ransacked by burglars. I'm feeling inside one of the pillowcases when my hand closes round a chain. I tip the pillowcase up so the necklace slithers into my hand, coiling like a snake in my palm. I close my eyes and offer up a prayer of thanks to Gran, my guardian angel. But the relief is short-lived. The necklace feels all wrong. My eyes snap open. It isn't a silver chain with an amber pendant. It's a gold locket on a chunky chain. My stomach curdles and I collapse onto the bed. I've seen it before, around Simone's neck. I prise the locket open. Who cares if I'm invading her privacy? Please let it be a wedding photo, I beg silently, even though Simone doesn't strike me as the sentimental type. It is a couple, but not Simone and Felix. The color drains from my face as I study the tiny image. Simone and a handsome, dark-haired man with crinkly eyes and a wide smile. Dominic, My boyfriend. I stare at the photo, bile rising in the back of my throat as I look for clues. It's not recent. They are on a beach. A curve of white powder sand and turquoise sea stretch like a grin behind them. Simone's dark hair is long and braided, her cheeks fuller than they are now. She's wearing a bikini, leather bracelets on her wrists, and a beaded thong necklace round her neck. Dominic is bare-chested, his eyes hidden by a pair of aviator sunglasses. Simone is pressed against him, his arm clamps her waist. Their skin is a matching butterscotch brown. The sight of them together makes me feel physically sick. I snap the locket shut, my heart pounding like I've run up 3 flights of stairs, remembering how, when I first met Dominic, I thought he was too good to be true. He was nothing like the wasters I usually dated. He didn't sleep on a mattress on a bedsit floor or live with his mum. He was solvent, reliable, and kind. He bought me flowers and took me on surprise weekends away. He was perfect, almost too perfect. For a while, I even worried he was love-bombing me, that he would turn into a controlling, gaslighting bully the minute he won my trust. So I kept a bit of myself back and waited for the catch, but it never came. Until now, Dominic told me he went traveling after his first year at university. Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Bali, all the usual stomping grounds for middle-class kids who didn't have to spend their holidays waiting tables or pulling pints. Places that might as well have been on a different planet for the young people who grew up on estates like South Langley. People like me. Simone must have gone with him on that trip. Funny how he didn't think to mention that. I ball the locket in my fist, squeezing until the clasp digs into my palm, sharp as a tack. I'm missing the point. Like it or not, Dominic and Simone used to be a couple. What does it matter that they once went traveling together when they were still at university? It might rankle, but it's ancient history. Point is, what the hell is Simone's necklace doing in our bed? The thought that Dominic has betrayed me is a punch to the gut. He's the first man I've ever truly trusted. And the prospect that he's as faithless as every other man I've ever met is almost too much to bear. I bury my head in my hands and groan. I don't know what to do. Confront them both, or keep the discovery to myself. Although deeply suspicious, it's not evidence. Simone might blame Maria for mixing the necklace up in the laundry, or claim it fell off when she was changing the sheets, even though I haven't seen her lift a finger all week. No, I will keep it to myself, for now, and I'll watch them both so closely I won't miss a damn thing. My stomach is churning as I head back down to the pool after a shower. I'm not sure what I think I'm going to find. Dominic and Simone canoodling on the daybed, cavorting in the water together. I needn't have worried. Dominic, Felix and Victoria are playing cards on the terrace. Willow is draped over a sunbed. On her phone, Barney is working his way through a bottle of red, and Simone is nowhere to be seen. "Hey, gorgeous," Dominic says, his face breaking into a smile. "Come and join us. I might just read my book, if that's okay." I clutch Nessa's paperback to my chest like a shield. "Where's Simone?" Willow looks up from her phone. In her lair, sharpening her talons or sticking pins in her favorite voodoo doll, probably. Victoria and Felix both laugh. Even Dominic's mouth twitches, and the knot inside me loosens a fraction. "Actually, I will join you for a couple of hands." I slide into the seat next to him, glad to have another chance to practice my poker face, because I can't help thinking I'm going to need it before the week is out. As Felix deals, I rest my head on Dom's shoulder. He snakes his arm round me, drawing circles with his thumb on my bare shoulder until I shiver with pleasure. Dom loves me. I should never have doubted him. There'll be a rational explanation for Simone's locket turning up in our bed. And if I accuse him of something he hasn't done, I could jeopardize everything. Chapter 34. Hello. Just before the Easter break, I had a one-to-one with Mrs. Purvis, the school's careers advisor, a harassed-looking woman who's so patently unsuited to helping people find their dream job that it would be funny if it weren't so tragic. "What do you want to do when you leave school, Willow?" she asked me in her usual weary tone. "I want to be a professional agitator," I said. She blinked. "A what?" "You know, someone who upsets the status quo, who asks the right questions, who challenges authority, and calls out the people who think they're untouchable." She smiled the exact same smile Simone employed when I announced I was going vegan, like it was a phase I was going through, and I'd soon grow out of it, thank goodness. I sat up straighter in the hard plastic chair. Don't even get me started on the evils of plastic, and held her gaze. The state the world's in right now, we need people to call out the liars, the cheats, and the hypocrites. Because if everyone just looks the other way, if everyone keeps swallowing the shit we're fed by the people in power, we're completely fucked. Mrs. P winced, but, credit to her, didn't give me a detention for swearing. Instead, she glanced at the ceiling, as if seeking inspiration, then cleared her throat and said, "Have you considered politics or investigative journalism, perhaps?" "Yeah, maybe." "Does Private Eye take interns?" That would really piss off Dad and Simone. "Oh, I'm not sure. But there's always the school newspaper if you want to get your foot in the door. I can have a word with Miss Gregory if you like." "Nah, it's all good. I'll rattle cages my own way, thanks. Are we done here?" Yes, I suppose we are." "Good." I pushed the chair back, slung my bag over my shoulder, and walked out with a spring in my step. I had a job title. I had a manifesto. Now I just needed a cause. Sitting alone in the villa's stark white living room, I think about my cause and how well it's going. It's gone midnight. Everyone else went to bed about an hour ago, and I have the place to myself. It's a relief. I'm beginning to wish I'd never come, much as I love fireworks, and there have been plenty to watch already this week. The truth is, I'd rather be at home, suntan, or no suntan. I'm making the most of the peace and quiet to wrap the wicked stepmother's birthday presents. Not that I think she deserves anything, the evil witch. Dad had a go at me when I didn't even bother to get her a card last year. I told him I didn't have any money, so he gave me 100 quid to buy her a present. I've got her a book of Sudoku puzzles, packet of Tina incontinence pants, and an expensive tub of night cream for mature skin. I've wrapped them in pages torn from the latest edition of The Socialist Worker. A nice touch, even though I do say so myself. It all came to just under 50 quid. I'll donate the rest to Greenpeace. I stick the last bit of sellotape down on the book of Sudoku and sign my name with a flourish on the sympathy card I chose for Simone. My thoughts drift to tonight's barbecue. Dad took charge of the grill, beer in hand, spending literally hours producing platefuls of charred offerings I wouldn't have given one of the stray dogs down at the harbor. No one had thought to cook anything veggie for me, so I had to make do with the Greek salad Maria had made earlier. They say teenagers are selfish. The atmosphere was off, and that's not just me overanalyzing. It was seriously sketchy. Simone had a go at Dad because he wouldn't stop ranting about the villa down the road. Barney was completely wasted. Amber looked like someone just died and barely said a word all evening. Victoria spent most of the night staring at her phone. When Barney asked what she was looking at, she claimed she was checking to see if there were any messages from their kids. Yeah, right. Even Dom wasn't his usual chatty self. Over dinner, Simone asked if anyone had seen her Tiffany earrings. The conversation went something like this. Simone: I've searched high and low for them and can't find them anywhere, Dad. You sure you haven't left them in the safe? Simone, irritated: Course I'm sure, Dom. Talking of which, did your Rolex turn up, Felix? Dad, no. But as Simone will tell you, I'm always losing things. Simone: Ain't that the truth? Watches, wives, his libido. Barney: Other people's money. Dad: Come now, Barney, don't be like that. Simone: I'm going to have a word with Maria. Me, outraged: Are you seriously saying you think she stole them? Simone: I'm not saying anything. I'll just ask her if she's seen them. Me: OMG, you think she did, don't you? Just because she works for you, you think she's a thief. You'll accuse her of pinching loo roll next. You're unbelievable, Simone. I told you. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, Barney. If I were you, I'd look a little closer to home. Me: What's that supposed to mean? Barney didn't say anything, but his gaze swiveled to Amber, who was staring at a cremated sausage on her plate, as if she wasn't sure whether she was supposed to eat it or dispose of its ashes. She must have sensed we were all watching her, because she finally looked up and said, I haven't seen your earrings, but I did find something else. Simone: Your locket? She pulled it out of the pocket of her shorts, tossed it onto the table, and announced she was going to bed. Dom, apologizing, trotted after her like the obedient little lapdog he is. Victoria: What's got into her? Barney: Guilty conscience, Dad. You don't think Amber's our thief, Barney? Well, we've never had a problem before, and how long has Maria worked here? Simone's: 5 years. Toria: It does seem rather a coincidence. What do we even know about Amber? Barney: We don't, that's the point. Simone: I didn't know she existed until Dominic announced he was bringing her. Me: You don't even know if there is a thief. The fact you've lost a pair of earrings and Dad can't find his watch doesn't mean anything. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? Talk about a kangaroo court. And you have the nerve to call yourself a lawyer. What a hypocrite. Simone: Felix, will you please tell your daughter to show me more respect? Me: Dad, will you please tell your wife to stop being a bitch? Dad: Anyone want another drink? So, yeah, just another day in paradise. Chapter 35. Amber. Door has barely clicked shut when I turn on him. I found Simone's necklace in our bed, Dominic. Our bed. What the hell was it doing there? He gapes at me like I've just announced I discovered a severed horse's head on his pillow. I genuinely don't know, Angel. Maybe it fell off when she was making it. I snort. Give me some credit. I don't suppose Simone has made a bed in her life. All right. Maybe whoever took her earrings and Felix's Rolex dropped it in here while they were searching our room. You mean Maria? He shrugs. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone. I'm just telling you it's not what you think. Simone and I are ancient history. Besides, she has Felix now. Is that a flicker of hurt crossing his face, or am I seeing what I want to see? His expression clears a moment later, and he draws me into his arms. Please, Amber, don't let jealousy ruin what we have. Yes, Simone and I have a shared history, but she's just a friend now, nothing more, all right? He moves behind me. It's us, his thumbs finding the knots at the base of my neck, working small circles into the muscles until some of the tension starts to ease away. Then he turns me round, his hands gripping my shoulders, and stares straight into my eyes. I love you, okay? I almost blurt, but there was a photo of you in the locket, but bite back the words. If Dominic knew Simone clearly still holds a torch for him, it might change everything. And that's a risk I'm not prepared to take. Wanting desperately to believe him, I let him guide me to our bed, where he undresses me slowly, tenderly, only pausing to drop feather-light kisses on my shoulder, my neck, my breasts. He undoes my shirt, button by button, and holds the Mati pendant in his hand, examining it. "That's pretty. Did you get it today?" I nod. "It's supposed to protect me from the evil eye. Funny, I've never seen you without the necklace your gran gave you." "I can't find it." My voice wobbles. "I've looked everywhere. Completely disappeared." "Poor baby." As he reaches for my hand, his eyebrows shoot up. "It's probably been stolen too. Why would anyone bother to steal it? It's hardly worth anything." Whoever took it doesn't know that, though, do they? It's too much of a coincidence. He rocks back on his heels, thinking. They must have dropped Simone's locket when they were searching our room. I told you there would be a rational explanation. I consider this and realize he's right. It does make sense. But who's stealing our stuff, Dom? I can't believe Maria would do that. Why would she risk losing her job for a watch and a few pieces of jewelry? Tiffany earrings and a Rolex worth thousands, he corrects me. He doesn't include my necklace, I notice. I've known Maria for years, and believe me, I'd hate to think it was her. But she could be in financial difficulties for all we know. Desperate people do desperate things. I know, but Feth, seriously, the older I get, the more I realize that everyone has something to hide, even the people we think we know best. Especially the people we think we know best. No one is ever who they seem. This time a shadow definitely darkens his features, but it's gone almost as quickly as it appeared, and he pulls me close and nuzzles my neck. Anyway, let's forget about it for now. I have far more important things on my mind. My body responds automatically, like it always does. I can't switch off the doubts. I used to think my boyfriend was an open book, one of those uncomplicated people who wear their heart on their sleeve. Do I still think that? I'm not sure. Chapter 36. Amber. Simone glitters as she sits at the head of the table, a glass of champagne in her hand, candlelight catching the gold locket at the base of her throat. Her glossy mahogany hair is swept up into a loose knot at the nape of her neck, tendrils framing her face. She is wearing a black silk kimono-style dress that clings to her taut figure and a slash of red lipstick. Queen of all she surveys. Once we've ordered our food, she rubs her hands together like a child at Christmas. Is it present time yet? Felix pulls a small, square, beribboned box from his jacket pocket and hands it to her with a flourish. Happy birthday, darling. I hope you like it. Simone grasps the end of the ribbon and tugs, then pulls out the contents of the box with a squeal of delight. Is this what I think it is? She says, waving a set of keys in her husband's face. It is, he says smugly. It's at home waiting for you. A brand new Range Rover Evoque in Carpathian gray. I know you love the Audi, but it's getting on a bit and a four-wheel drive is so much more practical. Yeah, for all that off-roading you do. Willow rolls her eyes. Still, at least it's not as if we're teetering on the brink of a climate catastrophe. Oh, wait, we are. She glares at her stepmother, but Simone is too busy planting a kiss on Felix's cheek to notice. It's okay. It's a hybrid, Felix tells his daughter. See? I do listen. You can give yourself a pat on the back if you want, Dad, but half measures won't save the planet. We need radical, systemic change to prevent mass extinction and rising sea levels. Darling Willow, our little ray of sunshine. What would we do without you? Simone's voice drips with dislike. Who's next? Victoria holds out a paper gift bag. Just a little something from us. Barney chose it, so blame him if it's not your thing. As Simone delves into the bag, I wonder what Barney ended up buying from the bric-a-brac stall at the market. She pulls out 3 jars of honey with a taste of Thalassia printed on the front. Lovely, she says, peering back into the bag as if she's expecting something else, brightening when Dom hands her a small, book-shaped package wrapped in expensive-looking paper. I saw it and thought of you, he tells her, leaning forwards in his seat. I watch my boyfriend gaze at Simone as she rips off the paper, trying to read him. She takes a small, hardback book from the expensive wrapping paper, eyes lighting up. "The Great Gatsby," she cries, pushing her chair back and coming over to give him a hug. Dom is smiling from ear to ear. It's not a first edition, I'm afraid. They were out of my price range. But it's a limited edition, published in the 50s and signed by the illustrator. I love it, Dom. Felix tops up his glass, his gaze tracking from Dom to Simone and back again. His eyes are narrowed as he takes a long slug of wine. What's so special about The Great Gatsby? Barney slurs. Dom and I were both reading a copy when we met in the library at uni during Freshers' Week. Simone gushes. Then we found out we lived virtually to each other in halls. I know. What are the chances? Anyway, Gatsby's sort of become our thing. They used to rent the old Robert Redford and Mia Farrow film from Blockbuster so often. I'm surprised it didn't wear out, Victoria says with an indulgent smile. Everyone falls silent as waiters arrive with our starters. I look at my plate of shiny, plump dolmades, knowing I won't manage even a mouthful. My stomach is busy tying itself in knots at all this cozy reminiscing. I studied The Great Gatsby for my GCSEs. Back then, I thought Jay Gatsby's doomed love for Daisy Buchanan was the height of romance. All those parties and mansions felt impossibly glamorous compared to life in Grand's cramped flat on the South Langley estate. But now, parallels with F. Scott Fitzgerald's tragedy drama about the rich and privileged feel less romantic and more like an omen. Across the table, Willow catches my eye, her expression, to my surprise, sympathetic. Aren't you going to open my presents? She asks Simone, passing 3 parcels wrapped in newsprint to her stepmother. I thought they'd come in handy. Now you're middle-aged, she adds, as Simone unwraps a jar of night cream, a book of Sudoku, and some tenna incontinence pants, her lips growing thinner by the minute. Felix guffaws and Willow smirks into her glass of champagne. Simone whips round to face her husband. If looks could kill, we'd be standing at his graveside as his last rites were read. I'm glad you think it's funny, Simone grouses. Oh, have a sense of humor, Christ's sake. Felix starts attacking his sardines with gusto. Simone's face is flushed, a vein throbbing in her temple. Dominic touches my arm. You have a present for Simone too, don't you? Of course. I reach down for the brown paper bag the man on the market stall gave me and pass it to Simone. I hope you like it. She pulls the soft leather handbag out and inspects it as if she's looking for a designer logo. When she doesn't find one, she drops it back into the paper bag and deposits it on the ground behind her, clearly unimpressed. Very sweet of you, Amber. I want to tell her that bag cost me an entire day's wages, that I spent almost an hour choosing something I thought she'd like. I want to tell her she's an ungrateful bitch, but I don't, of course. I apologize. I actually apologize. I'm sorry if it's not your thing. I wasn't sure what to fat. Don't be silly. I love it, Simone says. But we both know she's lying. Chapter 37. Victoria. I don't take my eyes off Barney. He's drunk, again, and becoming more belligerent as the evening wears on, taking issue with anyone who dares express an opinion, whether it be Brexit, the royal family, or the latest season of Slow Horses. I've kicked him under the table so many times. His ankles must be black and blue, but still, he won't shut up. It's a good job we're among friends, I think, as I hold my hand over my wine glass when Felix offers to refill it. I don't need any more booze tonight. I need to keep my wits about me, given the state he's in. I give him another filthy look before spearing a ring of calamari with my fork. Trust my bloody husband to ruin my mood. I've spent an enjoyable afternoon, happily planning all the ways. I'll spend our £5 million windfall, daydreaming about swimming pools and tennis courts, long-haul holidays and bolt holes in Salcombe. Hell, I even decided to treat myself to a Range Rover Evoque like Simone. One with an even higher spec, obviously. Objectively, I know Barney and I are well off compared to most people. My team at the charity, for example, many of them are still living at home with their parents, some even in their 30s and 40s, because they can't afford to rent in London. My PA, Sophie, works evenings in a bar to pay her mortgage on a flat the size of a shoebox in a shabby part of Hackney. It's easy to forget when you mix in the same circles as the super wealthy, like Felix and Simone, who always have the bigger house, the newer car, the more expensive holidays. Compared to them, what we have is never quite enough. Felix, also hammered, is enjoying winding Barney up, and I hate him for it. Doesn't he realize that friendships, even long-standing ones like ours, are often held together by the thinnest of threads? You start off at university, all thrown in at the deep end, all in the same boat, so much in common. Your friends are your family, the bonds unbreakable. But as the years pass by, you change, they change, until one day you wake up and realize that the people you once called your best friends are strangers, and you have nothing in common but anecdotes and memories. Those close friendships are now so fragile that all it might take is one cutting remark, one careless slight, the whole thing to implode. Simone heads to the ladies and Felix, bored by Barney's rant about the government's latest change to inheritance tax, turns his attention to Amber. "Have a glass of champagne," he says, brandishing the bottle at her. "Really, I'm fine with water." Felix slams the bottle on the table so hard froth flies out. "My crystal not good enough for you, eh? I'm sure it's lovely, but I know. Mum was an alcoholic, wasn't she?" He tilts his head to one side, the picture of mock concern. "But one glass won't kill you, will it? Come on, humor me. I had the stuff flown in from bloody Athens. Just one glass for Simone's big day?" Amber turns to Dominic for support. His chair is empty, too. "Fine," she says finally, "but just a small glass." Felix pours, then pauses. "Tell you what, have you ever tried a Kir Royale?" Amber shakes her head. "A Kir Virgin, my favorite." Grinning, he grabs Amber's glass, then winks. "I'll be right back." A phone buzzes. With a start, I realize it's mine. I fumble as I pick it up, and it clatters against my side plate. Barney looks up, his eyes are glassy. "Your mother?" I shake my head. "D." I scan the text, my pulse racing. Dear God, no. Police have found out who owned Owen Evans's flat. A company called Claremont Crescent Property Holdings Limited. They served him a Section 21 eviction notice, and then put the place straight on the market. I've put out a press release underlining Anchorway's stance on no-fault evictions and condemning the landlords who use them. "What does she want?" Barney slurs. "What?" I glare at him. "Nothing." I push my plate away. "Police find out I'm the sole director of Claremont Crescent Property Holdings Limited. I'm finished. My career, my reputation, ruined. No one, not even Felix, who is virtually Teflon-coated, could survive that." I catch Willow staring at me, a hint of a smile on her face. "What's so funny?" I snap. Willow points her fork at me. "You have something on your face." I stab my mouth with my napkin. my eyes widening at the scarlet stain on the white linen. At first, I assume it's lipstick, until I notice the smear of red on my finger. I've bitten right through my bottom lip. Across the table, Willow is still watching me, the faint smirk in place. I have the sudden, irrational sense she knows exactly what I've done, and, for a disconcerting moment, I wonder what her next move will be. Chapter 38. Willow. I check the time on my phone. How can it still only be 9:30? It feels like I've been sat here for days, watching Dad and his friends get progressively more pissed. Seriously, watching paint dry would be more fun. Dad rises unsteadily to his feet and taps his glass with his spoon. I'd like to propose a toast to my trouble and strife, Simone. Only joking, darlin'. He blows her a kiss, then turns back to us. I knew from the moment we met almost 15 years ago that I'd ask her to marry me. I don't think she knew she'd say yes till she clocked my bank balance. He dissolves into gales of laughter. Simone looks thunderous. I bite back a smirk. To the birthday girl, he says, raising his glass. To the birthday girl, we all chorus obediently. I can't help feeling I'm not the only one going through the motions. I catch Amber's eye and we share a small, conspiratorial smile. How's your Kir Royale? I ask. Tastes like fizzy squash, she says, frowning myopically into her glass, which I notice is mysteriously full again. I should warn you, it's one of Dad's superpowers. I point at the flute. Topping people up before they've even noticed they're empty. Noted, she says, nodding her head a little too vigorously. Her pupils are huge. Don't tell me she's pissed, too. Dad bangs his glass again. As is tradition, Dominic, Barney, and I will switch seats before dessert to give you delectable ladies a fresh piece of meat to feast your eyes on. Everyone groans, but does as he says. I end up sandwiched between Amber and Dominic, which could be worse, though Simone, typically, is monopolizing Dom, and Dad on Amber's right is firing questions about her Open University degree. 2 waiters clear our main course, returning a few minutes later with plates of sticky baklava and ice cream, spiced honey cookies, and biscotti. On the far side of the table, Victoria and Barney are having a whispered row, their faces flushed and angry-looking. Now, this is more interesting than the evil stepmother flirting with Dom and Dad, chatting up Amber. I cock my head to listen. Had enough to drink, don't you? Christ, who are you, my mother? Barney. Victoria hisses through bared teeth. Give me your glass. You're practically paralytic, and you're being a bitch. But at least in the morning I'll be sober. I tut under my breath. Who does he think he is, Winston Bloody Churchill? Right, that's it. You need to go back to the villa and sober up. Who was that texting you? Barney says, ignoring her. I told you. D. So why the guilty face? Victoria's expression is murderous. This is dynamite. I can't believe the others haven't noticed they're at loggerheads. They're all oblivious. I lean forwards, cupping my chin in my hands. Don't talk to me about guilt. Victoria snarls. When exactly were you going to tell me you'd sunk all our money into Felix's warehouse development? You'd better be ready to pull it out sharpish if we need to. Just like that, all the color drains from Barney's face, and his shoulders slump. He reminds me of my blow-up mattress when I went on our school's Duke of Edinburgh expedition. All puffed up 1 minute, completely deflated the next. What's the matter? God, don't tell me it's... Victoria swings round to look at Dad. He's angled away from her, his attention laser-focused on Amber. Victoria pales too, comprehension dawning on her face as she turns back to her husband. Please don't tell me there's a problem. Not with my inheritance. When Barney can't meet her eye, Victoria rears up out of her seat. You utter bastard. What have you done? Not giving him a chance to reply, she picks up her bag and storms out of the restaurant, leaving Barney gaping, slack-jawed at the space she's left behind. What's got into her? Simone asks, not bothering to hide her irritation. She glares at a couple on the far side of the restaurant, who've swiveled in their seats to watch the drama. Probably something to do with the fact that Barney has omitted to tell his good wife he's invested all her money in the whopping development, Dad says in a bored voice. His arm is draped along the back of Amber's chair, though I don't think she's noticed. Her champagne flute is empty again. I watch as she lifts a hand to brush her fringe away from her face, only to knock her glass off the table. Dad catches it before it falls and smashes, then tops it up with champagne and Cassie's. So? Simone's voice is sharp. She should be pleased, shouldn't she? You said that scheme was a license to print money. Dad rubs his chin. There are some teething troubles. Planners are getting their knickers in a twist because it's a Grade 1 listed building. Nothing to worry about. He belches under his breath. Probably. So you keep saying, but I need assurances, Felix. Barney's voice is rising. We can't afford to lose this money. Then you should never have committed it. First rule of investing, Barney. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose. Everyone knows that. Gamble? Barney lets out a bitter bark of laughter. Fuck's sake, Felix. You told me I'd double my money in 18 months. As it was a cast-iron, surefire bet. There's no such thing. Face it, you were blinded by pound signs. It's not my fault you didn't do your due diligence. Play with the big boys. You play by our rules. They both fall silent as the restaurant owner arrives with the bill. Dad's gaze turns steely as he addresses Barney. Any danger of you putting your hand in your pocket tonight, you fucking freeloader? Barney's head jerks back like he's been slapped in the face. Then he reaches into his jacket, pulls out his wallet, peels off a wad of cash and throws it onto the table. There. You've taken everything else, you conniving bastard. You might as well take that too. He stands so suddenly his chair clatters to the floor. We all watch in stunned silence as, a final poisonous look at Dad, he barrels out onto the street. What? Dad says defensively as our gazes return to him. It's not my fault. The posh tosser got greedy. I swallow hard. Barney's voice was so full of rage. I can't help wondering if this time Dad's gone too far. Chapter 39. Amber. The whole restaurant watches in silence as Barney storms out, his face tight with rage. Felix gives a dismissive shrug, gathers up the notes Barney left on the table, and summons the nearest waiter. A bottle of your finest ouzo and some shot glasses, please. He turns to us with a Machiavellian smile. These are on Barney. I reach for my glass of water, but it seems to have disappeared, so I take another sip of the Kir Royale instead. It's so sweet it barely tastes of alcohol, so why is my head spinning? The candle flame's blurring. It must be stronger than I realized. Although I don't drink now, I know what it's like to be drunk. Mum pressed a tumbler of red wine into my hand the Christmas before she died. When I told her I didn't want it, she lost her temper. I'm not sitting here on Christmas Day getting drunk on my own. Just drink it, then you can have your present. By then, Mum's mood swings had already molded me into a people pleaser, so I did as I was told. So half an hour later, I was on my knees over the toilet, heaving my guts up, the cocktail of wine and stomach acid burning my throat so badly it felt as if it was on fire. Mum was comatose on the sofa by then, so I had to clean up the mess myself. I was 7. I've barely touched a drop of alcohol since. Please, may I have a coffee? I ask, but the others are too busy slamming their shot glasses on the table and knocking them back to hear me. Why do people even do that? Some kind of primitive ritual? Look at me. Look how cool I am. I hiccup under my breath. Felix pushes a shot glass towards me. Aren't you going to drink it? Yeah, Amber. Simone calls from the other side of the table. She's been necking Crystal all night, yet her hair and makeup are still flawless. Only the slightest slur to her words gives her away. You're two behind us already, you lightweight. I shake my head. I really don't. It'll help you relax, Felix says, but I don't want to relax. Instinct tells me I've already crossed the line between sober and drunk. But it's such a fine line. 1 minute I was feeling all warm and fuzzy. The next, the whole restaurant was starting to spin. I grip the edge of the table to steady myself and look to Dominic for backup. He's refilling everyone's glasses, his eyes glazed and his face a picture of concentration as he tries not to spill any on the white tablecloth. I'm trying to catch the eye of one of the waiters when I feel a hand rest lightly on my knee. I freeze, then glance sidelong at Felix. He's lost interest in trying to persuade me to down my shot and is deep in conversation with Simone. Maybe I imagined it. I accidentally drop my napkin, swinging my legs to the left as I bend down to scoop it up off the floor. I sway off kilter like I've just stepped off the roundabout at the play park, and for an excruciating moment I fear I'm going to be sick like I was when I was 7. And Mum made me drink that tumbler of wine. Just the thought it sends another wave of nausea rolling over me. Oh God, being sick at the table would be unforgivable. I slowly sit back up and press the napkin to my lips until, miraculously, contents of my stomach stop pitching. Felix's hand slides away and I let out a long breath. I paste a smile on my face and pretend to listen to the conversations going on around me while I give myself a talking to. I need to stop overreacting every time a man looks my way. Felix is being friendly, fatherly. Just because I've had a bad experience doesn't mean I should tar all men with the same brush. They're not all creeps. They're not all Rob Harvey. I lean back, giving a small start when I realize Felix's arm is now snaked along the back of my chair. Don't overreact, I tell myself. He is not Rob Harvey. A waiter brings me a coffee, which is weird because I didn't think anyone had heard me. Black and topped with cream, and is in one of those glasses they serve lats in at home. I take a slug, hoping it'll help sober me up, my eyes widening as heat hits the back of my throat. I wipe my mouth with my napkin. Dom looks over, amused. I didn't know you liked Irish coffee. She's a dark horse, aren't you, Amber? Felix says. His hand grazes my bare shoulder. I try not to shudder. It'll be accidental. Boyfriend is literally feet away. Don't overreact. I rub my arms as if I'm cold, shrug on my denim jacket, and rise unsteadily to my feet. Just going to the ladies. The toilets are right at the back of the restaurant, and I cannon off a couple of tables on the way, appalled at how drunk I am. I let myself into the small, darkly lit ladies' loo. The latch is broken, so I plant my foot against the door so no one can come in, then sink onto the seat with my head in my hands, wishing I hadn't let Felix talk me into having that bloody Kir Royale. When I've finished, I wash my hands, trying not to catch the eye of the bloodshot girl in the grainy mirror above the sink. I drag my hands through my hair, straighten my jacket, and head back out into the corridor. There you are, says a deep voice. Felix. My pulse quickens. I thought I'd come to check you were all right, seeing as your boyfriend friend is currently gazing lovingly into my wife's eyes. He is slurring, too, each word running into the next like a stream of consciousness, so it takes a moment to realize what he's actually said. Dom and Simone? He gives a bitter laugh. Don't tell me you haven't noticed Dominic still has the hots for her? Come on, Amber, it's obvious to everyone else. I don't know what you're talking about. When did you last look in the mirror, darlin'? You could be Simone's younger, prettier little sister. Either Dominic's reverting to type, or he's trying to make Simone jealous. Thinking about it, it's probably both, the little shit. He moves closer, planting his hands on the wall behind me, his arms creating a cage that's impossible to escape. I shrink back, making myself as small as I can. Felix, well, two can play at that game. While they're happily reminiscing about their college romance and the great fucking Gatsby, you and I can have a little fun, yes? He leans forwards and strokes my cheek. I snap my head away. No, I don't. His voice hardens. Don't be a prick tease, Amber. You can't spend the week cavorting about in your bikini and then claim you don't like the attention. No. I shove at his chest, but he's too strong, too determined. No one needs to know, he says softly as his hand claws at the hem of my dress. My shoulder is jammed against the doorframe. Tears roll down my cheeks. Please, Felix laughs. Our teeth clash as he kisses me. His fingers slip under my dress and into my knickers. I try to scream, but am silenced by his ugly, gaping mouth clamped on mine. Please no, please no, please no. The words are a sound reel in my head, playing over and over. I can't believe this is happening to me again. I wish I could shrivel up and die. What the fuck? Dominic's roar reverberates around the narrow corridor, and in the second it takes me to realize. What's happening? He has pulled Felix off me. Nothing to see here. Felix blusters. Is there, Amber? I can't stop crying. He followed me. I babble. I didn't want this. Dom gives a small nod. A muscle is jumping in his cheek like a trapped fly in a jam jar. He grabs the neck of Felix's shirt and curls his other hand into a fist. Come on, mate. Felix pleads. Palms outstretched. We're all a bit tipsy. I must got my wires crossed. No harm done, eh? He looks over Dom's shoulder and his eyes widen. I follow his gaze. The restaurant owner and two of his waiters are watching from a safe distance. Felix, sensing a chance to gain the upper hand, tries to wriggle out of Dominic's clasp, but Dom is younger, fitter. Oh, no, you don't, he snarls. His lips curl as he draws his fist back and with another guttural roar punches Felix on the jaw. I hear a small cry and spin round. Willow is watching her father, one hand on the doorframe, another covering her mouth. Time slows down as her terrified eyes meet mine. Then, as if someone has flipped a switch, she races over as Felix reels, staggers, then crumples to the floor. Chapter fascinating. Willow. Dad? Dad! I sprint over to him and start shaking his shoulder, but he just curls up into a ball, whimpering, like I'm about to aim a kick at his kidneys. It's me, Dad. Willow. Are you all right? He groans, and as he does, a dribble of blood oozes out of his mouth. Fuck. Fuck. Whenever that happens on the TV, it's never good news. Internal injuries, I think. Or, 10 times worse, a punctured lung or burst artery. I force myself not to hyperventilate. Somebody call an ambulance. I scream at the waiters hovering in a knot by the door. There are no ambulances on Pelagia. Miss, the owner of the taverna, says. No, doctors. You have to take a speedboat to Thalassia. Don't you understand? My father's dying here. Look, he's bleeding from his mouth. Dad clutches my hand and mutters something. What? It's a tooth. He knocked out one of my teeth. Groaning, Dad uncurls himself gingerly and spits something into his hand. I peer at the tooth in disgust. Ask them for a glass of milk, he lisps. Milk? Cry. Why do you need milk? To put my tooth into. He presses the bloodied incisor into my palm. It's all I can do not to gag, so the dentist can reattach it. There is no dentist on Pelagia either, sir. The taverna owner says regretfully. But I will bring you milk. Where is that bastard? Dad asks once he's gone. Dominic? He nods and pulls himself into a sitting position. I shake my head. The last time I saw Dominic, he was frog-marching Amber out of the taverna, his normally genial face like thunder. I think he and Amber are walking back to the villa, he grunts. Simone, she said she had a headache and called Giannis. He picked her up in the buggy. They've only just left. I can call her and tell her to come back for us if you like. No. He holds out a hand and I pull him to his feet. We'll walk. Are you sure? I'll be fine. But what about your tooth? Chuck it. There's no bloody dentist anyway. I'll get an implant once we're home. I guide him to the nearest chair. You sit here while I pay. He nods and I trot back to our table, scooping up the pile of notes Barney threw down earlier. It seems like several lifetimes ago. I count them quickly. Over 400 euros. The bill comes to 350, and I leave a 50-euro note as a tip because I don't want to wait for change. Show's over. I say to the English couple who've been glued to the shenanigans, like it's an episode of their favorite flippin' soap. They look away, embarrassed. Good. I march over to Dad and offer him my arm. Come on, I say, feeling like the grown-up, as per bloody normal. Let's get you home. It's slow progress. Still drunk, he shuffles along the track towards the villa, swearing under his breath whenever he stumbles over a loose rock. My throat is scratchy with unshed tears. Turns out my dad, my strong, dependable father, isn't invincible after all. Tonight, I've had a glimpse of the defenseless old man he'll be one day, and it's totally freaked me out. But I swallow back the tears and do my best to jolly him along, because he might not be perfect, but he's my dad, and he's the only one I've got. The villa is in darkness when we eventually reach it, just after 11. Everyone must be in bed. I sit Dad down on the sofa in the living room, turn on a side lamp and examine his face. His bottom lip is split and swollen. His cheeks are smeared with dried blood and, as for the missing tooth, well, it's not a good look. Want a glass of water? Please. I fetch a clean tea towel, run it under the warm tap and take it, and the water back into the lounge. Probably a first aid kit somewhere in the villa, but I'm drooping with exhaustion. I'll clean the cuts. The rest can wait till the morning. I'm sorry, Dad says thickly, as I wipe the blood from his chin as gently as I can. What for? Dom hit you. Can't blame the guy. I shouldn't have made a pass at his girlfriend. I look up sharply. You hit on Amber? He nods, then hangs his head. Oh, Dad, I know chicken. I'm an idiot. He hasn't called me chicken for years. This time I can't stop the tears. Why did you do it, Dad? I cry. And I'm not just talking about Amber. There's so much more. Why did he have an affair with Simone? Why did he leave Mum? Me? Why is making money more important than his friends, his family? But I don't, because what's the point? He's not going to change now. What can I say? I was drunk. And you know what they say. There's no fool like an old fool, he winces. Get your old man a couple of paracetamol, would you? My head's pounding. I trot back to the kitchen and scrabble around in the cupboards until I find a half-empty packet of painkillers. I press a couple out of the blister pack, scoot back, and hand them to him. Shall I help you to your room? Don't think Simone's going to welcome me with open arms. I might kip here tonight. Face the music in the morning. You'd better not drip blood over her precious white sofa because you might not get off so lightly next time. I'll get a couple of towels. When I get back, he's already asleep. I lift his head as gently as I can and slide a clean towel underneath, then drop a kiss on his forehead. Night, Dad. For a second, I think about crashing on the armchair next to him, just in case. But I'm being ridiculous. He's fine. Turn and leave the room. As I trudge upstairs to bed, I remember what he always used to say to me when I couldn't sleep. Things always look better in the morning, chicken. I just hope he's right. Chapter 41. Amber. The dream is always the same. I'm standing by my mother's grave, a handful of gritty soil in my fist. A man in a white robe, holding a staff, the vicar, intones. We commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A hand in the small of my back, firm but insistent, pushes me forwards until I have no choice but to peer into the pit. My mother lies on her back, her jeans round her ankles, staring up at me with vacant eyes. A man is on top of her, grunting and thrusting. He must sense me watching because he stops and looks up. It is Rob Harvey, grinning like a monster in a horror film. He curls a long, crooked finger, beckoning me closer. I try to step back, to run away, but the hand on my back just pushes me closer. Rob's face blurs as a momentary relief. When it comes back into focus, it isn't Rob staring up at me from the grave below. It's Felix. I know I'm asleep, and that this is just a dream. That doesn't stop me breaking out in a sweat, my pulse rocketing. I force myself to wake, desperate to escape from this horrible new take on the nightmare that's plagued my dreams since Rob assaulted me in the photocopying room. I reach out for Dom's reassuring bulk, finding stones instead. My eyes flutter open, and immediately I'm almost blinded by a searingly bright sun. The hell? My head is pounding, my tongue feels furry, my throat like sandpaper. For a second, I have no idea where I am. Stones press into me. Sand clings to my face. I try to move, but everything is too stiff, my brain too foggy. All I'm aware of is the heat of the sun on my skin and waves slapping against the shore. Waves! I force myself onto my elbows and look around groggily. I'm on a beach, the pebbles bleached white by the sun, scattering of driftwood and tangled seaweed marking the high tide line. To my left is the jetty where Giannis met us when we first arrived in Pelagia. To my right, the craggy promontory that Villa Paradiso overlooks. I'm still wearing last night's clothes, I realize with a jolt. Pretty little sundress I found online is rucked up around my waist, and my feet are bare. Filthy. My phone, in the pocket of my denim jacket, flat. With a creeping sense of dread, I haul myself to a sitting position and order my thoughts. Slowly, memories of last night chase away remnants of the nightmare. Simone's birthday, the taverna. The sticky sweetness of my first Kir Royale, Felix's hand on my knee, his fingertips brushing against my bare shoulder. More alcohol. Simone's eyes lighting up when Dominic gave her a copy of The Great Gatsby. The look of scorn on her face as she tossed my beautiful leather bag aside as if it was a piece of worthless tat. Barney and Felix rowing about a property deal before Barney stormed out. Realizing I was drunk. Felix following me to the toilet, forcing himself on me. Dominic's roar of anger. The dull thud of fist slamming into bone. Dominic had grabbed my arm. "I'm taking you home," he growled. Now, as he pulled me out of the taverna, I'd taken one last look back. Felix was lying prone on the ground. Willow, face as white as a sheet, was bent over him. "He'll be fine." Dominic snapped at me, finally letting go of my arm. Felix is a fucking cockroach. He'd survive a nuclear attack. I stumbled after Dom, my ankles turning in my flimsy sandals as I struggled to keep up. Beam of light cast by his phone jerked from side to side as he marched ahead, his back rigid. "Wait!" I cried. Reluctantly, he stopped until I caught him up. Then he set off again at a furious pace, forcing me to break into a jog every few seconds to keep up. We walked in silence for a while. My head was spinning, those bloody Kir Royales, and I needed every ounce of concentration not to stumble and fall. I refused to think about Felix. If I did, I knew I would spiral, and the prospect terrified me. Instead, I said the first thing that came into my head, even though it was like picking a scab I should left to heal. But that's booze for you. It laughs in the face of common sense. You still love Simone, don't you? Dominic stopped so suddenly I almost collided with him. What? That's why you asked me out, isn't it? Because I look a bit like her. Don't be ridiculous. It's okay, I sniffed. I get it. She was your first love. No one can compete with that. The moon chose that moment to come out from behind a cloud, casting Dom's face in a silvery light. His expression was haunted. It's complicated, okay? He plunged his hands into the pockets of his chinos. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed. Simone, she's not who you think. What do you mean? I squeaked, my mind immediately going into overdrive. Is he trying to tell me she isn't a corporate lawyer? Is in fact the boss of an international drug cartel or an undercover MI5 agent? It doesn't. Forget I said anything. Please, Dom, I want to know. He sighed, then, after an age, said, She gives this appearance of being strong and resilient, but it's all a front, a defense mechanism. She's fragile, you know. Insecure. It's why she's so ambitious. She's desperate for validation. This partnership means everything to her. And Felix is worse than bloody useless. To him, she's nothing more than a trophy wife. That's why I'll always have her back. I kind of promised her. At university, I thought of the psychological thrillers Nessa loved. If this were fiction, Dominic would now fess up to running over a student when he was drunk, tell me that Simone demanded his utter devotion in return for keeping Stumm. I reached out and touched his arm. Does she have something on you? He frowned. What? No, of course not. But she was my first serious girlfriend. I'll always be there for her. So don't ask me to choose. I recoiled as his words sank in. There it was. Proof I'd always be second best. Dominic might claim to love me, but he would always love Simone more. I took a deep breath, turned 90 degrees, and started walking. Where are you going? Dominic cried as I plunged into the thyme-scented scrub, following the sounds of the sea. I had no idea. I just knew I had to get away. I need some space, I yelled over my shoulder. Amber, please. Don't go like this. I quickened my pace. Thorny shrubs tore at my jacket, and thistlesaw scored for my feet. I held a hand in front of my face, pathetic attempt to protect myself from the whippy branches. Even then, part of me hoped Dom would follow, full of apologies, assuring me that it was the drink talking, and of course he loved me best. When I finally stopped to catch my breath, my hands on my knees as I fought to draw air into my burning lungs, he was nowhere to be seen. Now, as I inspect the angry scratches on my shins and feet, I'm surprised to find the inevitability of it all is almost a comfort. I always knew I wasn't good enough for Dominic and his friends. I was just a girl from an inner-city estate who couldn't even hold down a job in a call center. I didn't inhabit their world of privilege and class, of public schools and high-flying careers. I was fooling myself if I thought I could join them. I scramble to my feet and scour the beach for my sandals, finding them near the high tide lane. I pull them on and begin the long walk up to the villa, draping my denim jacket over my head to protect me from the glaring sun. I need to chalk the whole relationship up to experience and move on, pack my things, and ask Giannis to drive me down to the harbor in the golf buggy, where I'll catch the first sea taxi off the island. Once I'm in Thalassia, I'll book a flight home. I can't wait to swap this relentless heat for London's rainy streets, to dissect my holiday from hell over a pizza and a Coke with Nessa. I can't wait to go home. As it's a Saturday, work on Villa Limpets has ground to a halt, though the gates are swinging open and a concrete-splattered wheelbarrow has been abandoned in the middle of the driveway. Villa Paradiso's gates are open too, and I trudge past the buggy and up the path, desperate for a drink and a shower. The front door is locked, so I head round the side, expecting to find the others enjoying breakfast on the terrace. But it's empty. So too is the kitchen, the living room, the downstairs bathroom, and Felix's cavernous study. "Huh? Hello," I call, feeling a little silly. My voice bounces off the whitewashed walls. No one replies. I check upstairs, feeling like a cat burglar as I wander through other people's bedrooms and bathrooms. But there's no sign of anyone, not even Maria. In our room, Dominic's suitcase lies open on the bed, clothes strewn across it, as if he was in the middle of packing when he was interrupted, which makes no sense, because we're not due to leave for another 3 days. With a growing sense of foreboding, I trail back downstairs. On my way through the lounge to the huge bifold doors, something catches my eye. I trot over to get a better look. It's a crumpled tea towel smeared with a dark red stain, a stain that looks a lot like blood. Chapter 42. Amber, a quoint. I stare at the blood-stained tea towel for a long moment, wondering what the hell it means, then start searching the house again, noticing things I hadn't seen the first time round, a full cafetiere of coffee and 4 cups by the kettle. I reach out a hand to touch it, pulling it back as if stung because it's still warm. A tumbler on the draining board, a red lipstick mark, Simone's shade of crimson, on the rim. An opened carton of orange juice on the kitchen table. I step on something and, bending down to inspect it, see it's a blister pack of painkillers, half empty. Anxiety leads gnaws at my insides. Where the hell is everyone? It's like that ship Gran told me a story about once, the one sailors found drifting in the Atlantic with no one on board, the Mary Celeste. Everything in place but the crew. My imagination in overdrive, I'm about to head back upstairs when the creak of a floorboard above my head stops me in my tracks, and I freeze. I picture the first floor layout. I'm directly below Victoria and Barney's bedroom. I peered round the door earlier but didn't check the ensuite. Perhaps one of them had just come out of the shower. I take the stairs 2 at a time, then pause outside their bedroom door, my head cocked, listening. Someone is definitely moving around inside. I knock once, then push the door open, not caring if they're decent or not, just so long as they have a rational explanation as to where everyone has gone. What the hell? A voice cries, and I jump out of my skin. Willow whips round, her hands behind her back. "What are you doing in here?" she demands. I could ask the same of you. I fold my arms across my chest, eyes narrowing. She opens her mouth. Closes it again. "I was looking for a phone charger," she says finally. "I can't find mine. Your dad or Simone didn't have one you could borrowed?" "Nope." She makes as if to move past me, but I hold my hand up. "Wait, where is everyone?" "Going to Thalassia for brunch." "You've seen them this morning?" "Nah, I've only just got up." The wicked stepmother left a note. "Why? Didn't they ask you?" A flush creeps up my neck. I slept in. Dominic probably didn't want to wake me. Right. Willow looks me up and down and raises an eyebrow. "If you say so." My gaze drifts down to my dirty dress and bloodied feet. I look like something the cat dragged in. My cheeks burn. "If that's all, I have some business to attend to," she says. "So if you don't mind," she nods at the door and I step back to let her pass. "Willow, wait, is your dad okay?" After, I touch my jaw. Only there was a tea towel with blood on it in the living room. I used it to mop him up. Dominic knocked out one of his teeth. "Oh my God, I didn't realize." "He'll live," she sighs. "Look, I know he was wrong to hit on you, but he's basically harmless." He just doesn't know when to stop. Her expression softens. Why don't you go back to bed? You look knackered. I nod gratefully and trail along the hallway to our room, where I shower in record time and sink into bed. In seconds, I've fallen into a dreamless sleep. When I wake, it is to the sound of voices outside. I check my phone. It's almost 4 in the afternoon, and I've been asleep half the day. Rubbing my eyes, I shuffle over to the window and look down. Dom, Simone, Barney, and Victoria are on the terrace, making inroads into a bottle of rosé. I brush my hair, pull on shorts and a t-shirt, and go down to join them. Dom jumps out of his chair. "There you are, sleepyhead," Willow said. "You went up for a nap." I look at him blankly. He's acting as if last night's argument never happened, as if I didn't storm off into the dark and stay out till this morning. I want to ask him why he's being like this, but I can't, not in front of the others. It'll have to wait. Instead, I ask, a little petulantly, "Where have you been?" We caught the first sea taxi over to Thalassia and had brunch in a taverna on the quayside. Simone's idea. He smiles at her, and my heart twists painfully as I remember his blunt warning. "Don't ask me to choose. Dom said not to wake you. Said you needed your beauty sleep." Simone tosses her perfect bob and holds out an empty glass. By rights, she should be looking as rough as me. She's as fresh as a daisy. How does she manage it? "Are you joining us?" she asks, indicating the bottle. Thought of more alcohol makes the contents of my stomach curdle. I sit, pour myself a tumbler of water from the jug on the table instead, and let the conversation drift over me. Simone, Dominic, and Victoria are reminiscing about the time they caught the ferry to Dublin to celebrate the end of their finals, and Dominic had to rescue Simone from an amorous local who was determined to give her a taste of good old Irish craic. That's craic, spelt C-R-A-I-C. Simone says to me as if the only crack I'm likely to have come across is the cocaine variety. Barney barely says a word, even when Victoria, whose eyes are hidden behind her huge sunglasses, makes the occasional dig at him. Finally, he downs his wine and addresses me. "Where's Felix?" I feel a flicker of disquiet. "He didn't go with you?" "He did not." "Is he in his study?" he says, pushing back his chair. He has the air of a man tasked with solving world peace before tea time. I don't think so. I haven't seen him at all today." Simone tops up her glass. He probably went for a walk to clear his head. He's like a child. He'll be back in time for supper. But when Maria calls us through at 8, Felix is still not back. "Do you think we should phone the police and report him missing?" I ask, eyeing his empty place setting at the head of the table. "What?" Simone laughs. "Of course not. He'll turn up. Not that there are any police on Pelagia anyway," she adds. "No police?" I can't hide my dismay. "What happens when someone breaks the law?" "No one ever does," Simone says simply. "But what if something's happened to him? He could have tripped and fallen. It's been 40 degrees out there today. Surely we should at least go out and look for him." Willow looks up from her phone. Much as I hate to agree with Simone, she's right. Dad often goes walkabout when his head's a mess. He'll be drinking himself into a stupor in a bar in Thalassia. Barney says bitterly, "Too much of a coward to face up to what he's done with my money." "That's enough," Victoria snaps. "And it's my money, not yours. Don't we know it?" Barney mutters under his breath. I try to picture Felix in a bar in the pretty harbor town, a glass in his hand as he drowns his sorrows with a bottle of ouzo. But it's like trying to fix the pieces of 2 different jigsaws together. It just doesn't sit right. Then something else occurs to me. If there are no police on the island, how are we going to report the thefts? "Thefts?" Simone asks. "Your earrings, Felix's watch, my amber necklace." Dominic places a hand on my arm. "We're still not sure they were stolen, Angel." I gape at him. You were the one who said they had been, and that's why Simone's necklace was in our bed. Victoria drops her bread knife onto the table with a clatter. Willow's eyebrows shoot up so high, they disappear under her fringe. Even Barney looks up from his plate of pita bread and hummus, but my eyes are fixed on Simone. For the first time since we arrived on Pelagia, she seems ruffled. The question is, why? The conversation moves on, the others talking and drinking as if nothing's wrong, as if Felix might stroll back in at any moment with a sheepish grin and a fistful of excuses. Maybe he will, but deep down, I doubt it. Chapter 43. Amber. The air smells of coffee and sun cream at breakfast the next morning. As usual, Maria's laid out, a spread fit for a king. Bowls of creamy Greek yogurt and jewel-like berries, baskets of fresh rolls and pastries, tubs of muesli and granola, and jugs of fresh orange juice and honey. "Would you like a coffee?" the housekeeper calls from the kitchen. She is slicing cucumbers with a gleaming chef's knife, and I motion her to keep going. I still can't get used to being waited on hand and foot. "That's so kind, Maria, but you're busy. I can get it." I pour myself a cup and wander out onto the terrace. It's another stunning day, the sky a fierce cobalt blue, the sun already blisteringly hot. Even though it's a Sunday, the thrum of cicadas is drowned out by the sound of the digger on the building site below. Felix will be livid, I think, automatically. They're probably working just to annoy him. But a quick head count confirms what I'd suspected last night. Felix isn't here. I look around at the rest of them, each glued to their phone, as if they've run out of things to say to each other. Doesn't anyone think his disappearing act is strange? Doesn't anyone care? I bite my tongue. I don't want to be accused of overreacting. He's probably having a lie-in or is in his office catching up on emails. Instead, I help myself to Greek yogurt and berries and sit next to Willow, who's scrolling mindlessly through cat videos on TikTok as she makes a dent in a huge plate of fresh fruit. "What's the plan for today?" I ask brightly. Willow shrugs. Barney and Victoria don't even look up from their phones. Dominic, who crept out of the room just before 6 to go for a run and is still in his shorts and vest top, looks to Simone for a cue. "I thought we'd spend it on the beach." "I'll have Maria make us up a picnic," she says. Sounds lovely. I'd push my spoon around my bowl of yogurt, then force down a couple of mouthfuls for Maria's sake more than my own, as my appetite has disappeared. There's a shout from the building site, and the digger's engine putters out. "Thank Christ for that," Victoria says. I hope Felix does lodge a complaint. It's like nails on a chalkboard. She slips her phone into her pocket and stands. I might go and put some things together for the beach. Before she's reached the bifold doors, there's a second shout from below, which is immediately followed by a crash from the kitchen, the unmistakable sound of a plate smashing on the marble floor. For pity's sake, Simone huffs. "Can we not have 5 minutes peace? I'll see if Maria needs any help," I say, glad of an excuse to leave. When I reach the kitchen, the housekeeper is clutching the sink, staring out of the window to the sea, shards of shattered crockery at her feet. "Everything okay?" I ask. She flinches, as if I've just jumped out of a cupboard and yelled boo in her ear. Her face is ashen, her pupils huge. "Maria, are you all right?" Expecting her to nod and send me on my way, I'm shocked when she seizes my arm in a grip so tight I have to stifle a gasp. "Body," she croaks. "They've found a body." Chapter 44. Dinged, Amber. Dominic jumps to his feet the second I relay the shocking news. "I'm going down there." "I'll come with you," I say. But he shakes his head, already moving. You stay here and make sure Maria's all right. And then he's gone, jogging round the side of the villa and disappearing from sight. The rest of us drift towards the stone wall at the edge of the terrace, where we hover, craning over to the building site below. It looks like a toy set from here. The yellow digger frozen at an angle, its bucket suspended midair, the sugar cube villa, gaping hole that right now looks more like a mass grave than a swimming pool. Workmen stand in huddled groups, smoking or talking in hushed voices. The foreman is on his phone, pacing in tight circles as he rattles off instructions in rapid-fire Greek. "What's he saying?" I ask Maria. She shoots an anguished look in Willow's direction, then answers quietly. "He's on the phone to the police. He's telling them they've found a body by the hole they've dug for the pool. He's asking how long it will take for them to send officers to the island. He's saying he'll clear the site and station a couple of men at the entrance to stop anyone coming in. I still can't believe there aren't police on Pelagia. No police, no doctors, no ambulances, no hospitals. All the things we take for granted at home. How the hell do they cope?" Even as I think this, I know the answer. They cope because they have to. The sun beats down as relentlessly as ever, and I move away from the others to stand under the nearest parasol. Simone is flanked on either side by Barney and Victoria. Whether consciously or not, it's hard to tell. Victoria lays a hand on her back and whispers something in her ear. Simone nods briefly, then returns to scouring the building site, her shoulder blades pinched together. The wait for news is intolerable, and I drag my hands down my face, willing Dominic to hurry back. I can't believe no one's addressing the elephant in the room. Felix. The only person who's been missing for over 24 hours. It seems like I'm not the only one putting two and two together. "I'm going down there," Willow announces in a strangulated voice. She is pale beneath her suntan, and her eyes dart nervously towards Villa Paradiso's open gates. I'm as much in the dark as anyone. I do know this is a very bad idea. "Willow, no, you mustn't," I say, stepping into her path. "Wait for Dom to come back. Amber's right. You need to stay here." Simone agrees. Her tone is clipped and brooks no argument. To my surprise, Willow doesn't rail against her stepmom for laying down the law. Instead, her head dips a fraction and she hugs herself, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Time slows to a crawl. Maria disappears into the kitchen, muttering under her breath. Soon, the silence is broken by the clatter of pots and pans. Outside, half-finished breakfast bowls sit untouched on the table. My yogurt starts curdling in the heat. I should help Maria clear up. It would give me something to do, something to keep my mind and hands busy. My feet are glued to the spot as we wait and wait. Finally, Dominic reappears. His face is chalk white. Sweat darkens his navy running vest and he's breathing heavily. He must have run up the hill. Well, Victoria demands. For a moment, he doesn't answer. When he does, his voice is so low it's barely audible. Maria was right. They've found a body by the pool. I saw it. Him. He shuts his eyes briefly, his voice catching. It's Felix. Chapter 45. Amber. For a moment, everyone stares at Dominic. Then Willow surges forwards, tugging his arm. No. You've got it wrong. It can't be Dad down there. Can't be. He wraps his arms around her trembling frame and holds her tightly. I'm so sorry, Angel. I'm so sorry, Simone. Always so controlled, so together, is shaking too, and her eyes are huge in her face. Are you sure it was him, Dominic? Dominic nods. I'm sure. Willow lets out a howl so anguished my own eyes fill with tears. She starts to sob, her shoulders heaving. Maria appears by my side and gently prizes Willow away from Dominic, her voice low and tender. Come with me, little one. Come back inside. I'll look after you. The housekeeper nods curtly at Simone, then leads Willow back towards the villa, propping her up as if her legs are made of jelly. I want to see him, Simone says once they've gone. Victoria catches Dom's eye. I'm not sure that's a good idea, darling. I don't care. I want to see my husband. She sounds calm and in control, but the tremor in her hands and the vein throbbing at her temple betray her. A flicker of indecision crosses Dom's face, and I can guess at the battle raging inside him. One half understanding that seeing Felix's body might help Simone accept what's happened, the other half wanting to protect her from the shock of it. Eventually, he runs through his already messy hair. Okay, I'll take you. But they might not let you very close. Foreman told me he's been asked to secure the site until the police arrive. When will that be? Victoria asks. As long as it takes them to get here from Thalassia. An hour? Maybe 2? Dom turns to Simone. Are you sure about this? She nods, and he guides her around the side of the villa, a hand in the small of her back. The moment they're gone, Victoria starts theorizing. What do you think happened? I reckon he broke into the building site on his way back from the jetty last night and tripped and fell while he was having a nose around. She looks scandalized. Maybe it happened yesterday when he went for a walk to clear his head, and he's been lying there ever since. In this heat, her nose wrinkles. Something is niggling me, but I can't think what it is. I mutter, I don't know, when what I really want to say is, perhaps if you'd shown more concern when Felix first went AWOL, he'd have already been found by now. Barney's face is gray and his hands are plunged deep into his pockets. What do you think will happen to the Wapping development now? Victoria gapes at him. Too soon, Barney. For goodness sake, the man's barely cold. Show some respect. I'm being pragmatic, Vic. He has £2.5 million of our money tied up in that place. Who's going to drive the project now he isn't here? I don't know. Now is not the time to worry about that. And don't mention the money when the police get here, for Christ's sake. Why not? He fell, didn't he? It was an accident. I only said that's what might have happened, but we don't know for sure, do we? Not until they've done a post-mortem, and God only knows how long that'll take in a backwater like this. So don't tell them. All our money is tied up in one of Felix's dodgy property. Investments, just in case it wasn't an accident, okay? Barney nods. I can see why Victoria is so good at her job. Astute, composed, already thinking 3 steps ahead when the rest of us are still trying to catch up. Because if Felix's death wasn't accidental, it can only mean one thing. Someone killed him. Victoria must notice my shocked expression because she is quick to clarify. I'm not saying it wasn't an accident. I'm just saying we don't know how he died yet. And until we do, anyone with a reason to resent Felix needs to be careful how they spin things. She holds my gaze as she says it, and a frisson of fear runs through me. Because after the night of Simone's birthday meal, I have a reason to resent Felix, don't I? And I remember with growing horror, so does Dominic. The air on the terrace suddenly feels suffocating. I need to get away. I'm going to check on Willow. I announce. Victoria frowns. There's really no need. She's known Maria since she was little. She'll look after her. Girl has just lost a parent. I try to keep the edge out of my voice, but it's hard. So hard. I know how that feels. So when Dom gets back, you can tell him I'm with Willow. And before she can answer, I turn on my heel and head for the villa. I find Willow and Maria in the living room, the teenager on the floor in front of the huge L-shaped sofa, hugging her knees, her head bowed. Maria is sitting beside her, one arm round her slender shoulders, a box of tissues in the other hand. Willow is talking, though it's hard to make out what she's saying between sobs. Neither she nor Maria has heard me come in, and I loiter by the door for a minute or two, wondering whether I should intrude on their grief. Just don't understand why he would have gone down there. The gates were always locked. Maria's voice, low and reassuring. Don't upset yourself. Agape Mao. The police will be here soon. They will discover what has happened to your father. In the meantime, let me call your mother. Will you be all right here on your own? I'll stay with her, I say. Maria looks up and, seeing me, nods. I won't be long, she says, handing me the tissues. I plonk down on the ground next to Willow. My instinct is to give her a hug, but I'm not sure how she'd react. I squeeze her knee instead. Are you okay? Her head jerks up, her swollen eyes blazing. What do you think? My dad's dead. Of course I'm not okay. Sorry, it was a stupid thing to say. I try again. Can I get you anything? A glass of water? A blanket? She shakes her head and we sit like that for a moment. Willow sniffing, me searching for something to say that isn't a meaningless platitude. Because I'm sorry for your loss just doesn't cut it. It's been years since Gran died. I still remember the impotent rage I felt whenever someone told me, everything happens for a reason, and she's in a better place. Or any sentence that began with at least. In the end, it's Willow who breaks the silence. You were the only one who was worried about him, weren't you? We all thought he'd just disappeared for a bit, situation normal. If only we'd listened to you. Oh, Willow. This time I do put my arm around her, and she doesn't protest. You mustn't blame yourself. I could have insisted we go and look for him. I didn't. She turns her tear-streaked face to mine. What if he collapsed in the heat? It could have taken him hours to die. I can't stop thinking what it must have been like for him. All alone down there, while we were eating and drinking up here like everything was fine. I pluck a tissue from the box and press it into her hand. I know it's hard, but try not to think like that. We don't know what happened yet, do we? Not for sure. We both jump at the sound of a door slamming somewhere in the villa. Moments later, Maria peers, twisting a dishcloth between her fingers. Dread solidifies in my stomach. What is it, Maria? What's wrong? The police are on their way. Dad. Chapter 46. Victoria. Police launch chugs into view just before noon. At last, I say, striding towards it. I stop halfway along the jetty and look over my shoulder at Barney in exasperation. Are you coming or not? When he offered to walk down to the beach to keep an eye out for the police, I insisted on joining him. I told myself it was because I wanted to escape the oppressive atmosphere at the villa. But the truth was, it felt prudent not to let him out of my sight. He's been acting strangely since the discovery of Felix's body. Jumpy, almost manic. If he isn't drumming his fingers on the arm of his chair, his foot twitches like it has a life of its own. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's done a couple of lines of coke. I hate drugs. They're a waste of money and make people even more annoying than they are normally. Barney has been known to indulge occasionally when he thinks he'll get away with it, but not recently. When the twins were babies, I found a wrap of white powder in the inside pocket of a suit I was about to take to the dry cleaners. I lost it so spectacularly, I reduced him to tears. I stop at the end of the jetty and glance sidelong at him. At the time, he promised never to touch drugs again, and I believed him. He's more than capable of lying to me. Where would he find Class A drugs on a tiny island like Pelagia? And if drugs aren't to blame for his agitated state, what is? I really will have to keep a close eye on him. The boat draws alongside the jetty in a cloud of diesel fumes. Skipper cuts the engine and leaps up. a coil of rope slung over his shoulder. He ties the boat fast with quick, economical movements, then turns back to help two uniformed police officers onto the jetty. Wearing aviator sunglasses and blue short-sleeve shirts tucked neatly into navy trousers, they remind me of Tom Cruise in the Top Gun movies. Too cool for school. The older of the two holds out a hand. Sergeant Nikos Griva, Hellenic Police. You are Mrs. Pearson? No, Mrs. Pearson is at the villa. I'm Victoria Wyndham, a friend of the family, and this is my husband, Barney. I'm holding my breath as Barney steps forwards, hoping he doesn't say something ill-advised. He simply shakes the officer's hand and nods grimly, the epitome of someone reeling from the death of a close friend. I let the breath out slowly. We'll take you up to the villa, I offer. Thank you, but first I must see the body and secure the scene. Of course, I say smoothly, while inside I'm thinking, scene? What in heaven's name does that mean? I catch Barney's eye, not sure whether to be relieved or concerned that he looks as shaken as I feel. Griva mutters something in Greek to his younger colleague, while Barney and I hover on the jetty, a few feet away. He turns back to us and nods briefly, his expression inscrutable. Let's go. Have you come from Corfu? I ask, as we tramp along the jetty. The wooden slats shift and creak under us, adding to a sense of precariousness that's becoming uncomfortably familiar. Thalassia, he says shortly. Must be nice. You know, to have a change of scenery. I wave a hand at the beach and the cliffs beyond. Beats working in an office, the sergeant grunts a reply. I give up my attempts at small talk, and we climb the hill to the half-built Villa Olympus in uneasy silence. Two workmen stand either side of the gates like sentinels guarding a watchtower. Griva walks over to speak to them, only breaking off to bark a warning to the younger officer when he goes to move a wheelbarrow abandoned in front of the gates. He nods, pulling on a pair of latex gloves with a snap. Villa Paradiso is the next villa up the hill, I say, feeling increasingly uneasy as Griva starts winding red and white striped police tape across the entrance. He looks up. We will be up to talk to you all later. Will anyone else be coming? That depends. On what? What we find. Chapter 47. Victoria. Barney waits until we're out of earshot of the monosyllabic Sergeant Griva before he begins his character assassination. Not exactly cheerful, Charlie, is he? He jerks his head back down the hill towards Villa Olympus. I shrug. He doesn't have to be, does he? I don't suppose currying favor with the tourists is high on his list of priorities. Nevertheless, a bit of respect wouldn't go amiss. Barney scowls. Different standards, I suppose. Or he's enjoying the power trip. I find myself wondering, as he chunters on about the vagaries of the Greek justice system, what Greek prisons are like. Because if Felix's death wasn't an accident, if he didn't stumble and fall after one drink too many, it can only mean one thing. Someone meant him harm. The villa looks exactly as it did when we left to go down to the jetty. Bougainvilleas races up the white walls. Sprinklers create tiny rainbows above the emerald lawn, and the pool sparkles in the sun. It feels like a facsimile or a picture brochure without Felix's trademark booming voice and bonhomie. Dominic and Amber are waiting for us on the terrace. Dominic jumps up from the rat-hand sofa the moment he sees us. Well, he says, what did they say? Not much, I admit. We left them cordoning off the site like it was a bloody crime scene. They said they would come up and speak to us all later. Maria has cleared away the breakfast things and set jugs of coffee and iced water in their place. Barney makes a beeline for the table, helping himself to a black coffee and adding 2 spoonfuls of sugar. I pour myself a glass of water. The last thing I need is caffeine. I'm jittery enough as it is, and that's not something I want the others, let alone Sergeant Grieva, to pick up on. Where are Simone and Willow? I asks. Simone's gone for a lie-down and Willow's on the phone to her mum. Dominic runs a hand through his hair. She's planning to fly out Tuesday morning. If we're lucky, they can catch the same flight home as us that night. I keep forgetting we're going home on Tuesday, Amber says, almost to herself. Barney raises an eyebrow. I wouldn't count your chickens. My grip on my glass tightens. What do you mean? Think about it. The Greek police aren't going to let us leave until they've established how Felix died, are they? That's ridiculous. They'll have to. Don't look at me like that, Vic. I'm just telling it how it is. Unless Felix dropped dead of a heart attack, which I suppose is a possibility. Knowing how much the old bastard liked his fine food and wine, there'll be a post-mortem, won't there? Barney's words land like a blow. Post-mortem, as if the arrival of Sergeant Grieva and his sidekick wasn't that enough. Christ! I realize Barney's still talking, afraid we're not going anywhere for the time being. My head jerks up. You have got to be joking. I wish I was. He cradles his cup of coffee in his palm. But my gut says we're here for the long haul. But what about the children? I cry. Mummy's not going to want to have them any longer. You know she's just been elected lady captain of the golf club. What with that and inner wheel, she's got her hands full. And what about me? I'm supposed to be chairing the annual trustees meeting on Wednesday, standing in front of a roomful of our dyed-in-the-wool, conservative, with a small, humorless trustees is bad enough at the best of times. Their obsession with optics, the forensic scrutiny of our budget, and the endless questions about safeguarding and whether we're remaining true to our core values is enough to test the patience of a saint. But with the specter of Owen Evans hanging over me, prospect makes me want to turn tail and run for the hills. Barney sighs. Your mother will just have to work to us around the kids. And as for work, they'll have to manage without you, won't they? I sink down onto the nearest chair, suddenly exhausted. I need to be in London to deal with the fallout of Owen Evans's death. Not here in Greece, answering questions about bloody Felix, who probably fell over and banged his head when he was pissed anyway. Resentment bubbles in my chest. We should never have come. A week in Cornwall would have been so much less stressful. My phone bleeps in my pocket and I check the screen. It's another text from Dee. My heart leaps into my mouth and I fight the urge to panic. The message is short and to the point with none of Dee's usual inane chatter. Just 3 stark words. 3 words that signal the beginning of the end. Call me, please. Chapter 48. Amber. Time has slowed to a crawl. The waiting is intolerable. We're stuck in limbo, unable to leave the villa, unable to plan anything. Packing seems pointless, because if Barney's right, we're here for the foreseeable. With nothing else to do, I find a shady spot on the terrace and pretend to read Nessa's book while surreptitiously watching the others. Toria and Barney are eating an early lunch as if nothing's wrong. Dominic has slipped seamlessly into the role of master of the house, finalizing the plans for dinner with Maria, checking solicitously on Willow and Simone, and keeping up our spirits. Underneath the unruffled image he's trying to portray, I sense an undercurrent. Not quite fear, but a definite unease. He's as worried as the rest of us. After an age, Maria shuffles out to announce that the police have arrived. Should I tell Simone? I ask Dominic. Please. And Willow. I head upstairs and knock softly on the door of the master suite. Simone? Sorry to disturb you, but the police are here. A beat of silence, Then Simone replies, "I'll be right down." I find Willow sitting cross-legged on the window seat in her room, staring out to sea. Her face is blotchy and her nails are bitten to the quick. I perch at the other end. "How are you doing?" "Not great." "But Mum's coming on Tuesday. She just called to say she's booked her flight." "I'm glad." I give her a sympathetic smile. "Hey, the police have arrived. They want to talk to us about your dad." Her body stiffens. "What about him?" "Just, when everyone last saw him, that kind of thing." "Kay." She slithers down from the seat. "Simone, too." "All of us." She nods, and I follow her down to the living room, where everyone has gathered, like the characters in the denouement of an Agatha Christie novel. Simone, the tragic widow, beautiful but haunted. Dominic, the affable gent, all charm and diplomacy, keen to smooth the police officer's way. Victoria and Barney, the picture of upper-middle-class respectability. Willow, the grieving daughter, barely holding it together. Maria, the faithful housekeeper, always there, missing nothing. And then there's me, the stranger in their midst, the outsider. My nose pressed to the glass, gazing in on their world of wealth and privilege. The one person no one really knows. Once Sergeant Nikos Griva has offered his deepest condolences to Simone and Willow, the questions begin. "When did you last see your husband?" "Mrs. Pearson?" "When we went for a meal at the taverna the night before last to celebrate my birthday." He scratches his chin. "You hadn't seen him after the meal. We left separately. Why was that?" "Well, Barney and Victoria left early and walked back to the villa. Dominic and Amber left not long after them. I had a headache and didn't feel like walking, so I rang Giannis, that's Maria's son, and asked him to pick me up in the golf buggy. Felix and Willow were last to leave and walked back together." The sergeant scribbles in his notebook, then turns his gaze to Willow. "How did your father seem on the walk home?" Willow glances at Dom, swallows, then shrugs. "A bit drunk, otherwise fine." I seem stare nonplussed at the others. Is no one going to mention the fact that Barney stormed off after a stand-up row with Felix, and Dominic punched him squarely in the face? "Is something bothering you?" "Miss?" Sergeant Griva flicks back a couple of pages in his notebook. "Miller?" I hesitate, my pulse skittering. If I tell the officer Dominic hit Felix, he'll want to know why, and I'm not sure I want the fact that Felix assaulted me to be common knowledge, not while we still don't know how he died. I lift my chin and meet his eye. "No, Mr. Pearson didn't spend the night with you, Mrs. Pearson, once he was back from the taverna?" He might well have, but I took 2 sleeping pills and was out cold the moment my head touched the pillow. "He slept on the sofa in here," Willow says. "He didn't want to wake Simone. So where did you think he was yesterday morning?" The sergeant asks, clearly perplexed. I just assumed he'd taken himself off for a walk to clear his head. Simone glances round at us. We all did. And then, when he wasn't back for lunch, I presumed he'd taken a sea taxi to Thalassia and stayed the night there. It wouldn't be the first time he's done it. I was fully expecting him to turn up for breakfast this morning. I even asked Maria to make some pancakes with bacon and maple syrup for him. They're his favorite. Maria nods in agreement. So this is something that has happened before. Mr. Pearson going, "How do you say, walkabout?" Every now and then. Simone dabs at the corner of her eye. When he didn't appear, I realized something was very wrong. I was about to phone the police to report him missing when the builders found his body. Again. Her ability to spin the truth astounds me, because when I'd suggested calling the police, she and the others had shut me down. The sergeant mops his brow with his handkerchief. "Thank you. I think that is all for now. But I need to ask you not to leave Pelagia. A detective is on his way from Corfu, and he would like to speak with all of you too. His gaze lingers on me a little too long for my liking, and I feel the color racing up my neck like a wave at high tide. A detective? Barney asks. Sergeant Griva dips his head. Detective Lieutenant Andreas Demetrio from the Homicide Unit. The room falls so silent, I swear I can hear the blood pounding through my veins. Homicide. Dominic echoes. Are you saying Felix was murdered? Mr. Pearson suffered, how do you say, a catastrophic injury to the brain. Forensic pathologist will decide the cause of death. But I have been a police officer for nearly 20 years. And I have only ever seen a head injury like that once before. That man was clubbed to death with a baseball bat. Two things happen simultaneously. Simone clutches her chest like the beleaguered heroine in a period drama. Willow doesn't make a sound as she bolts from the room. Chapter 49. Amber. Detective Lieutenant Andreas Demetrio gazes at us over steepled fingers. I am sorry to have to tell you all that this afternoon we have launched a murder investigation into the death of Felix Pearson. There's a collective gasp of shock. Demetriou continues. Obviously, a post-mortem examination still needs to be carried out. The initial hypothesis is that Mr. Pearson was hit over the head with a heavy object. You mean he didn't trip and fall? Victoria asks. The detective shakes his head. He did not. Demetrio is a careworn man in his late 40s with a creased forehead and a crumpled suit. He reminds me of the detectives Gran used to love on TV. The courteous and intuitive ones like Maigret and Poirot, with an old-fashioned copper's nose and the unerring ability to solve a murder in the space of an hour-long episode. Sergeant Griva's English was good. Demetria's is impeccable. He is addressing us in the living room, his dark eyes full of empathy. I can't shake the feeling that behind those old-school manners lies a razor-sharp mind. He's already spoken to Simone and Willow in private. One look at their stricken faces when they emerged from Felix's office was enough to tell me Felix's death was no accident. I take no pleasure in being proved right. He clears his throat. As I have already explained to both Mrs. and Miss Pearson, extra officers will be arriving this evening and will be carrying out inquiries on the island. We will also be taking the fingerprints of everyone staying here at Villa Paradiso. I say, Barney exclaims, is that really necessary? It is routine in a case like this, Demetrio says mildly. Only when we have everyone's prints on record can we eliminate them from our inquiries. His gaze sweeps the room, making sure he has everyone's attention. He needn't bother. We're all staring at him, like he's Christ returned from the dead. Using the initial statements you provided for Sergeant Griva, I will be drawing up a timeline for Mr. Pearson's last known movements. I will also be talking to you individually. But if there is anything you want me to know now, please speak to me or one of my team. There is a killer on the loose, and the sooner we catch him, the better. Yes? He glances down at his notebook, then closes it. To that end, say good. There will be an officer stationed outside Villa Paradiso around the clock until the culprit is found. Please rest assured, we are doing everything in our power to bring Mr. Pearson's killer to justice. And now, any questions for me? Will you be speaking to the guy who owns the villa down the road? Barney asks, jabbing his thumb towards Villa Olympus. Victoria nods vigorously. Everyone knows Felix had issues with the building works. He went down there to complain about noise just this week. The guy could have put a hit out on him. You hear stories about men like that all the time. The type that think normal rules don't apply. Barney adds with a generous helping of self-righteousness. We will be speaking to everyone we believe is integral to the investigation, Demetriou says, slipping the notebook back into his pocket. I must go now, but please, call me if you think of anything that might help our investigation. Mrs. Pearson has my number. The moment he is gone, Barney swings round to Simone. You need to tell us exactly what he said. She glares at him. Actually, I don't have to tell you anything. Seriously, Simone, I need to know where this is going. Because if he finds out about the Wapping development going tits up, and the argument Felix and I had at the restaurant I'm up shit creek without a paddle. Perhaps you should have thought about that before you laid into him, she says icily. He's got a point, though, Dominic says, running his hand through his hair. If the police speak to anyone who is at the taverna, they're going to know I punched his lights out. I'll be their prime suspect. He sinks onto the nearest armchair and buries his head in his hands. Simone is by his side in a flash. Everything will be all right, Dom. I promise. No one has noticed Willow, who has risen out of her chair, her expression as murderous as a spitting cobra. All right, she shrieks. Dad is dead. Nothing will be all right ever again. Not that you care. You'll inherit the lot now he's gone, won't you? She waves her hands wildly. This place, the Surrey Hills house, the business. He was worth more to you dead than alive. Willow! Victoria cries. I don't think that's apropos theft. But the teenager is on a roll, her eyes glittering and her whole body shaking with an emotion I can't quite place. Grief? Frustration? Rage? You can't hide anymore because I see you for who you really are, Simone. I know the real you and you are a fucking hypocrite. Don't think you're going to get away with it. Even though she spits the words out, Simone doesn't flinch. She is an ice queen. But Victoria can't let it go. That's enough, Willow. I understand you're upset, but you can't talk to Simone like that. She's your stepmother. Willow's thunderous glare sweeps from Simone to Victoria. Not now, Dad's gone, she isn't. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have to have anything to do with her. She is nothing to me. Nothing. Dominic steps forwards, his hands raised in supplication, but Willow brushes them away and storms out of the room. Moments later, door slams upstairs. Well, that was quite the tantrum, Barney observes. That girl needs a firm hand, if you ask me. No one is asking you, Barney, Simone says tightly. She's lashing out. It's understandable. She's just lost her father. The unexpected empathy from Simone earns my grudging respect. And she's right. I was the same when Gran passed away. I'd lost my mum. I'd never known my dad. And then, as if the gods hadn't punished me enough, the one person I had left went and died. I was so angry. My social worker, Lisa, bore the brunt of my fury, listening in silent compassion as I railed against the unfairness of it all, that while most kids had 2 parents, siblings, grandparents, and a small army of aunts, uncles, and cousins, I had nothing. When my fury was spent, she'd hugged me tightly and told me everything would be all right. How can you say that? I cried. You are a strong, resourceful, clever young woman, Amber, and you're a survivor. You will get through this. Lisa was right. I did. But Willow, I can try to talk to her if you like. I offer now. Would you? Simone asks. Just be prepared for a tongue lashing. She gives a small wry smile. You know Willow well enough by now to know she doesn't suffer fools gladly. I detour through the kitchen, making a pot of tea and setting it with mugs, milk, and a plate of chocolate biscuits on a tray. As I head down the hallway towards the front door and the stairs, a movement sight outside catches my eye. Detective Lieutenant Demetriou told us an officer would be stationed outside Villa Paradiso around the clock until Felix Killer was found. He implied it was for our protection, but as I take in the officer's close-cropped hair, his broad shoulders, and the gleaming black gun on his hip. I wonder if Dmitri was being deliberately opaque. Because it strikes me that the officer's orders are less about protecting us from Felix's killer and more about keeping us under lock and key. Chapter 50. Victoria. I cross my legs and regard Detective Lieutenant Andreas Dimitriou, my hands clasped neatly in my lap. He's commandeered Felix's office for his interviews. Not that he's calling them interviews, of course. He said, he'll be talking to us, as if it's just a casual chat, but I'm not stupid. On an island with fewer than 30 inhabitants, the 6 people staying at Villa Paradiso are clearly high on his list of people of interest. Better to head off his questions with one of my own. It's as well to let him know I'm not a pushover. If heading up a charity has taught me anything, it's that you must always stay calm, sound reasonable, and steer the conversation in the direction you want it to go. Control the interview. Control the narrative. Are you any clearer on how Felix died? I ask. If he's surprised when I take the initiative, he doesn't show it. I think I said earlier that his injuries were consistent with being hit over the head with a heavy object. We now believe the object to be a rock or similar. That's not very precise. Haven't you found the murder weapon? As yet, we have not. I have ordered a search of the island. I'm sure it is only a matter of time before we locate it, and then they'll have fingerprints. DNA, too. Killer was careless. I picture the murderer hurling a bloodied rock into the sea. There would be no fingerprints or DNA then. No weapon either, if the tide had its way. Dimitriou smiles benignly. I would like you to take me through the events of Friday, the 26th of June, the day of Mrs. Pearson's birthday, if you will. I uncross and recross my legs. We spent the day by the pool, and at around 5 o'clock, everyone went inside to shower and dress for dinner. We walked to the taverna, arriving at about 7:30. We ate. Barney and I left just after 10. I'd had too much sun, and Barney, well, he'd had a little too much to drink. I thought it prudent to get him home. The detective's head jerks up. Prudent? I didn't want to have to carry him back to the villa, did I? So there were no arguments, no quarrels. While you were having dinner, I hesitate. Am I about to walk into a trap? His officers must have spoken to the staff at the taverna by now, in which case he'll have heard all about Barney and Felix spat. To deny it would be madness. I have no choice but to tell the truth. A watered-down version of it, anyway. Dimitriou doesn't need to know Barney gambled my entire inheritance on one of Felix's dodgy property schemes. Felix and Barney did have words at one point. Words? The detective sits up straighter. About what? Barney invested some money in a development of Felix's in London. He was frustrated because he was yet to see a return. I deliberately say he and not we. Pronouns are everything. And why not? I'm not the one who threw all our money down the drain. Witnesses at the taverna said your husband was shouting at Mr. Pearson, calling him he consults his notebook, a conniving bastard. Is that true? I must have already left the taverna by then, but if I admit that, it'll mean Barney has no alibi, and though he's as far from my good books as it's possible to be, there's no way I'm letting him take the rap for killing Felix. My reputation is under enough threat as it is. Throw a husband convicted of murder into the mix, and my career in the charity sector is over. He was only out of my sight for 30 minutes max, after all. Besides, he doesn't have it in him to kill Felix. He's spineless. Always has been. I smile winningly at the detective. I did pop to the ladies before we left. I must have missed it. But they're like brothers, those two. Always bickering, then making up again. Bants, I think Gen Z call it. Banter, you know? You mean they were like brothers until Mr. Pearson's untimely death. I nod, then unfold a handkerchief from my pocket and dab my eyes. And you were with your husband the rest of the evening?
There were no points when you were apart? That's right.
We walked home together, then went to bed. The lie comes as easily as breathing. But you'll know this. I dare say you've already checked the cameras. Unfortunately, there seems to have been some sort of malfunction with the villa's security system. I feel a dart of relief as Demetrio rubs his 5 o'clock shadow. Would you be happy for us to take a look at your mobile phone? The question catches me unawares. Would I be happy? Hardly. The last thing I need is Grease's version of Inspector Clouseau trawling through my text messages. If he finds the ones from my online tormentor, he'll add 2 and 2 and make heaven knows what. Refusing to hand over my phone will look deeply suspicious. I don't have it with me, I stall. No problem. His eyes crinkle. This time his smile is more shark-like than bumbling detective. I can wait. As if to demonstrate, he leans back in his seat and laces his hands behind his head. You want it now? Please. I sigh loudly and haul myself up from my chair. Demetrio's eyes follow me as I march from the room. In our bedroom, I go straight to my phone, which is charging on the dressing table, then cross to the window to check. Barney is still on the terrace with the others. I open the phone and trawl through the messages from my unknown caller, my finger poised, ready to delete. The police could recover them if they really wanted. But with luck, Felix's killer will be found first. Right now, I just need to stall for time. I skim the messages one last time and frown. I know what you did. Don't think you're going to get away with it. Hypocrisy, noun. The practice of claiming to have higher standards or more noble beliefs than you actually live by. There's something about the wording that pricks my memory. But no matter how much I try to unearth it, my mind refuses to give it up. A shadow falls across the dressing table, and I look up with a jerk. Demetrio is standing in the doorway, watching me. Despite the heat, cool chill settles over my skin. I have no idea how long he's been there. Chapter 51. Amber. Willow is curled up in a ball on her bed, a pile of snotty tissues beside her. I let myself into the room and slide the tray onto her bedside table. Brought you tea and biscuits. My gran used to swear by a cup of sweet tea for shock. My mum used to swear by a bottle of vodka, of course. I'm with Gran on this one. As I hoped, I'm rewarded with the ghost of a smile, and Willow slowly uncurls, wrapping her arms around her knees. I pour her a cup of tea and add a couple of sugars. How are you doing? Not great. Keep expecting to hear him announcing it's wine o'clock or happy hour, you know. He loves a party, does Dad. Her voice catches and she swallows a sob. And that's the other thing. I keep thinking about him in the present tense, but he isn't anymore, is he? In the present tense, I mean, I'm sorry, I murmur, because what else is there to say? Have you spoken to that detective guy yet? I shake my head. Toria and Barney have both given their statements. Dominic's in there now, so I guess I'm next. What do you think happened to Dad? She asks. I'm about to tell her. I have no idea when her phone beeps. She snatches it up, her eyes widening as she reads, pale-faced. She powers it down and drops back on the bed. Your mum? What? No. She considers me for a moment, her forehead wrinkled. Can I trust you, Amber? I feel a stirring of unease, wondering what on earth she's about to share. Does she know what happened to Felix? Did she have a part in it? Just as the thought enters my head, I dismiss it as ridiculous. Of course she didn't. 100%. Good. She nods again, as if she is reaching a decision. I've done something, you see. Something I'm not proud of. I thought I was doing it for the right reasons, but now, everything that's happened, I'm not so sure. The problem is, it's too late to stop it. I fast. There's a sharp knock at the door, and we both jump like shop girls caught with their hands in the till. It's Dominic, looking faintly exasperated. There you are. Demetria wants to speak to you in Felix's office. When I don't make to move, he frowns. Now, okay, I'm coming. I wait until he's left the room, then turn back to Willow. I'd better go, but come and find me if you want to talk. She nods, but her expression has closed down. The moment for sharing secrets has passed. It's soon apparent that Detective Lieutenant Demetrio believes in the ease them in gently before dealing the killer punch school of thought. I saw it at play so many times when I was growing up. Social workers, teachers, even the police officers who used to turn up on the doorstep looking for Mum. Start softly, build rapport with gentle questions before dropping the bombshell. So we spend the first few minutes chatting about Pelagia and how beautiful it is. He asks if I've had a chance to visit the lighthouse or snorkel off Calypso Bay. The Greek marine life is unrivaled, he says proudly. I compliment him on his English, and he tells me he went to university in the UK. Not Durham, your friend's alma mater. Birmingham. Not much marine life there, I quip. He smiles. Indeed, and just like that, some of the warmth drains from his voice. Now, if I may move on to more pertinent matters, I would like you to go through the events of Friday the 26th of June, day Mr. Pearson was killed. I describe how Felix had been on fine form as we walked across the island to the taverna. So you arrived at the restaurant. What then? I shrug. We ordered, gave Simone her presents and ate. Is that all? I run my finger round the neck of my t-shirt. Well, there was a bit of leg pulling between Felix and Barney. Demetrio licks a thumb and turns over a page of his notebook. According to witnesses, there was a bit more to it than that. One person described it as a screaming match. So the police have already spoken to the other diners at the taverna. In which case, no, Dominic punched Felix. I wouldn't go that far. Barney was worried about some money he'd invested in Felix's company, I think. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what happened when Mr. Pearson followed you into the ladies' lavatory. And there it is. Bombshell the detective had no doubt been waiting to drop from the moment I walked into the room. How the hell am I supposed to answer that? Chapter 52. I stare at Detective Lieutenant Demetrio in horror. How do you know about that? We have 3 independent accounts of your boyfriend punching Mr. Pearson. When questioned, he admitted he lost his temper because Mr. Pearson sexually assaulted you. Is it true? I stare at my feet. Yes, his voice is gentle again. I know this is probably distressing for you, but can you describe the assault? Why? I cry. How is it relevant to your investigation? It had nothing to do with Felix's death. It is my job to build a picture of the night in question, he says calmly. To build an accurate picture, I need to know everything. Every little detail that you or your friends might think unimportant. So, with respect, I ask you again, please describe what happened. He followed me into the toilets. He tried it on. When I told him I wasn't interested, he called me a prick tease. Then he kissed and groped me. My arms have broken out into goosebumps at the memory. That's when Dominic walked in. When he saw what was happening, he pulled Felix off me, and, well, you know the rest. How much had you had to drink? I glare at him. Are you victim-shaming me? I don't mean to, Miss Miller. I just need to know how clear your memory is. I exhale slowly. remembering how the room had swum when I'd sat down on the toilet seat. I suppose I was a bit tipsy. I wince. It sounds like something Victoria would say. But that's only because Felix was topping my glass up all night. Are you saying he was trying to get you drunk on purpose? I meet his eye. Looking back on it, I think he was. He consults his notebook again. This is not the first time you have made an allegation of sexual assault against someone. Am I right? My stomach twists. Who told you that? Mr. Brooks. I stare at him open-mouthed. But Dominic doesn't even know about that.
Is he wrong in saying you reported your superior at work for initiating unwanted sexual contact, and that the man in question was suspended pending
the outcome of an investigation? My mind races. I thought just 4 people knew what happened that day. Me, Rob, Sandra Cooper, and Nessa. Was it possible a worried Nessa told Dom about the assault out of concern? No, I bite my lip. But what the hell does that have to do with this? My shock is morphing into a white-hot anger, fueled by Dominic's treachery. How dare he tell Demetrio about Rob Harvey's assault? And how dare the Greek detective use it as evidence against me? As I said, I'm just trying to build a picture, he says smoothly. And that's when I realize that beneath the affable exterior, Demetrio is a piranha waiting to strike. Has the investigation reached its conclusion? I think of the unread email sitting in my inbox. You tell me. I snap. You seem to know everything else. The anger pulsates through me, out of control, and before I can consider the consequences, I say, "Did Dominic tell you we had a fight that night, too?" His ears prick, and for a second I wish I could take the words back, but it's too late now. When I say a fight, I mean an argument. I qualify. About what? Does it matter? I see his expression and sigh. I accused him of still having feelings for Simone. Anyway, he went back to the villa and I spent the night on the beach. A wave of shame rolls over me. Alone, he asks. I nod. When I went back to the villa the next morning, the others had already left for Thalassia. All except Willow. And you and Miss Pearson both assumed Mr. Pearson had gone with them? The detective says. Correct. So, contrary to what you led me to believe, you cannot offer Mr. Brooks an alibi for the night Mr. Pearson was killed. I can't, I say tonelessly, because the flip side is, Dominic can't offer me one either. A knock at the door signals the arrival of another police officer who beckons the detective over. Please excuse me for a moment, Demetrio says, giving a small bow. There is a rapid exchange in Greek. When he steps back into the room, his whole demeanor has changed, and an icy sensation slides down my spine, vertebra by vertebra. He produces a plastic evidence bag and slides it across the desk to me. Our crime scene investigators have found this close to where Mr. Pearson's body was discovered. Do you recognize it? I peer at the bag, not sure at first what I'm supposed to be looking at. Then I see it. Thin silver chain leading to a pendant the color of liquid honey. My amber necklace. The one I thought I'd lost. Not lost at all. Lying feet away from a murder victim. The same victim who, hours before he was killed, sexually assaulted me. My blood turns to ice. Well, Demetrio says grimly, is this, or is this not, your necklace, Miss Miller? Chapter 53. Victoria. I'm pacing up and down our narrow balcony when my mother rings. I accept the call, hoping a chat with my children might distract me from the disaster unfolding at Villa Paradiso. Victoria, my mother shrieks. Thank God! I've been trying to reach you for hours. Hello to you, too. I roll my eyes. My mother has a tendency to catastrophize. What's the panic? Are the kids okay? They're fine. This isn't about them. The papers are saying you were the one who evicted that poor homeless man who died. The one on the news. My stomach goes into freefall. What? They're calling you a rogue landlord, darling. The housing secretary was on the lunchtime news calling for your resignation. Daddy says you should take out an injunction immediately. He'll have a word with Roger for you if you like. My godfather, Roger Steele, is a successful solicitor who specializes in libel law. His success rate in shutting down journalists is legendary. But even he can't wave a magic injunction wand this time. There's no point, I say heavily. Why ever not? Because it's true, Mummy. I did throw him out. I don't understand, darling. He was the last tenant at 12 Claremont Crescent, and I needed him out before I could sell the place. Landlords do it all the time. I try to sound airy, but I know I just sound rattled. My mother's disappointed silence on the other end of the line is worse than if she'd ranted and railed at me for my poor choices. I close my eyes and tilt my head towards the sky, my hand on my brow as if I can stop my brain from exploding under the stress of it all. Mummy, are you still there? I am. Tell Daddy I'll sort it, okay? My phone pings again and I glance at the screen. It's another missed call, this time from Grace Chambers, chairman of the trustees of the Anchorway Trust. A hatchet-faced woman with a bosom like a shelf and a sense of humor bypass. Can the day get any worse? Look, I need to go. I'll call you later, all right? And in the meantime, if you're contacted by the media, tell them no comment and hang up. My fingers are trembling so badly as I open my laptop that I misspell my own name twice before Google corrects me. Not that it matters. I'm trending so high the search engine knows exactly who I am. The headline leaps off the screen. Stark and unforgiving. Charity boss exposed as landlord who evicted tragic Owen rogue landlord blamed for the death of vulnerable minister. Calls for resignation of homeless charity chief, and, as I refresh the page, another pops up at the top of the list of results. This is the face of disgraced charity, CEO Victoria Wyndham, the landlord at the center of the eviction scandal fearfully. I click on the headline, which leads straight to the online edition of the Daily Tribune. Below the familiar red-topped masthead is my official photo from the Trust's website. I'd worn my favorite outfit to the photo shoot, a mint green Jaeger pussy bow blouse and black Jaeger tapered trousers, both bought before the label was taken over by Marks and Spencer, obviously. I'd paired nude lipstick with Granny Aggie's pearl earrings and had worn my hair in a low chignon. I'd been delighted with the results. I looked both patrician and authoritative, exactly the image I'd been aiming for. But seeing the photo with fresh eyes, I fear I just look supercilious. Exclusive. Homeless charity boss evicted man who died on the streets by Johnny Nelson. The chief executive of one of Britain's leading homeless charities has been accused of hypocrisy. After it emerged, she ordered the eviction of a vulnerable tenant who later died sleeping rough. Victoria Wyndham, 45, who heads the Anchorway Trust, has been described by a trustee of the charity as the worst kind of rogue landlord after allegedly using unlawful tactics to remove 32-year-old Owen Evans from a property she owned in Camberwell earlier this year. Mr. Evans, a long-term tenant of Mrs. Wyndham, was found dead from a suspected overdose in the doorway of the Anchorway Trust's headquarters in Kingston. Documents seen by the Tribune reveal that Mrs. Wyndham, whose charity received more than £25 million in public funding last year, sold the multi-occupancy property in Claremont Crescent shortly after Mr. Evans was forced out. Speaking exclusively to the Tribune, Mrs. Wyndham's former property manager, Shane Chapman, said he suspected Mr. Evans was agoraphobic as he rarely left his basement flat. Mrs. Wyndham had put the place on the market and was desperate to evict all the tenants before it was sold. She paid me to get rid of him. Whatever it took, he said. Mr. Chapman refused to reveal what tactics he employed to convince Mr. Evans to leave. But just a few weeks later, the 32-year-old computer analyst was found dead. An inquest is due to take place later this year. I am not proud of what I did, and I hope that by speaking out I can make amends. Mr. Chapman told the Tribune. Neighbors said Mr. Evans had become withdrawn and frightened in the weeks leading up to his eviction. One, who asked not to be named, said Owen was terrified of losing his home and often said he had nowhere else to go. By kicking him out, Victoria Wyndham signed his death warrant. Today, Housing Secretary David Williamson joined calls for Mrs. Wyndham to resign from her role as chief executive of the Anchorway Trust, saying her actions had been beyond reprehensible. In a holding statement released by the charity this morning, Deputy Chief Executive Dee Hanning confirmed an internal investigation was underway and a full report would be published by the end of the week. The woman at the center of the scandal has yet to comment on the allegations, amid reports that she is currently enjoying a holiday in a luxury villa on an exclusive Greek island off the coast of Corfu. I slammed the laptop shut. I've seen enough. There's no getting away from it. I'm public enemy number 1. The best spin doctor in the world couldn't save my reputation now. Not that I can afford to hire anyone, thanks to Barney's stupidity. My career's in tatters and my inheritance gone. I think of our huge mortgage, the repayments on our leased cars, skiing holidays at Easter, and the summers in the Dordogne. Barney's mediocre job in finance barely covers the children's school fees. For years, our lifestyle has been shored up by the income from 12 Claremont Crescent. Now that's gone too. My parents can't help. They're property rich and cash poor, and there's no way my mother would agree to sell their former rectory and move somewhere smaller just to keep the wolves from my door. I have to face it. My carefully constructed life, complete with all the middle-class trappings you could wish for, is about to come crashing down around my ears, and there's all I can do to stop it. I no longer feel angry, just numb, and there's a flickering of an unfamiliar emotion I can't at first pin a label to. Not worry, I don't do worry, but a kind of creeping dread. As I tramp across to the window and stare out at the horizon, I wonder if this is what people mean by an existential crisis. I feel, perhaps the first time in my life, helpless and genuinely afraid. Not just for me, but for the children. None of this is James, Sophie, or Amelia's fault. Yet they're the ones whose lives are about to be turned upside down. And with the dread comes guilt, another emotion that rarely troubles me. Because I can blame Barney all I like for investing my money in Felix's doomed development, I can hold Shane and the media responsible for the career-ending headlines. But when push comes to shove everything, Owen Evans' death to the slur I've brought on the family name is all my fault. Chapter 54. Amber. My stomach turns in on itself as I stare at my amber necklace through the plastic evidence bag. Amber for Amber, yes? Detective Lieutenant Demetrio asks, his eyes boring a hole into mine. I lick my lips. Nod. He leans back in his seat. Perhaps you can explain how it came to be found less than a meter from Mr. Pearson's body. I don't know. Come now, Miss Miller. You can do better than that. According to Mr. Brooks, you never take it off. My hand goes automatically to the blue and white mati pendant I bought at the market in Thalassia as Dominic's latest betrayal sinks in. It went missing a couple of days ago. But it's not the only thing. Felix lost his Rolex, and Simone lost a pair of diamond earrings from Tiffany. Dominic reckoned they'd been stolen. The detective's eyes narrow in disbelief. Who here would steal them? I don't know, I say miserably. It's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? 3 things disappearing like that. But your necklace hasn't disappeared, has it? It's right here. He watches me steadily. We've now been able to narrow down the time of death. Mr. Pearson was killed sometime between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning. Which is when you say you were asleep on the beach, alone. Just because you found my necklace by Felix's body doesn't mean I killed him. Anyone could have put it there. I agree. It's circumstantial. When you look at the bigger picture, it's concerning. Some might say you had a motive after what he did to you at the taverna, and there is the small matter that you don't have an alibi. Neither does Simone, I blurt. Actually, she does. Who? I ask. Maybe Simone shared a nightcap with Victoria and Barney when she got back to the villa. Maybe Willow has vouched for her. First time since the start of the interview. Demetrio looks flustered. Who? I say again. He clicks the top of his pen a couple of times and recrosses his legs. Finally, his eyes slide to mine. Mr. Brooks, I gasp. Dominic? He nods. Turn. Mr. Brooks has signed a statement confirming he spent the night with Mrs. Pearson. Chapter 55. I can't stop crying. Every time I think there can't be any more tears, more come. My throat aches and my eyes are slits. That's nothing compared to the stabbing pain in my chest. I can't believe Dad's dead. Not just dead, murdered. I know he wasn't perfect. He was my dad, and now he's gone. If only I could turn back the clock. I should never have left him alone that night. I should have brought my duvet downstairs and slept on the armchair beside him. If I had, he'd still be here, wouldn't he? If you follow that to its logical conclusion, it's my fault he's dead. All my fault. I blow my nose and take a sip of the tea Amber brought me. Stone cold, but I drink it anyway, grimacing as I force it past the hard knot in my throat. It was kind of her to come and check on me. I was so desperate to offload. I almost told her about the other thing. I get the feeling she wouldn't have judged me. She'd have just tried to help. Not that there's anything she could have done. The cat's well and truly out of the bag. My phone buzzes again. It's been pinging with notifications all day thanks to the Google alerts I set up a couple of weeks ago. I glance at the headline. This is the face of disgraced charity CEO Victoria Wyndham, the landlord at the center of the eviction scandal. This is it. The moment I've been planning for weeks. Victoria's spectacular fall from grace. Only instead of feeling triumphant, I feel grubby. If I'm replaying how we got here, at least I'm not thinking about Dad. I was volunteering at our local soup kitchen when I met Niall. At first, clocking his gaunt face, tatty anorak and frayed beanie, I thought he was one of the homeless guys. In fact, I was about to offer him a bowl of soup when he joined me behind the trestle tables and started handing out bread rolls. We got chatting once the queue had died down. When he told me he used to be an outreach worker for the Anchorway Trust, I almost dropped the ladle I was holding. I know your old boss, I said. His head jerked up. Victoria Wyndham? She's a friend of my dad's. Well, my stepmother, to be precise. They went to uni together. And what do you think of her? It felt like a test, and I considered my answer carefully. I think people like her are the reason we're all screwed. Bloody boomers have plundered the planet, and we're the ones paying the prices. Technically, she's not a boomer, but you're right. Niall scowled. She's the worst kind of parasite. She swans around like she gives a fuck. She's morally bankrupt. He leant in close, lowering his voice. You know she's a private landlord, right? Squeezed 9 bedsits into a 5-bedroom house she owns in Camberwell. 9. I shook my head, scandalized but not exactly surprised. Victoria is the kind of fake who wouldn't see the Oceanian sipping a glass of Chablis in her bougie, five-bedroom home while she preached about Subau's plight of the homeless. Word is she's just issued Section 21 notices to all her tenants because she wants to sell the place. That's awful, I said. Even though I had no idea what a Section 21 notice was, I was pretty sure it wasn't good news for Victoria's tenants. The bitch needs bringing down, Neil said. But I can't do it because everyone would say it was sour grapes. Why? She sacked me for trying to help two rough sleepers. All I did was give them my phone number in case they needed help out of hours. That's terrible. I know, right? Listen, I've got to go, but can I have your number? Why? I said again. He looked at me appraisingly. You're one of the good guys, I can tell. I glowed with pride. You wouldn't be here otherwise, he added, waving a hand at the ragtag collection of the vulnerable. And the marginalized we were there to help. People 99% of the population walked past without a second thought every day of the week. But if you really want to help, I know how you can. I eagerly handed over my number. Hadn't I told our school careers advisor so I wanted to be a professional agitator? Someone who upset the status quo, who asked the right questions, who challenged the people who thought they were untouchable. That night, I Googled Section 21 notices, and the more I read, the angrier I got. Victoria, the face of a well-known homeless charity, was evicting people from their homes without a second thought. The hypocrisy made my blood boil. 2 weeks later, Nayel messaged me with the email address of a freelance reporter called Johnny Nelson, who specialized in exposing corruption. It was clear what he wanted: someone to blow the whistle on Victoria's double standards, and I was perfectly placed to do it. I'd wanted a cause. Now I had one. I emailed Johnny Nelson. I could tell straight away he was one of the good guys, too. You get a feeling for these things. You wouldn't believe the number of crooks and sleazeballs he's brought down. We jumped on a video call, and I explained what I had on Victoria. Neil had been adamant I mustn't mention him. So I stuck to our story that I'd overheard a conversation between Victoria and Simone, in which she'd mentioned the no-fault evictions, and I'd been so incensed at her double standards I decided to go to the media. Johnny went away and did some digging, and I helped out where I could. I struck gold when, trawling through Dad's archived WhatsApp messages to Victoria. One day, I found one in which he advised her to set up a management company to keep her direct involvement under the radar. It didn't take Johnny long to find Claremont Crescent Property Holdings Limited registered under company's house. Even though we had Victoria exactly where we wanted her, I couldn't resist sending her a few anonymous texts just to wipe the smug smile off her face. Johnny offered me a tip-off fee, but I told him to donate it to Friends of the Earth. I did ask him for help with something else I've been working on, though, and he and his girlfriend, Laura, showed me how to find what I needed from the Public Record Office. That ticking time bomb's been sitting in a plain white envelope in the pocket of my dressing gown, ready to detonate when the time's right. Since Dad died, I haven't had the heart to set it off. Johnny's expose was waiting to be cleared by the Tribune's lawyers when Owen Evans turned up dead in the doorway of the Anchorway Trust's offices. Suddenly, every investigative journalist in the country was sniffing around the charity, worried someone else would beat them to it. The lawyers pulled their fingers out and green lit the story. And now everyone knows Victoria Wyndham is a money-grabbing hypocrite who was prepared to let a vulnerable agoraphobic die on the streets. Nell messaged about an hour ago. gloating. I should be pleased. So why do I feel like I've been played? Chapter 56. Amber. I glare at Dominic across the bed. You utter bastard, I cry. How could you? What are you talking about, Amber? What am I talking about? I let out a short, incredulous laugh. I'm talking about the fact that you have an alibi for the night Felix died because you spent it with Simone. He goes to speak, but I shout over him, even though I'd been determined as I left Demetrio that I wouldn't let anger get the better of me. I knew you only asked me out because I looked like her. A younger version of her, anyway, I add, cattily. How does it feel? Knowing you were shagging Felix's wife the night he was murdered? He opens his mouth again. Then his expression falters and his shoulders droop. I'm sorry, he mutters. His apology only fans my fury. I picture it spiraling into the night sky like a firework, exploding above my head with a shower of sparks and a sonic boom. You're sorry? Sorry for asking me out. Or sorry for cheating on me. And another thing. I suppose Nessa told you about Rob Harvey. Did she? He gives a tiny nod. How dare you tell Demetrio? He probably thinks I make a habit of crying rape. Thanks for nothing. Please, Amber, don't be like this. I throw my hands up in disgust. Whatever you're about to say, I don't want to hear it. I wish I'd never clapped eyes on you. I wish you'd never asked me out. But most of all, I wish you'd never brought me to this bloody island. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. I grab my pajamas and phone charger. And tomorrow I'm going to catch the first boat out of here. You can't, Dominic says heavily. Demetrio has our passports, remember. I howl with frustration and stomp from the room, slamming the door behind me. I don't want to see anyone else. So I curl up on the two-seater sofa in Felix's study, still reeling from Dominic's betrayal. Not only has he cheated on me with Simone, he's handed me on a plate to the Greek police for a murder I didn't commit. The extent of his deceit takes my breath away. I wait for the tears, but they refuse to come. Perhaps it's because I knew from the moment we met that it was never meant to be. I was never part of his world and never will be, no matter how much I splurge on linen trousers from John Lewis. I'll always be the cheap fake to Simone's designer label. I close my eyes, longing for sleep and the respite it'll bring, but my mind is too busy, my heart too bruised, to drift off. Giving it up as a lost cause, I hug my knees to my chest and think about the one possibility I've been doing my best to ignore since Felix's body was found. Did I kill him? Already, my memories of the night are fuzzy round the edges, like a child's scrappy crayon drawing. Snapshots in time, fizzing flutes of Kir Royale. Felix's mouth on mine. Dominic punching him in the face. The fight I picked with Dom on the way home. Storming off into the night. After that, everything's a blank until I woke up on the beach, confused, alone, and very, very hungover. Felix was out cold when Dominic frogmarched me out of the taverna. Is it possible he came to and followed us? Dominic was too angry and I was too drunk to have noticed. What if he heard our argument and saw me storming off alone? What if he followed me into the scrub and forced himself on me a second time? What if this time I hit back? I sort through the memories again, taking them apart and examining each one in minute detail. But though I can recall the exact feeling of Felix's hot breath on my neck in the taverna, precise sound of Dominic's fist hitting flesh, I can't remember anything that would suggest Felix followed me and I lashed out. I might have been hammered that night, but I wasn't blind drunk. I have no memory of attacking Felix because it never happened. If I didn't kill Felix, who did? Maybe it was a robbery gone wrong. Maybe Barney's right. and the Russian shipping magnate hired someone to take him out for complaining about Villa Olympus. Both scenarios are possible, but the more I consider them, the more unlikely they seem. Isn't the far more credible explanation that someone at Villa Paradiso killed him? I remember the suppressed rage on Barney's face the night of Simone's birthday, the murderous look in his eye as he threw a handful of notes on the table. Felix had just laughed. Was that enough to tip Barney over the edge? What about Victoria? Barney sunk her entire inheritance into Felix's dodgy property deal. Would she be driven to kill the man who stole her fortune? I dismiss Willow, who is genuinely distraught by her father's death, and Maria, who has given no hint that she is anything but loyal to her employer, which just leave Simone and Dominic, and they have the perfect alibi, don't they? Unless one of them is lying. Chapter 57. Amber. At 7 o'clock the next morning, I give up all pretense of sleep and, gritty-eyed and yawning, head to the kitchen to make myself a coffee. On the way, I detour past the front door to see if our police guard is still in situ. He is. The walls press in on me as I turn on my heel and tramp back down the hallway. It seems crazy right now that this beautiful, elegant, luxurious villa feels more claustrophobic than a prison cell. Demetrio claimed the security was for our own safety when it's clearly just to make sure we stay put. Is he even allowed to keep us cooped up here against our will? It's not like he's arrested anyone. Yet, whispers the small voice in my head, I feel antsy, like I'm waiting for the results of a hospital test or to sit an exam. Perhaps I could make up a family emergency and tell him I need to fly home. But as soon as the thought arrives, I reject it. Dominic's probably already told him I don't have any family. I take my coffee out onto the terrace and peer over the wall to the villa below. Police tent has gone, and presumably Felix's body with it. And the site foreman and a handful of builders are standing in a huddle by the footings of the swimming pool. Amber, says a familiar voice, and I jump a foot in the air, yelping when scalding coffee sloshes onto my hand. Dominic's eyebrows shoot up. Quick, you should hold it under the cold tap. He takes the cup and guides me back inside. There, at least 5 minutes, he instructs, turning the tap on. I feel almost an instant relief as the cold water hits my skin. Better? He asks. I nod. Good. I'll make you a fresh one. I stare at the water sluicing over my hand and swirling down the plug hole. There 1 minute, gone the next. Is that how Dominic sees what happened with Simone the other night? Like something so big, so important, can just disappear. Because it feels very much like he's pretending it never happened. But I'm done with pretending. It's time to rip off the plaster. Dominic, I begin. Look, I know you're mad at me, he interrupts, as if reading my mind. But nothing happened between Simone and me. So Demetrio's lying, is he? Dominic's gaze flickers down. I didn't say he was. We did spend the night together, but not how you think. When I got back to the villa after you stormed off, she was in a bad place. I didn't think it was a good idea to leave her on her own. Of course you didn't, I mutter. He moves across to inspect my hand and, seemingly satisfied, turns off the tap and gives me a clean tea towel to wrap around it. He motions me to take a seat at the kitchen table and pulls out the chair opposite. I told you before that she's not as tough as she looks. Sometimes her mental health, well, it's not great. She'd just seen Felix hitting on you, and she was pretty crushed. I bristle. That wasn't my fault. No one's saying it was. It's not the first time it's happened, that's all. Felix and his indiscretions, I mean. Simone was at the end of her rope. I spent the night with her to make sure she didn't do anything silly. My eyes widen. You mean like Feth? He holds my gaze and nods. I drag my hands through my hair. How do I know you're telling the truth? He is quiet for a moment, then puffs out his cheeks and exhales. Simone ended up in hospital at uni after downing a handful of pills with a bottle of vodka. I was the one who found her. I'm not joking, Amber. I thought she was dead. A look of anguish crosses his face. When I felt for a pulse, I found one, faint but there. I called an ambulance and traveled with her to the hospital. They pumped her stomach and put her on a drip. Doctors said another half an hour might have been too late. He presses his lips together. She swore it wasn't a suicide attempt, and that she was just trying to get to sleep. She's always suffered from insomnia. And I told her I believed her. I study his face. The bags under his bloodshot eyes and the fresh crop of wrinkles on his forehead, the slight tremble to his fingers and his agonized expression. But you didn't? I guess. I didn't. Why? He casts his eyes down. Because it was my fault she did it. I don't understand. He pinches the bridge of his nose. Simone was my first serious girlfriend. She always used to joke that she knew I was the man she'd marry the moment she saw me. The library reading The Great Gatsby that day. She wasn't joking, not really. We were inseparable that first year. It was intense. Simone even came to stay at mine during the holidays because her parents were always jetting off around the world, and she didn't want to stay in an empty house on her own. Things were great. She was great. We were great. It sounds like a bud is coming. He pulls, and is it that obvious? Face. In the second year, I started getting not cold feet exactly, but I was beginning to realize there was more to uni life than being one half of a couple. I'd always loved rugby at school and hadn't realized how much I missed it. Not just the game itself, but the social side of it. Rugby players really know how to enjoy themselves. He smiles, but it's the sad kind of smile when someone remembers a much-loved and long-dead pet. When I went along to the uni's rugby trials, Simone had a complete meltdown. She said it was because she was worried I'd get injured and pleaded with me not to join. But I didn't want to let the guys down and stood my ground. She didn't speak to me for days. Eventually, she came round, and when I was picked for the first team, she told everyone how proud she was of me. She came to every match and always cheered the loudest when we won. Life was good again. What I didn't realize was that while I was playing matches and getting pissed with my mates, she was making 5- and 10-year plans for our future. You didn't see it as a long-term thing? I was 21, Amber. I wasn't thinking beyond the next weekend, but Simone's always been a planner. I think it stems from her childhood. The lack of control she had when she was growing up. The poor thing, I say sarcastically. I know your childhood was much tougher than hers, but just because someone is born with privilege doesn't mean things are easy. Simone said her dad was a workaholic and her mum was emotionally distant. What was it that poet said? Your parents fuck you up. He's paraphrasing Philip Larkin's famous poem. But I don't bother to correct him. I'm more interested in Simone's parents. Have you ever met them? He shakes his head. I was supposed to a few times, but they always canceled at last minute. They're estranged now. Simone always said her life began when she started at Durham. So when did it all go wrong between you? My voice is offhand. Like I don't give a damn, but I'm watching his reaction closely. She wanted us to move to London together when we graduated. It was too much too soon. The night I told her it wasn't going to happen was the night she almost overdosed. That's emotional blackmail. I explode. Maybe. But I felt guilty every day since. He raises his haunted eyes to mine. So you see why I had to make sure she was all right the other night? I guess, I mutter, Because what else can I say that doesn't make me sound like some kind of unfeeling super bitch? Thank you. He places his palms on the table. Want another coffee? Okay. I digest everything he's told me as he busies himself grinding more beans and warming the cafetiere. He's still eaten up with guilt over Simone's suicide attempt because that's clearly what it was. No one downs pills and a whole bottle of vodka just to get to sleep. The only reason you'd do that is if you didn't plan on waking up. It does at least explain the hold she seems to have over him. Even if Dominic is telling the truth, it doesn't solve my current problem. I'm screwed without an alibi. Somewhere inside the villa, the doorbell chimes. Sounds like our friendly Greek inspector is back for another round of questioning. Dominic says, raising an eyebrow. The thought sends an arrow of fear right through me. He thinks it was me. That I killed Felix, I blurt. They found my necklace by his body. What? Dominic freezes, his hand suspended in the air like it doesn't belong to him. You heard me, Dom. They found my amber necklace, the one you said was stolen, next to Felix. I might not have an alibi, but I do have a motive. At least, Demetrio thinks so. I start to shake. I can't help it. My chest is tight as I meet Dom's gaze. He thinks I murdered Felix. Chapter 58. Victoria. I wake on Monday morning, feeling curiously serene. The only rational explanation is that the storms I've been subconsciously dreading for months has finally broken, and while it has inevitably caused damage, it's nothing I can't repair in time. I finally called Grace Chambers, chairman of the trustees of the Anchorway Trust, last night. Grace was brusque and to the point. If we don't receive your letter of resignation within the next 24 hours, you'll be getting your P45. There's no way I'm letting the charity go down for your mistake. I recognized a lost cause when I saw one. I sent the letter. I'm beginning to think it might even be a blessing in disguise. I've been stressed out, juggling so many balls. My job, the sale of number 12, children, the au pair. It'll give me back some much-needed me time. I can join the tennis club or the gym, start looking after myself more. Everyone knows muscle mass starts to deteriorate in your 40s. I could even train for one of those things people are obsessed with at the moment. Like it's a knockout, only without the rubber suits and the Belgians. Hyrox, that's it. Yes, maybe in time I'll come to see that my online stalker has actually done me a favor. There's a gentle knock at the door, and Maria pops her head round. Sorry to bother you, Mrs. Wyndham, but Detective Lieutenant Demetrio has asked to see you and Mr. Wyndham in Mr. Pearson's office. This surprises me. I assumed Demetrio would want to talk to us separately. But this isn't line of duty. No doubt the Greek police have their own way of doing things. Thank you, Maria. We'll be right down. The housekeeper nods and scuttles away. I rap on the door of the ensuite. Barney, are you done in there? Police want to talk to us again. He emerges from the bathroom a couple of minutes later, one towel round his flabby waist, another slung round his neck, and a tiny square of loo roll stuck to a cut on his chin. The whole effect is not a pretty sight, and I avert my eyes, trying hard not to show my distaste. Like it or not, Barney is my husband, and as of last night, my sole source of income. I made a vow all those years ago to honor and obey, for richer or poorer, and even if Barney doesn't earn as much as I'd like, I'd be a bloody sight poorer without him. You know, I told Demetrio yesterday that we walked back from the taverna together, I say, handing him a checked, short-sleeved shirt from the built-in wardrobe. You said, thank you. Barney has been unusually deferential since Felix's death, and I find I rather like it. Fawning would annoy me, but biddable is good. When I admitted my role in the whole Claremont Crescent debacle and showed him the story in the Daily Tribune, he gave me a rare hug and told me no one believed anything they read in the papers anyway. Still, I hold his gaze as I ask him, "There's nothing you need to tell me before we talk to Demetrio again. Is there, Barney?" A muscle twitches in his jaw, and I give an involuntary shiver as an unwelcome thought occurs to me. He's not about to admit that he was behind the anonymous texts, is he? That would be unthinkable. But no, my imagination is running away with me. Of course he isn't. Still, it's plain he's hiding something. What is it, Barney? On second thoughts, tell me when you're dressed. I can't take you seriously looking like that. I hold out a pair of chinos, neatly pressed by Maria, and for God's sake, take that piece of loo roll off your chin. While he dresses, I run a brush through my hair and apply my favorite Charlotte Tilbury lipstick. I'll have to switch brands now, I suppose, though I draw the line at no 7. I meet Barney's eye in the mirror. Well, I demand. He shakes his head, pointing at the door. We'd better not keep Demetrio waiting. It'll keep. Greek detective stands, gives his trademark small bow as we walk in. Mr. and Mrs. Wyndham. Please, he says, take a seat. The Met could take a leaf out of his book, I think, as I arrange myself on the 2-seater sofa, my hands in my lap and my legs crossed demurely at the ankles. What was the saying? Manners maketh the man. I smile politely. How is your investigation going, Inspector? We are making progress, which is one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you both this morning. Let me take you back to Thursday, if I may. Do you remember what you did that day? I glance at Barney, who gives an imperceptible shrug. Barney and Amber caught the sea taxi to Thalassia, and I stayed here with the others. We spent the day at Calypso Bay. That is what I understood. Thursday is market day in Thalassia, is it not? And when you were in Thalassia, did you visit the market, Mr. Wyndham? I look sidelong at my husband, who is blinking rapidly. Yes. Since Mr. Pearson died, we have been trying to locate his watch. It is a Rolex Sea Dweller made of stainless steel and gold. Very distinctive, very expensive. If you bought one new, it would set you back 20,000 euros. We have been making extensive inquiries on both Pelagia and Thalassia, and, as luck would have it, we received a call from one of the market stallholders last night to say he had a watch in his possession that matched the description. One of my officers paid him a visit first thing this morning. The watch was indeed Mr. Pearson's missing Rolex. How can you be sure? I ask. Every Rolex watch has a unique serial number, which we were able to confirm with the jewelers in Hatton Garden he bought it from. It was a 50th birthday present to himself, I understand. Typical Felix. Though I still don't see what relevance the watch has to us. Stallholder also had a pair of earrings which were of interest to us. Demetriou continued. Pearl and diamond drop earrings. Very pretty. Also very expensive. Tiffany earrings. Simone lost a pair of Tiffany earrings, I exclaim, the cogs in my brain starting to whir. Amber's necklace went missing, too. Miss Miller's necklace has already been recovered, the detective says gravely. As for the watch and the earrings, they were sold to the stallholder by a British tourist. On Thursday, he sits back in his chair, waiting for the penny to drop. But I'm ahead of him. I stare at Barney, my mouth open. You took them, didn't you? So you took Felix's Rolex and Simone's Tiffany earrings, and you flogged them to some bloke on a market stall. I needed the money, Barney cries. Felix kept going on about how tight I was, never putting my hand in my pocket, like I was some kind of cheap freeloader. I'd had enough. Bastard deserved it. He deserved everything he got. Barney, I screech, my gaze swiveling to Demetriou in horror. I wouldn't blame the detective for leaping out of his chair, slapping handcuffs on Barney, and arresting him for murder on the spot. He simply sits and watches, his expression steady, his manner infuriatingly calm. If you're about to admit stealing the watch and earrings, I will have to place you under arrest. Demetrio's voice is blandly official. You'll be informed of the reason for your arrest and your rights, including the right to remain silent and to speak to a lawyer. Barney slumps in his seat, defeated. Okay, you win. I stole the Rolex and the earrings, and I sold them to a man on a Greek market stall. Pittance, I might add. He shoots Demetrio a bitter look, as if it's his fault the trader didn't give him market price. I'm also guilty of hating Felix's guts. The man was a total prick, but I didn't kill him. Chapter 59. Amber. I don't want to play the game anymore. I just want to go home. Home to my shabby room in rainy London, where I can lock the door and pull the curtains and hide away from the world. Instead, I'm back in Felix's sun-bleached office, facing another round of questions from Detective Lieutenant Demetrio. My stomach has once again tied itself in knots, and my voice is scratchy. I haven't used it in a while, but I arrange my features into a polite smile and wait for his opening gambit. He leans forwards, his elbows on the desk. His cuffs are frayed. Does he live alone, or is there a dark-haired, slow-eyed Mrs. Demetrio waiting for him at home? Miss Miller, he says, as if he's delighted to see me. How are you this morning? Well, I hope. Honestly, the man's such an old-fashioned gent it would be a crying shame if he were single. I'm... Okay, good. Straightens the notebook on the desk in front of him, suddenly brusque, and my heart misses a beat. There have been some developments in the investigation I wanted to make you aware of. What developments? We have made an arrest. My mouth drops open. For Felix's murder? Not the murder. Not yet. But we have arrested someone for the theft of his watch and Mrs. Pearson's diamond and pearl earrings. Who? It would be unprofessional of me to share that information with you. What I can say is that we recovered both items from a stallholder at Thalassia Market this morning. He tilts his head to one side. You were at the market on Thursday, I think. I didn't. You can't just... I break off, terrified he's about to accuse me. Wait. Barney was talking to one of the stallholders. I saw him. I play the memory back, transporting myself to the table under the olive tree, strong, sweet coffee in my hand. The guy gave Barney a load of cash. I assumed it was change for something he'd bought Simone for her birthday, but he and Victoria gave her honey. My eyes widen. He was selling the Rolex and Simone's earrings, wasn't he? Demetrio doesn't confirm it, but he doesn't deny it either. You need to give a statement detailing everything you saw, he says, and I know I'm right. Barney, furious, he'd lost all his money to one of Felix's get-rich-quick schemes, tried to recoup what he could by stealing the two most expensive things he could lay his hands on at Villa Parazzo. What about my amber necklace? I ask. What about it? Barney must have stolen it too. I'm sorry, Miss Miller, but the stallholder that... The only items shown to him were the watch and earrings. That's because Barney knew he wouldn't get anything for my necklace. Victoria told us all on the first night it was probably only worth £100. But just because he didn't try to sell it doesn't mean he didn't take it. Demetriou grunts, then drops a bombshell. We have also recovered the murder weapon. One of Sergeant Griva's men found it hidden in a pile of rubble during the search of the construction site. I sit up straighter. How do you know it's the murder weapon? Because it has traces of Mr. Pearson's blood on it. For a moment, his words don't register. I'm too busy picturing coppery smears on the stainless steel blade of a shovel or the rounded end of a baseball bat. That's the kind of thing murderers use, isn't it? I find it strange that no one noticed it was missing. My head jerks up. I'm sorry. What's missing? The marble bust of Athena. I frown at him. What is he talking about? The only bust of Athena I can think of is the one with all the others, gracing the stone plinths in the villa's hallway. Wait, are you saying Athena's head was used to kill Felix? I am. Bloody hell, quite. Was he killed in the villa? Demetrio exhales, rolling his shoulders. If he had been, we'd have sealed the place off days ago. There was no blood splatter, no signs of a struggle inside. Whoever struck the blow did it somewhere else, then moved him. As you would expect, we have carried out a detailed forensic examination of the murder weapon, and we found a set of prints which we ran against the ones we took on Sunday. We got a match. I sit forwards, my hands on my knees, holding my breath. Whose prints were a match? Barney's? Victoria's? Dominic's? Fingerprints were found on the bust. I blink at him. What? Your prints, Miss Miller, on the cheek of Athena's face. You claim you didn't kill Mr. Pearson. So why are your fingerprints on the weapon that did? Chapter 60. Amber. That's impossible. I jump up and begin to pace. I've never even been near. I stop because I do remember the feel of Athena's cold cheek, the faint dusting of marble powder on my fingertips. Oh my God. Demetriou says nothing, just takes his pen and taps it on the desk, waiting for me to dig myself in deeper. I touched it when I went to the bathroom the first night we arrived. I blurt. I don't know why. I was walking down the hallway past all the gods and sisses, and it was like being in those rooms full of all the Greek stuff in the British Museum, you know? Only there you're not allowed to touch, and here you are, so I did. But that doesn't mean I killed Felix. I sink back onto the sofa, folding in on myself. I didn't say you did. I'm just saying your prints were on the murder weapon. He lays the pen diagonally on his notebook at a perfect 45-degree angle. But you understand the difficulty this creates for us, especially as it now appears you have an independent alibi. What? I say dully, not even bothering to look up. A fisherman has reported seeing you asleep on the beach the night Mr. Pearson was killed. It takes a moment for his words to sink in. When they do, the relief is dizzying. See? I told you I was telling the truth. Demetriou plays with his cuff. He is a credible witness, according to Sergeant Griva, and he places you on the beach shortly before the estimated time of death. But you are not off the hook, Miss Miller. Far from it. Eventually, Demetriou says I can go, albeit with strict instructions not to leave the villa. The others are on the terrace. Before they invite me to join them, I head upstairs, wanting time alone to think. My head is spinning with the detective's revelations. First and foremost, the fact that my prints are all over the murder weapon. I wasn't lying when I told him. I'd touched the bust of Athena that first night at Villa La Paradiso, but I can hear how improbable it must sound, especially to a man who deals with liars and cheats every day of the week. I wonder how close he was to slapping handcuffs on my wrists and arresting me for murder. The fact that he didn't, because I suddenly have a credible alibi, blows my mind. Thank God for Greek fishermen. I don't need Demetriou to tell me I'm not off the hook yet. My phone pings with a text, and I snatch it up, glad of the distraction. It's Nessa. Have you heard from HR yet? X. Nope, I'm about to type, but then I pause. I need to know the outcome of the investigation into Rob Harvey's sexual assault. If my complaint has been upheld, it'll show Demetriou I'm not in the habit of making things up. It might help him believe my story. Besides, it's time I stopped running. Heart thudding, I open the email. Subject: Outcome of investigation confidential, dear Miss Miller. Following a full investigation into your allegations concerning Mr. Robert Harvey, I can confirm that the investigation has now concluded. The investigating panel interviewed all relevant parties, including yourself, Mr. Harvey, and a number of current and former employees. Having reviewed the available evidence, the panel found there to be insufficient evidence to substantiate your claims. As such, your complaint has not been upheld and no disciplinary action will be taken against Mr. Harvey. We recognize that this will be disappointing to hear, and we would like to thank you for your cooperation throughout the process. Any further concerns should be raised through the appropriate channels. Kind regards, Sandra Cooper, Head of Human Resources Cavity Wall Solutions. For a moment, I just stare at the screen, my stomach clenching as phrases leap out at me. Insufficient evidence. Not upheld, no disciplinary action. I read the email again, hoping for what? That the words are going to magically rearrange themselves into a formal indictment, recording Rob's guilt in black and white. They don't, of course. That predatory, manipulative son of a bitch has got off scot-free, and I'm the liar. The phone slides from my hand onto the covers as I rage at the unfairness of it all. So much for calling out bad behavior. I should never have let Nessa talk me into reporting the assault. They were always going to take Rob's word over mine. I'd have been better off resigning, because now I'll just be labeled a troublemaker, and Rob has essentially been given permission to carry on behaving exactly as before, leching over anything in a skirt. The irony isn't lost on me. Back home, I've been punished for speaking up. Here, I'm being accused of fighting back. Chapter 61. Amber. I find Dominic in a shady spot on the terrace, alone and bent over his laptop. "Hey," he says as I approach. "How did it go with Demetrio?" "Well, he hasn't arrested me yet, so that's a win, I guess." I could tell him about the fact that although I now have an alibi, my fingerprints are all over the recovered murder weapon. But I don't have the energy for the barrage of questions that'll invariably follow. Where is everyone? Simone's trying to rest. Willow's in her room and Barney's helping Vic deal with some kind of work crisis. I motion to his laptop. "What are you doing?" Shifting some meetings around. He makes an apologetic face. "I've promised Simone's and I'll stay and help her get Felix's body home, which could take a while." There it is again. That hold Simone has over him. She says jump. He simpers. How high? I stare at him dispassionately. When we first met, I used to joke to Nessa that I was dating the ultimate rom-com heartthrob, suave, charming, the perfect floppy-haired English gentleman. His slightly rumpled, self-deprecating charm had undone me, but now it's as if I'm seeing him properly for the first time. The floppy fringe is artfully arranged to cover his receding hairline, his one vanity. There are pouches under his eyes, and the chiseled jawline has softened. He is what he's always been, a good-looking, middle-aged man. No more, no less. It's me who's changed. "You don't mind, do you?" he's saying. "I know it's not ideal, but I'll get you on the same flight as Vic and Barney." I shrug, finding I don't care one way or another. The spell's broken, and the sense of liberation makes me giddy. I'll never have to worry whether I fit in or measure up again. "I'll let you know as soon as I'm back in London." He closes the laptop with a sigh. "I don't know about you, but I'll be glad when everything's back to normal." I frown. "Nothing's ever going to be back to normal, Dom. I'm the suspect in a frigging murder investigation for a start." His expression clouds. He looks as if he's about to say something, but I beat him to it, the words coming out in a rush. I think we're done, don't you? He shakes his head, bewildered. No, Amber, we don't have to be. I know this holiday's been a total fucking disaster, but we can get through it. And you can leave the police to me. I'll tell Demetrio you had nothing to do with Felix's murder. Why should he believe you? And even if he does, I've had enough. But I love you. You don't love me, Dom. You're still in love with Simone. And that's fine. You were hers first. I just wish you'd warned me, that's all. Managed my expectations. You could've saved us all a lot of heartache. Somewhere below the terrace, a dog barks, and the noise is so ordinary that it reminds me there's a world outside the four walls of Villa Paradiso. I think you should sleep somewhere else tonight. What? I'm sure Simone'll be only too happy to keep her bed warm for you. Don't be like that. Dominic says, wounded. I told you Simone and I are ancient history, I sigh. Whatever. But I mean it, Dom. I can't do this anymore. We're over. Fussed. Chapter 62. Amber. Night has fallen in that blink of an eye way it does here on Pelagia. One moment the sea is electric blue, the next it is deep indigo. Craving fresh air but not wanting to see anyone, I cross my bedroom to the sliding doors that lead to the balcony. Outside, I grasp the rails, tilt my head skywards, and gaze up at the stars, which sparkle so much brighter here than they do in London. The vastness of the universe should be a comfort. After all, I'm but a tiny, insignificant speck in the grand scheme of things, so what does anything I do matter? But the more I try to tell myself this, the more I realize it's bullshit. I do matter. I might not have gone to private school or a Russell Group university. I might not speak with a cut-glass accent or work in the city. That doesn't make me any less of a person. In fact, isn't the opposite true? I've become the person I am despite the obstacles I've faced. When have Simone or Victoria had to check their coat pockets for change to buy food, or sit in the dark, wrapped in a duvet because they ran out of pound coins for the electric meter? They've never had to endure the attentions of a sleazeball boss because they needed the job, or choose between heating and eating. So why do I always feel so bloody inadequate beside them? I've spent most of the day avoiding the others. Dominic came in shortly before dinner and packed his suitcase in grim-faced silence. I don't know if he's moved into Simone's room. I didn't ask, and I don't care. I told him I could feel a migraine coming on and asked if I could have my meal brought up to my room. Minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and Maria appeared with a tray. Moussaka, a small Greek salad, and a generous helping of baklava. I fell on it like I hadn't eaten for a week. There was no migraine, but what's one more fib in this hothouse of lies? The scent of jasmine fills my nostrils, sickly sweet. Somewhere below me, a door clicks shut and voices drift up through the night. I stiffen. Dominic and Simone, and they're arguing. What the fuck were you thinking? The anger in Dominic's voice catches me by surprise. He's normally such a placid guy. It's one of the things I used to love about him. He was impossible to rile, but he doesn't just sound riled now. He sounds livid. No wonder Demetriou thinks she did it. You say that like it's a bad thing, Simone chirps. I just saw an opportunity and took it. Anyone with half a brain would have done the same. There's a sharp intake of breath. That's, oh Christ, Simone. What have you done? For a moment, there is silence. Then Simone speaks again. This time, she sounds prickly, defensive. There's no way I'm going down for what happened to Felix, Dom. No fucking way. And if that means she takes the rap instead, so be it. I gasp, clapping my hand over my mouth at the last minute to stop the sound escaping. But they're too busy arguing to hear me. I won't let Amber take the blame for something she didn't do. Dominic hisses. It's not fair. It's not right. Oh, don't be so fucking sanctimonious. It doesn't suit you. Suit. And for Christ's sake, keep your voice down or someone will hear you. Simone shoots back. We should have called the police. What were we thinking? Dominic says again, his voice shifting from angry to anguished. Do you want me to spend the rest of my life in a Greek jail? Of course I don't. But we could have explained what happened. Simone lets out a harsh laugh. You think they'll care that Felix lost his shit and I was trying to defend myself? They'll lock me up and throw away the key. I edge over to the far right-hand side of the balcony, inch by inch, barely breathing. Is Simone saying she killed Felix? I crane my neck and peer over the railings. They're standing on the other side of a pair of cypress trees, their outlines just visible in the inky darkness. Simone has started sobbing, and her shadowy form clings to Dominic. He's staring back at the villa, his shoulders rigid. I shrink back, flattening myself against the wall, like a police officer in a crime drama before he sees me. I need you, she hiccups. You promised you would always look after me. I know I did, and you will, whatever it takes. There's a beat of silence, then Dominic's answer, clear and steady. Of course, whatever it takes. I slide down the wall until I'm on the floor, hugging my knees to my chest as their words sink in. Simone killed Felix in self-defense, and Dominic helped her. What? Finish the job? Dispose of the body? Provide her with an alibi? My brain can't process it. I should do something. Storm down there, call the police, something. But their voices have already melted into the night, and even if I did call, who would believe me? I need proof. Not a half-heard conversation the grieving widow can brush off as the ramblings of the prime suspect. And what was that Dominic was saying about the Greek detective? No wonder Demetrio thinks she did it. What did he mean? As far as Demetrio's concerned, my guilt was sealed the moment the police found my amber necklace by Felix's body. I have absolutely no doubt he'd have arrested me by now if it wasn't for the fact that a fisherman came forward and said he saw me asleep on the Euphat beach that night. A possibility so awful crosses my mind that I instantly reject it. Surely no one would stoop that low, but the more I try to convince myself I'm wrong, the more this outrageous theory stands up to scrutiny. Did Simone take my necklace and leave it with the body so I would be implicated? Did the bitch set me up? Chapter 63. Willow. I wake in the middle of the night with a raging thirst. I can't think why. I reach for the glass on the bedside table, but it's empty. Cursing under my breath, I throw the duvet off and swing my legs out of bed. I could use the tap in the ensuite, I suppose. I can never remember if the water's safe to drink. Besides, Dad always keeps bottles of ice-cold San Pellegrino in the fridge, even though he prefers Perrier because he knows it's my favorite, Dad. The memory of what's happened hits me like a knee in the solar plexus. Is this what it's going to be like every time I wake up? A few seconds of blissful ignorance before I remember he's dead? The familiar lump forms in my throat, and my eyes fill with tears. No wonder I'm thirsty. I've cried myself dry. I'll get one of the San Pellegrinos Dad bought for me, and I'll drink it, and then I'll try to sleep. And when I wake, there'll be a moment when I think he's still alive, and everything's all right, and already I'm craving those precious seconds, like a cokehead craves their next line. I pull on my dressing gown and pad barefoot into the kitchen, almost dropping my glass when I see someone slumped at the table. Geez, Amber, you almost gave me a heart attack. Sorry. She sounds distracted. You couldn't sleep either, I ask. What? Oh, no. When she doesn't elaborate, I wave my glass at her. Want a fizzy water? She bites her lip. Please. The bottle of San Pellegrino opens with a hiss that sounds deafening in the silent kitchen, and Amber gives a little shudder. I slide a glass across the table towards her. Hey, are you all right? She finally looks up, flash of recognition in her eyes, as if she's only just realized it's me. She's so out of it I wonder if she's taken something, though it seems unlikely. She doesn't even drink. It's probably just the shock. There's been more than enough of that to go round lately. She gives a little shake of her head and grimaces. Did you know the police found my necklace by your dad's body? I gape at her. Inspector Demetrio claims he's been keeping the wicked stepmother and me up to date with the investigation. But he hasn't told me that. I didn't kill him. Amber says quickly. I know people, the police, might think I had a motive after what happened in the taverna. I want you to know that I would never, ever do that. I tilt my head, trying to read her, to see if she's telling the truth. She holds my gaze, green eyes unblinking and her expression guileless. After a beat, I nod. I believe you. She lets out a long breath. Thank you. Someone did. Someone killed him. Her expression flickers between relief and another emotion, one that looks remarkably like guilt. If I believe her, why would she feel guilty? Unless she knows who did kill Dad and is trying to protect them. What is it, Amber? What aren't you telling me? She opens her mouth, then closes it again. I lean forwards on my elbows, skin prickling with anticipation. Her gaze drops, her shoulders rounding, as she wraps her hands around her glass as if it's a mug of hot chocolate, not a tumbler of chilled sparkling water. Nothing. What are you so scared of? The question's a lucky guess, but it hits the mark. She looks up again, a haunted expression darkening her face. I'm not, she says tremulously. I just need to figure something out. Her voice grows stronger, surer, and when I do, I'll be telling the whole damn world, believe me. She pushes her chair back and stands. I should try to get some sleep. Thanks for the drink. No problem. I plunge my fists into the pockets of my dressing gown and feel the sharp edge of an envelope in one. The ticking time bomb I haven't had the energy to detonate. I'd forgotten it was there. For a moment, I just sit there, staring at Amber as she hovers in the doorway. The idea comes out of nowhere. This crazy sense that I should give it to her. Maybe it's because she looks as lost as me. Maybe it's because I can see how small she feels around us. Like she doesn't belong. Before I can change my mind, I jump up and press the envelope into her hands. She looks bewildered. What is it? You'll see. Promise me one thing, okay? I wait until she nods. Don't open it now. Wait till you're home. She nods again and I feel a sense of release as she tramps out of the room. This small act of kindness might not make up for what I did to Victoria. At least it's a start. Amber should know she's not the only outsider here. Some of us just hide it better. Chapter 64. Amber. I'm woken by the sound of cicadas, the Greek equivalent of white noise. A bleary glance at my phone reveals it's still only 6 o'clock. I pull myself out of bed anyway and tramp across to the ensuite and into the shower. As the water pounds my shoulders, memories of the countless mornings Dom and I have shared come back to me. Bed hair and morning breath, cups of tea, and sleepy sex. The desolation that pierces me stings far more than the jets of water. It isn't the big things I'll miss. The weekends away, the trips to the coast, the expensive meals. It's the small, everyday ones. The way Dom's forehead furrows in concentration as he studies the back of a box of muesli at breakfast like it's The Economist. The sound of his humming when he cooks. The fact he always remembers to buy chocolate when I'm on my period. Damn it! Why did I fall in love with a man who was already in love with someone else? I forced myself to get a grip, and 10 minutes later, I'm pulling on shorts and a t-shirt, keen to grab a coffee and something to eat before the others surface. By rights, we should be flying home today. My bags should be packed, and my passport ready for the long trip back to London. The Greek police have my passport, and my belongings are still scattered over the room, because it's clear I'm not going anywhere until they've arrested someone for Felix's murder. I'm slipping my phone into my pocket when I see a folded piece of paper poking out from under the bedroom door. Frowning, I scoop it up and open it, my pulse quickening as I scan the message. I can help you prove your innocence. Meet me at the lighthouse. Come alone. It isn't signed. Of course it isn't. I flip through names like I'm flipping through the pages of Grand Zin's old Rolodex, the one that used to stand on a lace-trimmed doily on the walnut sideboard next to the phone. I discount Dominic. It's not his handwriting. Simone, too. If I'm right, she's trying to frame me for Felix's murder, not clear my name. Could it be Victoria, Barney, Willow, or someone else entirely? The note, written in capital letters, is giving no clues. Before reason takes hold, I pull on my trainers and let myself out of the room. On the landing, I peer out of the window that overlooks the formal gardens at the front of the villa. A police officer I don't recognize is lounging against the wall by the front door, scrolling through his phone, a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. He takes a drag and looks up, as if he sensed me watching, and I quickly draw back behind the voile curtain. If I go out of the front door, he'll stop me. If I leave the back way and climb over the wall to Villa Olympus, I should be able to slip out unnoticed. In the kitchen, I grab a bottle of water from the fridge. I pause on the terrace, head cocked, but the only sounds are the cicadas and the waves breaking far below. The slope between Villa Paradiso's terrace and the building site is steeper than it looks. I half walk, half slide down, trying not to yelp when thorny branches catch my t-shirt and scratch at my bare legs. I stop when I reach the bottom, checking the coast is clear. It's too early for the builders, and Inspector Demetrio plainly doesn't have the manpower to station an officer here too. Reassured I'm alone, I trot past the footings for the villa and the gash in the ground, which will soon be a swimming pool, averting my eyes from the spot where Felix was found. The gates are closed but not locked, and I let myself out and set off up the hill towards the lighthouse in search of answers, my heart pitter-pattering in my chest. Everything I loved about this island when I arrived a week ago now feels suffocating and oppressive. The heat, the dust, the relentless noise of the cicadas. My lungs are tight and my throat's dry. I stop in the shade cast by an old stone shepherd's hut, unscrew the top of my water bottle and drink deeply, then set off again with heavy legs. The path up to the lighthouse is pitted and narrow. Once, I turn my ankle on a rut, yelping in pain. Why? I don't know, because there's no one to hear me out here. I could be the last person left on this godforsaken island in the middle of the Ionian Sea. Part of me wants to ditch this wild goose chase, turn tail and head back to the air-conditioned safety of the villa, to the steadying presence of Maria and the armed officer on the door. The other part, the bloody-minded part that refuses to take being a murder suspect lying down, keeps me putting one foot in front of the other. Bring it on. I'm breathing heavily when the lighthouse looms into sight, so I slow my pace until it's back under control. But my heart's still banging in my chest, like it's trying to make a break for freedom. Adrenaline zipping through my veins like an electric current. Hello? I call. My voice comes out reedy and uncertain, betraying my nerves. No one answers. After a quick glance behind me, I walk around the back of the lighthouse. The sound of the waves is louder here as they crash into the rocks below. I peer over the edge of the cliffs, experiencing the same wave of dizziness at the vertiginous drop as I did last time. There's not a goat in sight today. I am completely alone. I tramp back round to the front, stand in the sliver of shade offered by the flight of stone steps that leads to the main door of the lighthouse, kicking myself for my stupidity as I realize not only did the note make no mention of time, I've no clue when it was stuffed under my door. I have no idea what time I'm meant to be here. All I can do is wait. And then, from somewhere here behind me, I hear the scrape of a shoe against the baked earth. I freeze. I'm not alone after all. Chapter 65. Amber. The sound comes again, and I twist round, squinting into the dazzling glare of the sun. For a moment, all I can see is the white wall of the lighthouse and the heat shimmering above the path. Then a figure steps into view. Simone. Her hair is loose around her shoulders and sunglasses hide her eyes. The last time I saw Simone, she was admitting to Dominic that she was framing me for her husband's murder. Now she's claiming she wants to help me. It makes no sense. You got my note, she says. Her voice clipped. I nod. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? No, I drag the word out. Police didn't see you leave the villa? No. I went out the back and climbed down to Villa Olympus from the terrace. Good, she nods. Why are we here, Simone? You said you could help me. How? When I said I could help, I might not have been telling the whole truth. Her lips curve, and dread twists inside me. What do you mean? Dominic saw you on the balcony last night. I don't know what you think you heard. I'm here to tell you you're wrong. I stand a little taller. I'll tell you what I heard. You killed Felix. You asked Dominic to help you cover it up, and you dropped my amber necklace by his body to frame me for his murder. When you say it like that, it sounds so calculating. She laughs, but there's no humor in her voice. It was an accident. He came at me. What was I supposed to do? Take it? No, but you didn't need to kill him. Sit, she orders. Sit down. She motions to the stone steps. I do as she says, and she sits a little way away from me, her chin cupped in her hands, her elbows on her knees. Do you know, when I first met Felix, I thought all my wishes had come true. He was clever, successful, and rich. So fucking rich. Yes, he was a bit rough round the edges, but I knew I could smooth them out. God knows I've had enough practice. She laughs dryly. Then her expression clouds over. What I didn't realize is that Felix is incapable of monogamy. It isn't in his genetic makeup. She looks at me, one eyebrow raised as if she can sense my disbelief. I know, it's bullshit. If he wanted to be faithful, he would have been. He just didn't want to. I spent the first couple of years of our marriage blissfully unaware. Then I walked into his office one day when he thought I was out of town and found his secretary giving him a blowjob behind the desk. Such a fucking cliché. He promised it would never happen again and bought me a Gucci handbag. A year or so went by before I caught him at it again. He told me he was going on a golfing weekend with clients. When he got back, I found a receipt for a spa hotel in his jacket pocket. I began to lose count after that. Interns, waitresses, the wives of colleagues, women he met on Tinder. He even had a fling with his ex-wife. So why didn't you leave? You've got your own career. You don't need his money. Do you know how much a corporate lawyer earns, Amber? I make $140 a year. Of course, it'll more than double when I make partner. But at the moment, it's barely enough to get by. I almost choke. She thinks 140,000 pounds is barely enough to live on? My basic salary at Cavity Wall Solutions is £18,000 a year. That's barely enough to get by. What planet is she on? You'd have been legally entitled to half of Felix's money, wouldn't you? And there's the rub. The answer is, not if we divorced. He had me sign a prenup after Willow's mother took him to the cleaners. So you won't get anything? Someone so money-orientated she doesn't seem too concerned. What if he dies? Simone smiles slowly, as if I've finally caught up with her superior intellect. If he dies, everything is split down the middle. Willow gets one half. I get the other. How much is that? Frankly, it's none of your business. Enough to kill him. I study her face, struck once again by her supreme confidence. No, not confidence. Arrogance, her poise, that patrician sneer, the unshakable belief that she's right and the rest of us are wrong. All of it the product of a pampered, privileged upbringing. Her voice hardens. I told you he came at me. I was just trying to defend myself. You smashed him over the head with the bust of Athena. I confronted him about hitting on you and he saw red. He had his hands round my neck and I grabbed the nearest thing to hand. It was pure instinct. She stares out to sea. When he fell to the ground, I thought I'd knocked him out. But then he didn't get up, and when I checked, he wasn't breathing. Dom wanted to call the police, of course. Good old Dom, straight as a die. So awfully honorable, she mocks. But there was no fucking way. I'm sad to see he eventually came round to my way of thinking. I almost don't want to know the answer, but I ask anyway. He helped you clean up and hide Felix's body? Building site on my own? She inspects her scarlet nails. It would be the ultimate study of casual indifference if it wasn't for the tiniest tremble. Elegant fingers. The sight of it gives me courage. You left my amber necklace next to his body. You framed me. You were the perfect scapegoat. Everyone saw Felix come on to you. If you just told the police he pawed you and you hit him in self-defense, they'd have believed you. Panic lodges in my chest. Why are you talking about me in the past tense? She smirks. Am I? Suddenly she's on her feet, laughing, backing around the side of the lighthouse towards the cliffs. I follow, blood pounding in my ears. Chapter 66. Amber. Simone, I yell, skidding to a halt on the dusty ground. She's standing on a flat rock a couple of feet from the cliff edge, her hands on her hips, staring out to sea. She doesn't turn round and dread oozes down my spine like a lump of ice. I step forwards cautiously, as if I'm approaching a feral cat, and start speaking in a low voice. Please, Simone, come back from the edge. I clear my throat, trying not to look at the rolling waves battering the cliffs below. She doesn't move, doesn't even seem to register my presence. I take another couple of steps towards her, my arm outstretched. I know it's a mess, but we can sort it out. Finally, she turns to me, her features sharp with irritation. What? Please don't jump. Everything's going to be all right. She starts laughing like a drain, and I force myself to smile as if I'm privy to the joke even though I have no idea what's so funny. But just as suddenly as she started, she stops, features scrunching into a dark scowl. You're as bad as Dom. Such a fucking sycophant. Grow some balls, for God's sake. I'm not going to jump. Well, what are you, Fet? When Demetria told me your prints were on the marble bust, I couldn't believe my luck, she says, as if I haven't spoken. Serendipity. That supercilious look again. It was meant to be. I know what serendipity means, I growl, losing patience. At last, some spark. You might not want to hear it, but we're more alike than you think, Amber. I am nothing like you. You're mad. Maybe I am. She shrugs. But I'm not losing everything, not after all I've sacrificed to be here. You, I splutter. Her eyes flash. You have no idea how hard I've worked to get to where I am. No fucking idea. Don't make me laugh. You're a poor little rich girl born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You've never wanted for anything in your life. And you're so fucking earnest. I really can't see what Dom sees in you, she drawls. Dominic and I are over. The words have a dramatic effect on Simone, who spins round to face me. As she does, her foot dislodges a stone, which skitters down the cliff and into the sea with a splash. She doesn't seem to notice. He broke up with you? I broke up with him, actually, I say, folding my arms. Her lips purse in disbelief. I don't know why, but this is the final straw. I've had it with Simone thinking she's so utterly superior to me in every way. Little does she know I'm about to have the last laugh. I pull my phone out of my back pocket and check it's still recording. What are you doing? She demands. Calling Demetriou to tell him what really happened the night Felix died. You think he's going to believe you over me? She jeers. He will when I send him the voice note of your confession. I recorded everything. Her smile freezes. You expect me to believe you. Believe what you like. I don't care. She lunges forward, snatching at the phone. We grapple, her nails tearing at my wrist as I hold the iPhone above my head. Her strength catches me by surprise, and I feel myself losing balance as she tugs at my arm. Fingers pinch my skin, and the phone slips from my grip and clatters to the ground inches from the cliff edge. I dive towards it, bare earth skinning my knees as my hand closes around it. But my relief is premature. With a roar of rage, Simone stamps on my wrist. Something snaps, a crack like a gunshot over the sound of the sea, and a searing pain shoots up my arm. Give me the phone, she yells, over my dead body. I just hope I'm not tempting fate. My arm is throbbing so much I'm seeing stars, but I half crawl, half roll towards the phone, my right hand hanging uselessly. I take a deep breath and reach out with my left hand, sensing rather than seeing Simone's shadow blocking out the sun. Simone! We both turn. Dominic is sprinting towards us, his eyes wide with fear. What the hell's going on? Simone's hair whips across her face. The little bitch was recording me. Get her phone. What? No, Simone. Dominic stops, his gaze tracking between us and my iPhone. Sweat beads his brow and darkens his t-shirt. He must have run from the villa when he realized we were both missing. But how did he know we'd be here? Unless he and Simone have been colluding from the start. My mind buzzes with possibilities. Did Dominic ask me out because I reminded him of Simone, his first love? Did he invite me to Pelagia because they'd planned to frame me for Felix's murder from the get-go? Dominic drops to his knees beside me. What's happened to your wrist? She stamped on it, I splutter, nodding towards Simone. Jesus Christ, Simone, what the fuck? Spare me the lecture, Dom. Just grab the phone and we can get out of here. No, I'm calling Demetriou. Amber needs a doctor. There are no doctors on Pelagia. She'll be fine. It's only a broken wrist. Get the bloody phone so I can delete the voice note. No. Fuck's sake. I'll get it myself, shall I? Mind out of the way. She barges past Dom and stoops down to scoop up the phone. I grab her arm with my good hand, digging my nails into the soft skin on the inside of her wrist as hard as I can. Bitch, she shrieks, pulling her hand back. She loses her balance and we roll around on the ground, grappling like brawling teenagers. For a moment, I think I can wriggle free. But then, as the rocky edge digs into my ribs, Simone gives a final shove, and suddenly there is nothing beneath me but empty air. Chapter 67. Amber. Time loses all meaning as I fall, and I brace myself for the impact. At least it'll be instant. It's my last thought as I crash onto the ground. For a moment, everything goes black, but just as quickly I come to, my body throbbing, as if I've had an argument with a steamroller and lost. Everything hurts like hell. Tentatively, I move my head from side to side, then wriggle my toes. When I try to flex the fingers of my right hand, I almost faint from the pain. I raise my head, trying to work out where I am. I've landed on some kind of rocky outcrop. With a jolt, I realize it's the narrow ledge where I saw the goat the last time I was here. My right arm is useless, so I feel around with my left until there's nothing but air. My stomach swoops. The ledge is barely wider than a hammock. Seagulls wheel above my head, oblivious. Wincing, I prop myself up onto my good arm and look up. There's no sign of Dominic or Simone. All I can see is the top of the lighthouse, peeking over the edge of the cliff. I'm pulling myself to a sitting position when shouts break out over the sound of the gulls. Christ, Simone, what have you done? Dominic is yelling. I can't hear Simone's reply. Seconds later, his head appears. His hand flies to his mouth when he sees me huddled on the narrow ledge. Oh, thank God. You're all right. Are you all right? He calls. My wrist's broken. My arms and legs are covered in grazes, and my ribs are so sore every breath is. Excruciating, but I'm not in pieces at the bottom of the cliffs. I'm fine, I shout back. I'm coming to get you. No, Dom, it's too dangerous. Call Demetriou. He'll send help. He ignores me, pacing up and down, looking for a safe route to the ledge. At first it seems hopeless. Then he calls, I'll use the bushes. I look up to where he's pointing. Sure enough, a handful of bushes are growing out of the rock. Their roots are half exposed to the elements. There's no way they'll hold his weight. No, Dom! I cry. He's already lowering himself over the edge. Half of me can't bear to watch. The other half can't tear my eyes away as he edges closer, clutching a branch while reaching for the next hold. Stones comes loose, skittering past me and down to the sea. My heart is racing, my palms slippery with fear. Soon, he's close enough for me to see the sweat on his face. He scrambles down beside me. I reach up with my good hand, and he helps me to my feet. We cling to each other, my head tucked under his chin, his arms around me. I can feel his heart beating through the thin material of his t-shirt. Eventually, he breaks away. We should go. I can't. My arm. Tears smart as I motion to my broken wrist. Get Simone to go for help. His expression hardens. Not going to happen. You don't know that. Surely she realizes how much danger we're in. She still loves you. Anyone can see that. Dominic stares out to sea. When he speaks again, his voice is low. He drags his hands down his face, suddenly older, almost gaunt. It's taken me 20 years to realize that Simone is incapable of loving anyone but herself. I drop my voice instinctively. You make her sound like a raving psychopath, I mutter. As I say it, I realize it's not as ridiculous as it sounds. Simone claimed she killed Felix in self-defense, but I only have her word for it. I'm not saying it's her fault. Dominic meets my eyes. It probably stems from her childhood. Either that, or it's in her DNA. Not being loved alters the brain chemistry of a child, I say. That's what my social worker, Lisa, used to reckon. She said as much to Gran just before she became my legal guardian. Gran's eyebrows had shot so far up her forehead they were in danger of disappearing under her hairline. But Amber is loved, she'd cried. I love her. Simone put me on a pedestal at university and has been playing power games ever since. Dom says, it's just taken me this long to see it. He looks crestfallen and I reach out with my good hand and touch his cheek. When did you realize? His shoulders droop. When she admitted she'd killed Felix and asked me to help her hide his body. I know what you're thinking. I should have said no and called the police. but she told me she couldn't go on if I did. He looks me in the eye. I wasn't lying when I said she tried to kill herself at uni. Though now I'm wondering if she really meant it, or if she was doing it for effect. No one downs a packet of pills and a bottle of vodka for effect, Dom, he sighs. Maybe you're right. But whatever her motive, she was manipulating me then, and she's manipulating me now. She knew that by threatening to hurt herself, she guaranteed my help. I go to speak, then stop myself. Dom squeezes my good arm. What is it? I choose my words carefully. Do you think it was an accident? That she really did lash out in self-defense? He is silent for a moment. Felix was a complete shit where women were concerned. One of those men who'd try it on with anything in a skirt. She's never said he's been violent before, but that doesn't mean he wasn't. He looks conflicted. Maybe she was frightened he'd find out if she told anyone. It's a possibility, I agree. Or maybe he never laid a finger on her and she was lying through her teeth. I think privately. Either way, the damage is done. Felix is dead, and by helping his former girlfriend hide the body, Dominic is implicated. How did you get the body onto the building site without anyone seeing? Demetriou said the cameras weren't working. Was that down to you and Simone? Questions been on my lips since yesterday. I went down to find a wheelbarrow, while Simone wiped the recordings and made it look like a power fault. Between us, we managed to manhandle Felix into the barrow, and I pushed it back down and hid him as best could next to a pile of rubble. Dominic pulls a face. I remember seeing a wheelbarrow abandoned outside the gates of the villa as I walked up from the beach the next morning. I pictured Dominic pushing it down the track, Felix's head lolling every time he hit a loose rock, and bile rises in my throat. You must have known it wouldn't be long before the builders found him. I never said it was foolproof. Dominic sways, and for one horrible moment I think he's going to topple over the edge of the ledge. I grab his t-shirt and pull him closer to the cliff face. Sorry, he says, clutching a root above him like a handrail on the tube. I haven't slept. He closes his eyes briefly. I spent the whole night trying to talk Simone into calling the police, but she point-blank refused. Said it was too late the moment we hid the body. The alibi was her idea. Didn't you realize the police would suspect the rest of us? His face sags with guilt. Honestly, I was so caught up in what we'd done. I didn't think about anyone else. Then Simone admitted she left your necklace beside Felix's body, and I freaked out. I told her that if she didn't go to the police, I would. And I was going to speak to Demetriou this morning. Amber, I promise. I went up to find you to tell you. But when I went into our room, I saw the note Simone left you on your bedside table. When I checked the villa and realized you'd both gone, I came up here as fast as I could. Thank God I did. You think she was planning to kill me too? It sounds mad, doesn't it? He shakes his head as if he can't believe it could be true. I don't know. She's always been fragile, but she's hanging on a thread. One more thing could tip her over the edge. The irony. I mutter, not sure whether to laugh or cry. I glance over my shoulder to where the ledge falls away, and waves crash against the rocks below. The sight alone is enough to make my stomach plummet. You think she's up there waiting for us? No. If she's got any sense, she's on the next sea taxi to Thalassia. I hope so. I let out a small sigh of relief. Do you have your phone? Of course. He pulls it out of his back pocket, but his face falls when he checks the screen. No signal. Are you sure? I grab it from him, squinting at the lock screen. He's right. There isn't a single bar. Shit. What are we going to do? You're going to have to climb. What? Just a few feet at a time. I'll help you. I don't think I can. Come on, Amber. It'll be fine, I promise. Anyway, what's the alternative? We both stare up at the wall of rock on one side and the drop to the sea on the other. Dominic is right. We don't have a choice. Chapter 68. Amber. Wait! I grab Dominic's arm. He flinches at my touch, and I realize he's barely holding it together. There's something else, Dom. Before you arrived, Simone told me we were alike. What did she mean? I'm not like her, am I? He turns back to me and cups my face in his hands. You are nothing like Simone. You hear me? Nothing. His lips brush mine, and he takes my good hand. Come on, let's go. I pull back. I have no idea if we're going to make it off this damn ledge, and there's something I need to tell him. I'm sorry, I blurt. What for? Not believing you. I thought you still loved her. I thought you asked me out because I was a younger version of her, or because you wanted to make her jealous. And then, the other night, I was convinced you slept with her. Oh, Amber, you couldn't be more wrong. You said. My eyes sting, and I brush the tears away impatiently. You said you would always have her back. You told me never to ask you to choose. His face is troubled. I was drunk when I said that, and stupid. I've spent half my life believing it because it's what she wanted, but it was habit. Guilt. Whatever you want to call it. He thumbs a stray tear from my cheek. It's you I love, you crazy girl. He crushes me in his arms, and I melt against him. I love you too, I whisper, because I have never been more sure of anything in my life. Eventually, he pulls back. Ready? I'm not. My legs are weak as jelly. My head is spinning, and my right hand is throbbing like it has a life of its own. But I smile at Dom, my brave, handsome boyfriend who was prepared to risk his life to save me. I nod. As I'll ever be. Every step sends pain shooting through me. I try to block it out. All that matters is climbing off this rock face, inch by sodding inch. I shut out the roaring sea and the screeching seagulls, and I focus on Dominic's instructions as he guides me from bush to bush. When he finally drags me over the edge of the cliff, I collapse onto the ground, sucking in air. Neither of us speaks. Then Dom lets out a long, labored breath. If I ever suggest we come to Pelagia again, you have my permission to shoot me. He deadpans, and I laugh so hard my stomach hurts, the pain in my wrist forgotten. Soon Dom is laughing too. At the ridiculousness of our situation, bullet we have dodged, and the fact that we are both still irrefutably, undeniably, gloriously alive. And then I hear a rustle in the scrub. A shadow falls over us. I shield my eyes from the sun and look up, and there she is, Simone, looming above, her face a mask of fury. A glob of spittle lands on my face as she snarls, "Please, do share. What's so fucking funny?" Chapter 69. Willow. Mum's finally here. I walk down to the jetty to meet her, and when she gives me a hug and I breathe in her familiar Chanel perfume, I'm not gonna lie, I burst into tears. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry about your dad. How are you doing?" It's the question everyone's been asking me. Usually, it sets my teeth on edge. My dad's been murdered. How do you think I'm doing? But it's different coming from Mum. "It's been awful," I weep. "I wish you'd been here." "I came as soon as I could, darling." She fishes around in her handbag, pulls out a packet of tissues and hands them to me. I blow my nose. "I know. How far's the villa?" she asks, looking around. I'd forgotten she's never been here before. Dad bought the land a couple of years after their divorce. He'd have let her use the place if she'd asked, but she never did. She's too independent. 10 minutes? I pick up her carry-on, and she threads her arm through mine. She keeps up a stream of chat on the way to the villa, telling me about the perfume she found in duty-free, the screaming toddler on the flight, and the surprise upgrade at her hotel in Corfu town. Listening to her is like a salve. Before long, I can feel some of the tension in my shoulders easing. As we pass the hoardings for Villa Olympus, she stops and points. Is that where it happened? No, but it's where he was found. The murder weapon, too. The marble bust of Athena? Mum rolls her eyes. Knowing what a womanizer your father was, it should have been Aphrodite. I give a small smile in spite of myself. My parents' spiky relationship is part of the fabric of my childhood. I'd be far more worried if Mum started extolling Dad's virtues. We reach the villa, and she follows me past the officer stationed outside the front door and onto the terrace. No expense spared, I see, she comments, taking in the infinity pool, fancy rattan furniture, and the enormous Alibaba pots brimming with trailing pink geraniums. Where is everyone? Must be inside. No one's allowed to leave except me. Inspector Demetrio confirmed yesterday that as I'd given Sons my statement and wasn't a person of interest in his investigation, I was free to go. Mum and I are booked on a flight to Gatwick in the morning. I suppose I should say hello to Simone and offer my commiserations, though frankly, she's probably better off without him. Mum, I cry. Sorry, sweetheart, that was uncalled for. No one deserves to be bludgeoned to death with a bust of Athena, not even your father. I know you probably won't believe it, but I'll miss the old bastard. Her eyes fill with tears, and I know if I stay, I'll start blubbing too. I make her a coffee and go in search of Simone. It's only as I head through the hallway, averting my gaze from the empty plinth where Athena should be, that it strikes me how quiet the villa is. You can always hear something, whether it's people talking, music playing, or Maria clattering pots and pans in the kitchen. But it's as quiet as a grave. I swallow. Wrong word choice. Why is it that absolutely everything reminds me of death? I shake my head and pull myself together. Mum's here, and by this evening I'll be back in Corfu ready to fly home in the morning. I can't wait. Simone! I yell up the stairs, sighing loudly when there's no answer. I head up, one hand on the rail, my feet dragging and my skin crawling the way it always does at the thought of Mum and Simone in the same room together. Perhaps they'll make a heroic effort to put the barbed comments and backhanded compliments to one side and call a truce given the circumstances. Pigs might fly. I knock on Dad and Simone's bedroom door, and when there's no answer, I let myself in. Curtains are drawn, and the room is a mess. Clothes strewn over the unmade bed, a wet towel on the floor of the ensuite, and what seems like the entire contents of Simone's capacious makeup bag trailed across the dressing table. Resentment rises in me. She has the cheek to say I'm the messy one. I'd take her to task, but she's clearly not here, which is odd. If she's not here, where is she? Deciding to ask Dom and Amber if they've seen her, I make my way back onto the landing, almost walking slap bang into Victoria. Sorry, I mutter. Don't be. Victoria cocks her head, her eyes narrowed. I was coming to find you, actually. There's something I wanted to ask you. Sure, I say, hoping she doesn't notice the flush that's creeping up my neck and threatening to stain my cheeks a deep red. What is it? Just at that moment, Maria's voice carries up the stairs. Mrs. Wyndham, your mother is on the telephone. She's been trying your mobile, but says it's switched off. Victoria gives me a long, appraising look, one that says she hasn't finished with me yet, and calls back, reluctantly, I'm coming. I bow my head and scurry towards Dom and Amber's room, feeling like I've dodged a bullet. I knock. No answer. I push open the door. The bedroom and ensuite are both empty. I'm turning to leave when I see a note in Simone's distinctive loopy handwriting, half hidden by a fold in the bedsheets. I grab it and quickly scan it. My stomach drops. I can help you prove your innocence. Meet me at the lighthouse. come alone. Chapter 70. Willow. If I was nervous before, now I'm really spooked. Why on earth would Simone summon Amber to the lighthouse alone? I picture my stepmother as she's been since Dad died. Brittle, jumpy, defensive. Grieving? Not so much. I'm about to screw up the note and lob it in the bin when I hesitate. The paper's a crumpled mess in my hands, but I smooth it out, fold it carefully, and slip it into the pocket of my shorts. It could be evidence. Things are beginning to click into place, the cogs in my brain spinning with the effort of it all. But before I can pick everything apart, there's something I need to do, someone I need to protect. I charge out of the room and down the stairs, my breath catching in my throat. I consider stopping to tell Mum where I'm going, but she'll only slow me down with a barrage of questions, and I don't have the time. I'm probably too late already. I fly out of the front door, giving the police officer outside the fright of his life. Sorry. I pant. Just going on a run, I improvise, forcing a smile and pointing to my getup. I'm not sure when a vest top, cut-off denim shorts, and Converse were the go-to gear for running, but he either doesn't care or can't understand me. The sun beats down on the back of my neck as I race up the track towards the lighthouse. It's a good mile away. I haven't run that far since I flirted with the idea of taking up cross-country running in year 8. One circuit of our school's muddy playing fields in the rain soon put paid to that. But today, I'm powered by fear, and it's not long before the lighthouse tower flashes white through the trees up ahead. I stop for a moment to catch my breath. My lungs and thighs are burning, and I'm drenched in sweat. Once my breathing's under control, I creep round the side of the lighthouse, listening with every step. I hear their raised voices before I see them, a tableau of 3 on the top of the cliff, their outlines stark against the electric blue sky. Simone, Amber, and Dominic. Simone is pacing up and down, meters from the edge, her hair whipping in the wind, her shoes sending up tiny dust clouds with every step. Even from this distance, she looks disheveled, her movements jerky. Amber, standing to one side, is oddly still. She's cradling her right arm to her chest as she watches the wicked stepmother spit, vitriol at them both. Dominic, hands up and facing Simone, reminds me of a football referee trying to calm 2 warring sides in a cup final. Creep closer. Fuck you, Dominic Brooks! Simone screeches. So much for always being there for me. You're a fucking hypocrite. I can't do it anymore, Simone. I'm tired of your games. So you're going to throw me to the wolves just like that? You bastard! She spins on her heels and jabs a finger in Amber's direction. This is because of her, isn't it? Her name's Amber, he says evenly. And yes, I suppose it is. Because I'm not letting you poison her life, too. She doesn't deserve it. Oh, please. Stop with the sentimental crap already. She's a chav from a Catford council estate, that's all. No redeeming features whatsoever. Surely even you can see that. Amber's eyes widen. Dominic's hands drop to his sides as he gives up trying to reason with her. Even from this distance, I can see the muscle twitching in his jaw. Don't be such a bitch. She's worth 100 of you, Simone. I won't let you frame her for something she didn't do. My ears prick at this. He's talking about Dad's murder, he must be. I edge closer. Felix deserved everything he got, she crows. Her tongue darts out as she grins. It's as creepy as fuck. If I could turn back the clock, the only thing I'd change is that I'd have done it sooner. Her words hit like a sledgehammer. Is she saying she killed Dad? The hairs on the back of my neck stiffen. I take another step forwards. Simone must hear me because she spins round. Oh, look. If it isn't my darling stepdaughter, Willow the little eco-warrior, how nice of you to join us. Her voice drips sarcasm. Did you kill Dad? The words are out before I can stop them, even though behind Simone Dom is shaking his head, urging me to keep quiet. Simone tilts her head, her index finger to her chin, as if she's thinking. Let's see, did I kill your father? Her lips are stretched tight over her teeth as she laughs again. Of course I did. I recoil. Even though it's clear she's lost the plot, I have no doubt she's telling the truth. One word forces its way past my swollen throat. By the time it comes out, it sounds more like a wail. Why? If you think I'm going to justify myself to you, you've got another think coming. Anyway, you should be thanking me. You'll inherit half his money now. She giggles and tosses her head. The rest goes to little old me, of course. You're a bitch, Simone. A bitch and a fraud. My eyes fill with tears, but I blink hard. I want to look her straight in the eye when I unmask her. I grit my teeth. I know who you really are. For a second, her face twists, and I can't tell if it's with doubt or anger. I become aware of the noise of the waves crashing against the rocks far below us. They're so loud I can't think how I haven't noticed them before. What do you mean? She falters. You're a liar, Savone. You've been lying all your life, and I can prove it. I wait a beat. Oh, and before I left the villa, I showed Demetrio the note you left Amber. I bluff. He's on his way. I don't know how I thought she'd react. It's not like this. It's as if I've flicked a switch. She looks from Dominic to the edge of the cliff and back again, then gives a desolate roar. No. Dominic cries, as if he's read the script and knows what's coming next. Simone ignores him and pitches forwards until she's perilously close to the drop. Dom! His head jerks round at the sound of Amber's voice, and their eyes lock. I should have stopped this sooner, he says hoarsely. I'm sorry. He turns back to Simone, who has shuffled to the very edge. With one last anguished look at Amber, he darts forwards and grabs Simone, trying to haul her back to safety. They grapple for a moment, teetering on the brink, their arms flailing. And then they're gone. Chapter 71, Amber, I screams. The sound bouncing off the baked earth and the bone-white walls of the lighthouse. Dominic's arms are windmilling like crazy as he struggles to keep his balance. Simone is clutching the front of his t-shirt, her hands balled into fists. Is she pushing him away or pulling him towards her? Let him go, I yell, throwing myself forwards. At the sound of my voice, she freezes, her grip on Dom's t-shirt loosening, but then her eyes meet mine, glittering with malice, and, with a final jerking movement, she steps off the cliff, taking Dominic with her. No! The sound is an animal howl that comes from deep inside me. I sprint to the edge and look down, telling myself they'll be okay. They'll have fallen onto the ledge, in a tangle of arms and legs. There might be broken bones, but they'll be fine. They will be fine. They are not on the ledge. The shock is visceral. It is the bile I can taste in the back of my throat. The sensation of my stomach folding in on itself, pounding in my ears that is nothing to do with the waves crashing into the rocks below and everything to do with the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I jump out of my skin as a hand slips into mine and gently pulls me away from the cliff. Amber, Willow says. Please, it's not safe. No, cry again, shaking my head wildly. I have to. It's too late. We can't help them now. We need to phone the police. You said Demetrio was on his way. I was lying. Her eyes are troubled. I would never have said it if I knew that's what she'd do. I just wanted her to realize there were consequences. I pat my pockets, then remember. My phone's gone. You need to use yours. I clutch my face. I don't know the number. Is it 999 or 9111? My voice is thin, shaky. Willow is already tapping at her phone. It's okay. Demetrio gave me his number in case I remembered anything. She presses a finger to her lips, then says, "Hello? Is that Inspector Demetrio?" It's Willow Pearson.
There's been an accident. I turn away and walk back towards the cliff edge as Willow tells the detective he needs to send his
men to the rocky cove below the lighthouse. I picture him scrambling boats, maybe even a helicopter. But I know in my heart it's too late. No one could survive a fall like that. It won't be a rescue. It'll be a recovery operation. Willow ends the call and joins me. She is trembling, eyes huge in her wan face. She looks 7, not 17. Hard as it is, I put my own grief to one side. "You don't look so good. Are you all right?" And not really. Her teeth are chattering. She's clearly gone into shock. I put my arm around her and lead her over to the lighthouse steps. Poor kid. No one should have to witness that. Her shoulders start to judder and tears spill down her cheeks. "It's all my fault," she sobs. "If I hadn't told Simone that Dimitriov was coming, she'd never have done it." "This is not your fault," I tell her firmly. "Simone, she wasn't of sound mind." It's an antiquated term, but what else can I say? That Willow's stepmother was certifiable, completely wacko? She gave me just before she jumped will stay with me for the rest of my life. It was the look of someone who has lost their grip on reality, the look of a mad person. Dominic had described her as fragile and desperate for validation. But this was more than that. She had tipped into insanity. There was nothing anyone could have done to save her. "She told me she killed your dad, you know," I say, smoothing Willow's hair from her face. She looks up. "She actually admitted it?" I nod. "She said if he divorced her, she'd end up with nothing. If he died while they were still married, she'd get half his money. So she murdered him and asked Dom to help her hide the body. I can't believe he'd do that," she sniffs. "Not Dom. She told Dom your dad tried to attack her and she was acting in self-defense. I suppose he had no reason to doubt her. But if the police didn't suspect anything, why kill herself? I overheard her and Dom talking about the night of the murder. Dom saw me and told Simone. That's why she left me that note. She was luring me here so she could kill me too." My voice starts to wobble and I take a deep breath. Dom realized what she'd done and came after me. If it wasn't for him, I'd be dead. Willow reaches over and squeezes my good hand. I give her a watery smile. "When you arrived and told her Demetrio was on his way, she must have realized the game was up," I say. "She'd run out of options. Be arrested and slung in a Greek prison or die a free woman. I guess it wasn't much of a choice when it came down to it." "It wasn't just that, though. Was it?" Willow says thickly. "What do you mean?" She looks away. "Nothing. I think about Dom. Handsome, charming, gallant Dom made a promise to Simone that he would always have her back, but was prepared to break that promise for me. And then my thoughts turned to Simone. Beautiful, brittle, spoiled Simone, who couldn't live with the fact that Dominic was no longer dancing to her tune. Simone decided to end her life, and that was her choice. But she had no right to take Dominic with her. I will never, ever forgive her for that. In the distance, above the roar of the sea and the noise of the cicadas, comes another sound. The throaty growl of a diesel engine. Willow hears it too and scrambles to her feet. I follow stiffly, my wrist throbbing and every muscle aching like I've been used as a human punch bag. Soon, this quiet promontory will be awash with police search teams and scenes of crime officers scurrying around like worker bees under the calm counsel of Detective Lieutenant Demetrio. "Do you think they'll find them?" Willow's voice is so full of hope it breaks my heart. "I'm sure they will," I say. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know I'm only telling half the truth. They'll be found, just not alive. Epilogue Amber. The captain's voice crackles over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just begun our descent into London Gatwick. Local time is 7:45 p.m., and the weather is clear and mild. We'll be landing in about 20 minutes. Cabin crew, please prepare the cabin for arrival. I stifle a yawn and stretch, careful not to knock the plaster cast on my right wrist. To my surprise, I managed to sleep for most of the 3-hour flight. It was as if I was finally able to relax once the plane left Greek airspace. No, not relax, because there's nothing relaxed about the numb state I've been in since that terrible morning. Maybe I felt I could finally drop my guard. I no longer had to pretend I was shinier, posher, better than plain old Amber from the South Langley estate. I could just be me. Willow and her mum flew home yesterday. Victoria and Barney were on the same flight. I couldn't leave until today because I had to wait for Demetriou to officially rule me out of the murder investigation and release my passport. As I signed my final witness statement, Demetriou admitted Simone had been on his radar from day one. Something about her Ice Queen demeanor had troubled him, but all the time she had a solid alibi, Dominic. There was little he could do except continue to build a picture of what happened the night Felix died. I did wonder if he was lying to protect her. Why would he do that when there was a chance the finger of suspicion would fall on you? He said, mystified. Why, indeed. Call it misplaced loyalty, I said, shrugging. He was a dependable kind of guy. Coast Guards found Dominic's body on a tiny beach accessible only by boat not far from the lighthouse that evening. Simone's body washed up at high tide the following morning. When Demetriou called us all onto the terrace of Villa Paradiso to tell us, he assured us they would died instantly, and the others seemed to take some comfort in that. Not me. Greek police had more than enough evidence to prove Simone's guilt in the end. When they recovered her body, they found my phone on the rocks below the lighthouse. Thankfully, the recording I made survived the fall. They also found a pair of latex gloves in her bathroom bin, streaked with Felix's blood and speckled with marble dust from the bust of Athena. Why the hell would she have left such damning evidence in her bin? I'd asked Demetriou, even though I knew the answer. Simone's hubris made her careless. As long as Dominic stood by her, she thought she was untouchable. If she had lived, she'd be facing 2 murder charges by now. As it stands, the file will go to the prosecutor, but without a living suspect there can never be a trial, and the case will be officially closed. My grief is heavy and disorientating, being enveloped in a thick fog that has deadened my senses. I keep telling myself the fog will clear, and one day the sun will come out again. Occasionally, I believe it. Dominic dominates my thoughts, awake or asleep. I'll feel the lightest kiss on my bare shoulder. I'll hear his deep chuckle from the next room. A couple of times, I've even thought I caught sight of him in my peripheral vision. Grief does that to you. It gives you the gift of hope, then fucks you over. One question comes back to me again and again. Was Dom my soulmate? Probably not, but he was a kind and honorable man who didn't deserve to die, and I loved him. The Tenoi buzzes into life again. This time it's the lead flight attendant telling us to make sure our seats are upright, our tray tables are stowed, and our seat belts are securely fastened. I bend down and pull Nessa's knock off Louis Vuitton from underneath the seat in front of mine and rest it on my lap. Without thinking, I open the side zip and feel inside for my amber pendant. The stone feels cool to the touch, shape of it as reassuringly familiar as my own reflection. I haven't worn it since Demetriou gave it back to me. I've become surprisingly fond of the Mahdi amulet I bought at the market in Thalassia. My protection from the evil eye, I'll save Gran's amber necklace for special occasions. Barney wasn't charged with stealing Felix's Rolex and Simone's diamond earrings. Demetrius said that as both items had been recovered and Barney repaid the market seller the money he'd lost, it wasn't in the public interest to prosecute him. As the last man standing, Barney has been a bit of a revelation. He took on all the admin a death abroad involves, from contacting the British consulate in Athens to organizing the repatriation of the bodies. It's just as well as Victoria shell of the polished, self-possessed woman she was when I met her on the quay in Thalassia just over a week ago, stepped down from her job at the Anchorway. Trust after a story broke about her kicking tenants out of a property she inherited from her grandmother. My first thought when Willow told me was, serves her right. Perhaps I should be more sympathetic, but you reap what you sow. She was almost pathetically grateful when Bernie stepped up. I have a funny feeling their marriage might be the better for it. As for Willow, I think she'll be all right. She'd hate to admit it, but she has the same steel core as Simone's. Strong-willed and decisive, opinionated and clear in her mind about what really matters. I could do with being a little less Amber, a little more Willow. The plane tilts and begins its slow descent. Thinking about Willow reminds me of the envelope she handed me back at the villa the night she found me in the kitchen. She told me to wait until I was home before I opened it. But we're minutes away from landing. We're as near as damn it. Slide my index finger under the flap and pull out the sheet of heavy cream paper inside. It's embossed and official looking with some kind of coat of arms at the top, and my eyes widen when I read, certified copy of an entry pursuant to the Births and Deaths Registration Act 1953. It's a birth certificate. My eyes grow wider as I scan the page, taking in the neat black type, date and place of birth. 26 June 1981, Lewisham Hospital, High Street. Lewisham name and surname. Simone Schuyler Jones sex, female father, place of birth, occupation, mother. Tracy Jones, place of birth, Lewisham occupation, usual address, if different from place of child's birth. Flat 38, Chiltern Tower, Highfield Estate, Catford. I know the Highfield Estate. I used to skirt round it on the walk to school every day. Never through it. If South Langley had a reputation for being rough, Highfield was lawless. I stare at the birth certificate until the words blur, wondering what it means. Why? Willow decided to give me a copy of Simone's birth certificate. A birth certificate that shows she was not from some leafy Surrey street or swanky suburb of London, from a tower block on a notorious estate less than a mile from mine. I remember Willow's words by the lighthouse, and suddenly it all makes sense. I know who you really are. You're a liar, Simone. You've been lying all your life, and I can prove it. Think. I've spent the last week feeling like some kind of second-class citizen, not worthy, not good enough. Simone might have had polish and sparkle, but underneath it all she was from the same place, the same postcode as me. I stare at her name for one last time, then carefully fold the birth certificate and slide it back into the envelope. Something Gran used to say comes back to me. She'd been talking about her neighbor Marge, with whom she had a love-hate relationship. Marge? She's no better than she should be. All those airs and graces. She'd do well to remember we all come from dust, and to dust we return. Gran was right. We're all dust in the end. The plane lands with a small bump, jerking me back to the present. People start unclipping their seatbelts and pulling bags from overhead lockers. The cheap phone I bought in Corfu buzzes with a text from Nessa. I know you said not to come. Like that was ever gonna happen, lol. I'm the one in arrivals holding the ridiculously big banner. Seriously, though, I hope you're okay, X. I smile for what seems like the first time in days as I tap out a reply. Maybe not yet. But I will be. XX the end.